Good evening, everyone. I would like to call to order the May 13th meeting of the City Council of Hermosa Beach. This evening, the interim city attorney has advised us that the following order for this special meeting should be that we have the study session first for the CIPs, then the closed session, and then the regular meeting. And I concur with that. So with that in mind, we'll begin with the study session first. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda for the study session?
Does that include the agenda for the rest of the meeting or just the study?
No.
Okay.
Just a special meeting for the agenda. For the study session.
Okay, so moved.
Second?
Second.
Second. Okay, moved and seconded. Madam City Clerk, could you please open? Yes, motion to approve the agenda by motion from Francois and seconded by Detoy.
My computer's not up yet, so you can just put down a yes for me. I have a question. Will we, well, I'll wait.
Yeah, hold on.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
For the vote?
Oh, yes, excuse me.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, thank you. So now we begin the study session. I call this meeting to order, the May 13th, 2025 study session of the City Council at 5:11 p.m. Madam City Clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Francois?
Here.
Councilmember Keegan?
Here.
Councilmember Jackson?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Here.
Mayor Seaman?
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. So on the closed session report, that will be moved after the regular meeting agenda later this evening. And then, so we will move on to public comment on the study session agenda only. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone for public comment in person and in Zoom?
We do have public comment for general public comment, and it's related to a Hermosa Beach pool. And I don't believe that they're here right now, but...
Madam Clerk, there's no general public comment for the
Correct.
special meeting, so
that's
that
right.
can
Right.
wait until the regular.
But I just wasn't sure because of a pool if it was CIP related, but they are not present anyway. We do not have any study session specific public comment cards.
Okay. Oh,
Okay.
there is one. Please come forward, sir.
Good evening, council members. My name is Jim Fasola. I'm here representing Hermosa Beach Little League, and you probably know this already, but we intend to work on improvements to Clark Field, and we would like the city to create an MOU outlining the process to construct the improvements at Clark Field. That would be for this next year. We picture that this next fiscal year would be basically the design phase of the project, and then hopefully the year after would be the construction phase. So what we're looking for is an MOU with the city.
Great, thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers?
Eric Horn?
I can't find the meeting.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, Council, City staff. My name is Eric Horn, and I'm appearing tonight on behalf of the Civic Facilities Advisory Group, and I'm pleased to share with you that just before this meeting, we sent an email to Council and to staff, a letter expressing some of the thoughts that we've had over the last couple of months as we've worked on the Civic Facilities Advisory Group project. Although this group was formulated in order to advise the city manager on options available to, or to inform her options that she wanted to give your council on, the potential renovation or reconstruction of certain civic facilities, we wanted to just share a couple of high-level thoughts in the meantime as you consider this CIP study session, and in particular, one of the items in terms of doing a parking lot on the public storage lot. Our group was made of 12 people across Hermosa Beach, all political stripes, all different walks of life, and all different thoughts on civic facilities. And despite those differing opinions, we were able to come together on a couple of consensus come together to form a consensus on a couple of key items. The first is that the status quo is untenable for all of our civic facilities, with the Public Works Yard in greatest need of revitalization, followed by the police station and City Hall, which are also both in dire need of major improvements. Number two is that of the several redevelopment options that have been floated by city staff and by the consultant, Jeff Fullerton Consultants, a newly constructed civic center that would consolidate City Hall and police on the adjacent public storage lot would be the most desirable of the redevelopment options. That is not to say that we achieved unanimity on the need to do redevelopment, because more technical information is required to evaluate whether renovating and expanding our current facilities is a feasible or desirable alternative to a newly constructed site. In the email to you guys and to staff, we outlined a couple of the things that we think would need to be further assessed in order to make that decision. Again, our work as an advisory group is not complete. We do not know if the new city manager wishes to continue to convene the advisory group as an official body, but we continue to meet or desire to meet and inform the council, because we've put a lot of time into this over the last couple of months, and we know it's a complicated issue, but we think that, community engagement on a topic like this is really important. And then the final thought I just wanted to share as you consider tonight's study session is that a parking lot at this juncture on the public storage lot, we believe would be not in the city's best interest to pursue if we want to keep the option open of consolidating the civic facilities, especially the police station and City Hall, onto the public storage lot. We think that the repayment period of 9 to 12 years in order to recuperate that investment would essentially rule out any desire and make it a waste of money to then move from a parking lot to a consolidated civic footprint if we decided to go that option. So if the council wants to keep its options open, we recommend delaying any investigative resources or appropriations to study that option until a future fiscal year. Thank you, and be on the lookout for more information from the advisory group in the coming weeks and months.
Thank you. Eric, before you go, quick question. Are you here on your own to just inform us of what the Civic Advisory Group has been doing, or are you an official spokesman from them?
So everything I just read is in a consensus document that we worked on together and that we have now emailed to you.
Okay.
I am just reading points from that document. So
All right.
these are my thoughts, and I think they are representative of the group.
Okay, and by the way, thank you and the entire group for all the work you've done. There may be more. We don't know that right now, but I appreciate everyone's efforts so far.
Yeah, thank you. And the group appreciates the opportunity to work on this. We all care about Hermosa Beach, and we know these are complicated problems. So thank you for allowing us to convene the group, and we hope to be of further service.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It wasn't there until I walked.
Anyone else?
Good evening, everybody. John Burry. Strong sense of deja vu talking to you about this, because the first time I ever stepped foot in here was to talk about CIPs in February of last year. And the second time was at this session last year. And I spoke comprehensively, I thought, about the status reporting and the governance of CIP projects. And I think I said then that I didn't feel that you needed more reports or bigger reports. You needed better reports. There have been changes to the reporting, but I think what I'd like to urge you to do going forward is to keep pushing for better, easier governance reports for you as effectively the board of directors, but also for the members of the public. So if I pointed you to the monthly CIP status report, which is now predominantly blue, because light blue on that report is supposed to represent an update. What you've got is every piece of the box that represents one project is now colored blue. So I would defy any of you to go to that report and quickly tell me what changed between this month and last month. And I think that is very important for you as the board of directors, the council, to be able to quickly see what has changed. I would also say to you that you should always see on that report what the original budget for the project was, and you should always be able to see what the original completion date of each project was supposed to be, and that those things should only ever be changed with your knowledge, right? So the budget can be updated, but the original number should stay put, and the change to the budget should show as a change. And then the final thing I would say to you is I recommended to you last year that you implemented traffic light reporting, red, amber, green, so that you could quickly look at each project and see what the status is. And I would suggest to you that you should continue to push for that. Final comment is that, and I know the former city manager talked about the implementation of dashboards, which is great, but if what those dashboards do is they send you deeper down into each project in order to find out the relevant information that may not be most helpful to you, you need to be able to look at these projects broadly and quickly to see where things are on track and off track and where you need to dive in and help. You shouldn't have to go down a mile deep into a dashboard to find out what's going on with each project. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Hello, friends. Mark Mamber on behalf of Hermosa Beach Little League. We're very excited about the prospect of a CIP to improve the playability and viewability of games at Clark Field, and we're hoping to get agreement from the city to help work with us to outline the process on how to advance that effort that's been well covered and endorsed and encouraged through the Parks Master Plan process and Joint Commission along the way. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone else? Seeing none, Madam City Clerk, is there anyone online?
Yes, we have Anthony Higgins. Your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Yeah, there was a delay in the presentation of the unmute button. Anyway, I thought the normal protocol was that the staff did their presentation, the council had their questions, and then the public was given an opportunity to speak. I'm not sure why we didn't follow that format here where we have public comment right up front, but it seems like we're at a disadvantage unless there's going to be another CIP public comment period after the staff presentation. In any case, that's really all I wanted to say. I'm hoping that there will be a public comment period after staff does their CIP presentation and you've had a chance to question. Thank you.
Thank you.
David Grathen, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, this is David Grathen, Public Works Commission. I believe there is a second commenting period. So what I want to do is use this first period to focus on the City Yard project. You have a pretty solid report there in front of you. It was actually updated since this meeting was first scheduled. And it looks like we may be leaning in a direction towards doing a design build versus a design bid build, and actually a version of that, which is the PDB or the progressive design build. And you want to take note of some of the advantages of the progressive version of that, especially as it relates to this project, because I think it makes it a particularly incremental approach as we proceed through the phases. It also, I believe, offers a special opportunity to have a phase where we can bring an architect on board to do some preliminary concept development and requirements definition. And that's before we even get into the big contract with the actual design build entity. So Joe can confirm that. So the reason this is important is because the more complex and unique a project is, like the city yard, the more you want to manage risk. We hear about program performance, cost, and schedule, and what overlays all of that is risk. And it needs more attention. And for a complex project with a lot of development, an incremental approach to the program definition will mitigate that risk. And also, some of the complexities involved with this, just by the sheer magnitude, is also there's going to be some rehabilitation involved at the yard, and there's going to be demolition and some phasing special with that. So it's not just a design and a build. And another complexity is a lot of the requirements are going to be based on the actual users, the maintenance staff that uses that yard. So having this upfront program definition in a requirements phase that's part of the PDB process is going to be invaluable there to really focus on requirements definition. By the way, I can't see how much time I have, so anyway, so for tonight, I think if you think you're leaning towards PDB, that might inform a decision to go with an owner's representative. So that'll be one big thing you want to do is do the OR, authorize Joe to do that. And if Joe thinks it's prudent, let's go ahead and get the architect on board. So then we can have the OR and the architect doing the OR can focus on program definition. The architect can focus on the concept definition and requirements. And then we'll be really poised to then bring on the big contractor later on for the full program.
Thank you. Thank you, David.
Next, we have Laura Pena.
Hi, this is Laura Pena. I'm looking at the revised agenda on this particular item, and it does not say anything about having the CIP study session up front. So I would like to reserve time if I can, because I agree with Anthony Higgins. Not having the presentation and not having the questions from council puts the public at a disadvantage. So I just wanted to give that feedback.
Thank you. Laura, as David kindly suggested just a few moments ago, there will be a public comment session after the presentation. So you and Anthony Higgins and David Grethen will have another opportunity to speak. Thank you, Laura. Anyone else?
Mayor, we do not see any other virtual hands raised.
Is there anyone here in chambers? Go ahead.
How you doing, Mayor? Dave Schott, Hermosa Beach Little League, current president. I know Mark and Jim have been up here talking about the renovation of Clark Field. I also want to weigh in on that. That's something we've been trying to get done for the last 2 or 3 years. We've been talking about it. We've already had a survey done. We now need the city to help us get the process going. We think it would be an awesome part of the city, revitalize it. I think all of you have come down and see how special Clark Field is and how everybody in the community goes down there. It's one of the centers of the city. So we do believe it's a worthwhile project. We will provide the funding. We're working on the funding. We just need to get going with an agreement.
Great, thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for your comments. Appreciate it. All right, last call. Is there anyone else in chambers that would like to speak? Seeing none, I'll close the public comment and move on to the opening remarks. Leo Zalen, do you have some opening remarks for us?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you. Good late afternoon, Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the City Council. Thank you for the opportunity to present this year's capital improvement programs. The CIP remains a vital tool to planning and funding and delivering the infrastructure our community depends on now and into the future. Tonight's study session is intended to reflect on our progress, align priorities, and shape the future of our capital improvement projects. For fiscal year 24-25, we managed 38 CIP projects and 15 projects valued at $12 million in total scheduled for completion or substantial completion by end of the year. This includes 5 that are already been completed, 4 in closeout phase, and 6 under construction. We also completed design and build of two significant projects, Parking Lot D and Kelly Courts, and expected design for two urgent facility needs, community center gas service restoration, and Base 3 electric repairs. Design work for 7 projects was also completed or near finished, preparing them for the construction bid this next or fiscal year, depending on workload and staff priorities. Public Works Director Joe Sacramento and his team deserve recognition for the above achievements and much more, including advancing deferred maintenance project, overseeing major utility work, supporting community events, issuing over 850 right-of-way permits, and responding to more than 3,300 Go Hermosa work orders for this fiscal year. Looking ahead, for fiscal year 25-26, CIP projects include 38 projects and proposed budget increase of $35.9 million. Our theme for this coming year is Back to Basics and Beyond, reflecting our continued focus on foundational infrastructure while also laying the groundwork of future improvements. Tonight, staff is looking for Council's direction on a number of key projects, which include Parking Lot D, new corporate yard facilities, feasibility of storage lot rescue, Kelly Courts improvement, funding for pavement project, and finally, the 14th Street restroom upgrades that are needed. As always, any additions will require trade-off in the form of an equivalent project deferrals, as our workload is fully committed through fiscal year 26-27. We are once again looking forward to opening conversation on the challenges we face, and we develop the fiscal year 25-26 capital improvement programs and how we can continue to work together to make progress on our project backlogs. Our recommendations continue to follow the disciplined approach we established last year. With that, I'll turn it over to our Public Works Director, Joe Sacramento, and his team to walk us through the current CIP and preview the next year's priorities and aim ongoing funding challenges. Joe?
Thank you, Leo. Good evening, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, Council. I'm pleased to give a presentation tonight on the upcoming CIP for the upcoming year. There is quite a bit of content. We've had a very busy year. Our team has been very active. I am incredibly proud of our Public Works team, our engineers, our operations and maintenance team and administrative staff that have helped support, as well as all the other departments that help support the advancement of these CIPs, as there is significant crossover through departments. But this is a year, as Leo's highlighted, where we have made significant progress in the CIP with 15 projects slated for completion or substantial completion by the end of the year. That number would have been even higher with 2 more that made it to bid award that are now being revisited, as well as adding other urgent projects as the team continues to work on tackling deferred maintenance in our city facilities, such as Community Center and Base 3. And we've also done work on a number of other projects. So not just the ones that are in construction, but all the ones that are advancing at various phases through planning and design and contract award. So this year was a record year for CIP completion, 15. With last year's 13, between last year and this year, we have completed as many projects as were completed in the 7 years that preceded these 2 years. We have nearly tripled our completion rate as we've gone through. So this is a significant dent in the backlog of CIPs, as our team has been working tirelessly to advance projects and complete them. As we look for FY 25 and 26, we have to look carefully at what funding we have available. Funding is not unlimited, and we have to work within a balanced budget within the funds that we have. We look at whether funds are restricted or unrestricted, and really there's not a lot of unrestricted funds. Those are our 301 or capital improvement funds. Those can be spent on virtually anything. However, a large portion of the fundings out of that $15 million that we had available are restricted fund sources. For example, 115 is our state gas tax. That's only for paving. We can't do other things with that. We can't do facilities improvements, for example. Those are really only for street improvements, so sidewalk, streets, and traffic improvements, and so on. So there's other restricted sources that do make it difficult to match the funds with the available projects, and so we do have to do some balancing as we go through that. And the amount of funding that we had this year was largely due to there was a number of projects that came in under budget, so we're able to give back about $3 million to the pot. So these numbers do look a little higher than what our average are because we were actually able to get several projects done for less than what we had budgeted in the current fiscal year. So quick snapshot of what we're looking at coming ahead. We have 30 projects that will be carried over. We are proposing 8 new projects in the CIP. We were very careful not to add a lot of new projects, but we'll get to these later in the presentation as we felt that these were all critical for consideration by City Council. So we're looking at a $35 million CIP for the coming year with 38 projects. Going kind of back in time, this chart looks at 2009 and where we are about backlog of CIPs. And so the blue is new projects that were proposed each year. The orange are carryover, so things that were added to the budget that year but were not completed and were carried over. And so if you go far back in time, the CIP was much smaller, and at some point, projects were added at a rate much faster than they could be completed. And so we have been working aggressively at tackling backlog to reduce that. And so even though we're on track for knocking out 15, we're still stuck at 38 projects, same as last year. So it's still an ambitious CIP and more than can be completed in 1 year. But you see, we have made a dent in the overall trend, but there is still a lot of carryover. So we're being very careful about how much we're adding. In the green are projects that are being unfunded. Last year, we removed 4 projects from the CIP because of staff capacity, but also funding constraints. And this year, we're proposing to remove 1 project as well for those same reasons. As we look at the fiscal year budget for the CIP, it does also continue to grow. So even though we are on track for spending about $12 million in construction this year, we are spending at a faster rate these last 2 years, which may not be sustainable over a longer period of time as we look at the replenishment of those funds through our limited sources. But the CIP is growing largely because of the carryover projects, and the ones that we're adding, I will say, are increasing in complexity and cost. And some of this is a function of just general cost escalation, but I will say that there are some more expensive, complicated projects like pier restoration and community center windows and others that are coming our way that we will have to tackle and dedicate resources and time to. Even with a successful year of a record year, we did this even without full staffing this year. We've had 2 significant vacancies, city engineer position open for almost 9 months, as well as we haven't had a management analyst for half the year, and so those duties had to be redirected to other engineering staff that's pulled them away from critical work in what remains a difficult hiring environment, especially for engineers. But we have been able to fill in with augmentation resources through third-party contractors where needed to supplement and keep going. Now, the CIP is one critical component to addressing our deferred maintenance, which we are doing in other beautification work, but we're also working in close collaboration with our operations and maintenance team in that crossover planning that has to happen with engineering. One of the big changes that we had in the last couple of years were the updates to our procurement for small maintenance and construction contracts, which have raised the bid limits for that, which I will say has been a game changer for doing these small projects. So things like our Edith Waterway Friendship Park did not need to be added to the CIP. We're able to hire a contractor to come in, purchase the fencing that otherwise would have been much more difficult in the prior procurement method, and we're able to pair this with some work with our O&M team to do wall repairs, landscape maintenance, and other beautification work in that park. Similarly, we're also able to bring in contractors to do flooring, air conditioning in the South Park classrooms, painting of this facility in Base 3. And meanwhile, our O&M team has also been tackling a number of other projects, and this is really just a sampling of what's been done in the last year. But this is the median landscape and irrigation improvements on Gould Avenue that our team performed in-house. We have purchased new trash receptacles, and those are being deployed throughout our downtown and the parks. We rebuilt the dugout for Little League season this year, replaced shade sails at South Park, not to mention ongoing modifications and repairs to our facilities, which happen on a daily basis. Leo highlighted the high number of work orders that our team actively addresses each year. Our new sign shop equipment has also brought new capabilities to our team to create signs and also utility box wrappings and a number of other things that we couldn't have done previously or would have had long lead time orders to obtain. Our crews are actively doing concrete sidewalk repairs, and then I have a picture here of the 25th anniversary of our skate park, where we did a number of beautification treatments to the skate park and partner with Individual Arts on updating the signage and bringing some art to the park. Reseeding, painting, tree planting, and other amenities throughout the park. So all this work is ongoing. Some of the progress of what we have completed on the CIP itself, there are 5 projects that are complete or fully complete. And so there's a couple of different categories here. Our CDBG, Community Development Block Grant, these are fundings that we get allocation each year and have to be spent on a 2-year cycle. This delivered curb ramp and sidewalk improvements on Valley Drive and Monterey. And this was done very quick. It was actually done a little bit under budget, and I think we got construction done in about a week or 2, right around Thanksgiving. So it was done very quickly. Storm drain improvements on 5th Street. This was to address ongoing flooding issues. A catch basin that really led to nowhere, the Greenbelt on Ardmore, and we were able to connect this catch basin into the county storm drain line. This project also came in significantly under budget, and we completed that around October. We completed a Parks Master Plan. This is led by our Parks and Recreation team in partnership with Public Works and our commissions that help serve as advisory for this. This is a huge outreach process and help provide a roadmap for the next 30 years for our parks facilities. And we also completed CIP 620 that identified or addressed several roof repairs on many of our buildings at various locations. And that was also completed earlier in the fiscal year, as well as sidewalk improvements as part of our annual sidewalk program on 21st and 24th Street. We have a number of projects that are currently in closeout, 4 of them. The most notable is the Greenbelt project. This is really 3 CIPs in one. Not only did it include the accessible decomposed granite path from 8th to Pier, it also included more than a dozen trees, significant number of landscape improvements and irrigation adjustments, curb ramp, sidewalk, a rectangular rapid flashing beacon crossing, and gym equipment at 2 locations along that path. We're also successful at getting more than $500,000 of grant funding, reimbursement through the county, which will help significantly bring down the cost of that project, and it has allowed us to release a lot of money back to the CIP to help fund projects for the upcoming year. That's currently in substantial completion, and we're just wrapping up a few punch list items and allowing the grass to grow. We actually completed a second storm drain project on Bard Street and Oak Street, also address ongoing flooding issues with the trailer home park to the north of Oak Street. This was done also under budget and ahead of schedule, and we're in project closeout. There are about 6 projects that are in what we expect substantial completion or full completion by the end of the fiscal year or shortly thereafter, starting off with the Clark Building. Construction is nearing completion. We are days away. They are actively working on installing all the furnishings. The one item that we are tracking is the energizing of the building with Edison. We have been working with them on a permit and working on trying to get a scheduled date to energize the building, which will then facilitate the final electrical inspections and kitchen inspections that will have to be done by our Building and Safety Department, followed by LA County Public Health. So that is the one long lead time item that we are pushing to try to get to conclusion to wrap up the project, but most of the work is nearly complete inside. We were also successful through the Clean Power Alliance to receive a $250,000 reimbursement for the energy saving elements that were included in there that will allow us to release that money back to the CIP upon conclusion of the project. So this will also help bring the project in under the council approved budget. You may have noticed we've been doing some paving in Lot A and on Pier Avenue and Valley Drive. This is actively ongoing. I believe we striped the spaces in Lot A today. There's more striping coming soon on Pier Avenue and Valley Drive, and we're actively working on resurfacing a number of residential streets throughout the city, looking to deliver about 2 miles of roadway and additional sidewalk and curb ramp repairs. This is a big project, $3.2 million. And we did expedite this about 6 months ahead of schedule because of one urgent paving need. We have urgent need, which I'll talk about more later in the presentation, and also to eliminate potential construction conflicts with other projects that are upcoming later on this year. So a couple of reasons. We're able to do this project design in-house and get it done significantly under budget. We also have a very large ongoing sewer project that's going to address almost a mile of sewer throughout the city, $3.7 million improvements. This is about halfway complete and looking to wrap up before the end of the fiscal year. We have installed about 20 level 2 charging stations on Bard Street to help our growing electric fleet. Everything is installed, and we are just waiting for final turn on by Edison. CIP 603, South Park Irrigation Slope Repairs. This is also actively under construction, looking to wrap up in the coming months. This project came in significantly lower. We got a very good bid from a qualified contractor. We had over $1 million slated for this. It came in well under the engineer's estimate. And we've also able to obtain 2 grant sources that are going to pay for almost 3/4 of the project. So this is all good news for this project to be able to deliver projects at a much discounted cost from what we anticipated when this project was originally planned. So things that are kind of underway where we are continuing to move other projects that you haven't seen yet in the ground. You may have noticed a number of utility box wrappings throughout the city. We had planned for 24 city-owned utility boxes that through our partnership with Indivisible Arts, where they brought in local artists to either hand paint boxes, and now through our new print shop, we've been able to work with artists to take in art, print it out, and we are wrapping these ourselves. There is a fair amount of coordination with our team to ensure that the box is in good shape. We have had to replace boxes, repaint boxes, and able to accept the art before it goes in. But there's another 10 coming, but I want to show kind of a collage of all the ones that are already out there today, many of them in our downtown. Our municipal pier, we completed a major repair a couple years ago. However, in the inspection that was done prior to that, we always knew that the high priority repair at the time were the pilings or the columns under the pier. That work is done, and it was always planned that the next phase was going to be deck repairs. We were scheduled to do a new comprehensive top to bottom evaluation of the structure. These assessments have been ongoing. We've had divers do an underwater inspection. We've had the boom lifts that have done a very close visual inspection under the deck and surface inspections by our team of structural engineers. And we recently completed an additional ambient vibration sensor-based testing, new technology to help reaffirm some of the visual observations that we made to see if there's potential to reduce some of the costs. The initial results have shown us that we're looking at over $6 million of repairs for this structure in the next 5 years, with $3.7 million very high priority in the next 1 to 2 years. And these are primarily concrete deck panel replacements or structural reinforcement of those panels. And then some of the underneath the deck as well needs to be reinforced. These do need to be completed to avoid future weight reductions or closures of the pier. We're working on finalizing our assessments, and we do hope to bring an item to City Council in the next month or two, looking at the long-term needs for this, more of a cost-benefit analysis, as this is going to be an expensive fix, and we've had to dedicate about $3.7 million this year for this project to advance these critical improvements. Parking lot structure C, we have been working on this in phases to keep this advanced. We actually pulled out a couple phases early to advance this while we worked on finalizing the structural repair details. This all came out of a 2021 structural report for high priority repairs that need to be done to the facility. Later on this evening, we'll discuss a contract award to bring in that contractor. We've worked on roof repair that allowed us to then do the abatement of the elevator, and we've brought in a separate elevator contractor that will be doing the full refurbishment of that that's on target for the summer. In the meanwhile, the structural repairs we're targeting for work to begin in the fall after the busy summer season. But these are critical structural repairs to the facility. Our Hermosa Avenue Green Streets project, this project was created in partnership with our watershed group with neighboring cities. It is led by the city of Torrance to help address some of our stormwater quality needs. They would install permeable gutters, permeable pavement in the gutters, as well as about almost 40 trees in the medians. This is on the southern end of Hermosa Avenue and some of the adjacent streets. So this would be a required project through that program. City of Torrance has advertised the project, and they would lead the construction. And we are currently working on coordinating a potential start date for that work. Our Kelly Courts project, on April, Council directed staff to re-advertise this project. This project has been fully designed. It would be going back out to bid to restore four pickleball courts and updates to the tennis court and our basketball court, including all resurfacing, new mesh fencing, and updating lighting to current standards, as well as all dimensional requirements. So that would be re-advertised in the coming weeks and then brought back to council for consideration of award at that time. Our Parking Lot D project, which we did bring through advertisement, ultimately this project was put on hold after we did reject bids, and so I'll discuss that a little bit further in the presentation as we are looking for some direction from City Council. We are working in very close partnership with police, the city manager's office on the real-time crime center. Our department was able, the police department was able to obtain also $1 million in federal funding. There is a hard deadline, spend date of March of 2026. So the city team has been pushing this. We've already, through council's initial authorization to purchase some of the computer equipment, but there's other elements that we're continuing to work on, including security cameras and software integration. But this remains a priority. Once again, this is one of these projects that is really tied to grant and the timeline that comes with that. Speaker earlier this evening mentioned our civic facilities conditions needs assessment. Those have included tours of the facilities, a community meeting, and the ongoing civic advisory group meetings, subject to further input from council. Our PCH Aviation Mobility Improvement Project, this one has been on the books for some time, and I want to just spend a minute going through the scope of work on this project. The scope of work originated from a 2014 master plan report that was looked at aviation and PCH on a more conceptual level. Ultimately, that went in what we call a project study report to Caltrans, which is the next step in the process. PCH would include pedestrian and vehicle safety along PCH for almost its entirety within city limits, from Gerondo all the way up to Artesia, and also looking at roadway safety improvements, including potential bike accommodations on Aviation Boulevard, as envisioned in the 2014 study. We've been working with Caltrans in Metro for a number of years now, where Metro is the lead agency assisting the city. And we have already secured funds through the Measure M program through the South Bay COG. A portion of that funding is secured. However, we're actively working through a grant application process with the COG to secure an additional $3 million. I have just learned this week that the COG board has given us initial approval on this request, subject to further input from the Metro board. So those funds wouldn't potentially become available if we are awarded until early in 2026. That would allow us to proceed with the P, A, and ED phase. This is the conceptual design and environmental assessment for this project, the next phase. So there will be community engagement opportunities and opportunities in front of City Council as this project gets more fleshed out and we get this project to the next step. But this would be a very big project, likely in excess of $16 million to do the construction. I think one of the core elements that we're looking at is enhancing sidewalk condition, which is largely impacted by the utility poles on the northeast side of PCH, north of Aviation Boulevard. Our CIP 102-193, our ped safety and bus stop, this project phase 1 was completed about a year and a half ago, where we installed rectangular rapid flashing beacons at 10 locations throughout the city, as well as updated striping and markings. Phase 2 is looking at the larger improvements, so curb extensions, median extensions, adjustments to parking to enhance sight lines, and more larger civil improvements. We also submitted an application to the South Bay COG and have received preliminary approval through the COG board, but it's also subject to the Metro board to approve the design funds. Should those funds become available, this project, just like PCH, would potentially be eligible to begin in early 2026 because we are looking to supplement this project with some outside funding. And this would only fund the initial design and environmental phase. As that continues through the preliminary conceptual process, we would then reapply for additional Measure M money to help fund any potential improvements into construction. Our tsunami siren, there was a grant that staff had obtained from Cal OES a few years ago that looked at installing a tsunami siren linked to the Beals system at the community center. Is our understanding now that the Beals system is delayed from the county, and so there's no real good information on when that system would become available. And we've also looked at the community center, whether that is a good location or not, or the most appropriate location for this siren. And I want to be clear that the grant that we received was only about $75,000 to do preliminary assessment, and the installation of a Beals siren at the community center would have likely been in excess of $300,000 or $400,000, so funding that was never secured. But ultimately, all relying on the county to help us roll out the Beals system. In lieu of that project, as it has been stalled, we are proposing $160,000 to install 3 sirens separate from the Beals system. The equipment itself is about $60,000, plus there's a one-time setup fee of about $29,000 for the communications necessary for these 3 sirens to detect and then communicate a potential tsunami, with the remainder being the budget for the installation of this equipment, likely at the 3 restroom locations, or two at restroom locations and 1 potentially at the lifeguard headquarters in coordination with the county. So we're looking at delivering something that's cheap, a little bit more cost-effective, closer to the beach where it would have a greater impact and would be able to broadcast an audible noise across the beach and most of the tsunami impact area, and also in a much expedited timeline than the Beals system, as it's really unknown when that's going to come. We're also working on, we're proposing to make some changes to CIP 113. Originally, our pay-by app, which has been deployed at most of our public parking lots downtown. Staff is working to expand the pay-by app at more meter locations throughout the city. However, what CIP 113 is proposed to do for next year, with a budget of approximately $300,000, is work towards the first phase of replacing the aging meter heads in post and replacing those with a multimeter. To do this, we're looking at about every 17 meters would require 1 new multimeter, but each of these signposts does carry necessary enforcement regulatory signage, so we would have to develop a new signing plan to be able to hopefully reduce the number of poles that we have and update them to something a little bit more aesthetically pleasing, as many of them are currently in poor condition. Overall, if we were to deploy this citywide at all locations, we do think that there would be a significant cost savings because of the monthly fees associated with our electric meters versus what the multimeter space would do. But we're looking to do a first early phase deployment, as there are a number of things that we do need to work out, especially with yellow cap meters and how does that work with the signage and the multimeter spaces. And we would target likely Pier Avenue and Lot D as phase 1, and with other locations in future years subject to further funding. One of the projects that we did create at mid-year and staff has been actively working on is Base 3. This is for our CSOs currently, were primarily housed out of this location. Since we did have an electrical fire there, they have been relocated to our Emergency Operations Center temporarily. There is a number of electrical updates that do need to be required. We have to update the service connection. Staff has been expediting the design of this in coordination with our Building and Safety Department, and we are looking to, now that funds were made available at mid-year, we are hoping to advertise these hopefully by the end of the month and get these improvements completed so that we can move staff back into that building out of the temporary location that they're in now. Similarly, we also had another urgent issue. Our community center gas service had a leak that was completely undetectable. We spent a long time searching for the leak. We brought in multiple experts, SoCal Gas, and ultimately shut the service off. It was under the building and not at a location that could easily be repaired. So we've brought in a designer and we're working on bringing in a new gas service connection so that we can restore heating in this facility as quickly as we can. This is also expedited design. Funds were made available at mid-year, looking to go out for advertisement at the end of the month. As we look ahead to the upcoming year, we have 8 projects proposed. As I said, we had limited number of funds available, and we had to look at what was the highest priority projects in need and what we could spend with the available funds that we had. Paving, as I noted, remains a very high priority. We completed a pavement condition index report that looks at road segments throughout the city. This is done every 3 years to help us prioritize, along with coordination with other planned infrastructure improvements like sewer improvements or other known utility work to help us select where improvements need to be. What I'm going to be very open about is that while we are actively delivering a very large paving project and have completed a big one the year before, our pavement condition index is still declining. We're not spending enough on paving. And so we'll talk about that a little bit further in my presentation. We do need to increase spending limits on paving in order to maintain PCI. At the current level, we'd have to spend about $3.1 million construction in the ground. That doesn't include design, that doesn't include sidewalk improvements. This is pure paving dollars. We are proposing $3.4 million for a paving project. And to also help supplement the need for paving, we're proposing a slurry seal program, something the city has not done in years, and we are looking to bring back on a more regular basis. Slurry seal is something that can be done to help keep roadways in the good to excellent condition. Once they degrade to that poor condition or fair condition, we're looking at a more expensive treatment. So over the long term, one might say, why are we doing something on roads that look good? This is to preserve it and extend the life so that we reduce the long-term life cycle costs going forward. So we are proposing about $500,000, which would actually slurry a substantial amount of roadways throughout the city. We've actively been working with the Greenwich Village Undergrounding North District. This is a utility assessment district that was formed several years ago. Our team has been working hard with the district in Edison to complete the design. The project is now out for advertisement. Bids are due next Thursday. We are looking to program this as part of the CIP as staff is overseeing the bidding and construction oversight. The project would be funded through the district. Another project that staff is recommending that City Council consider in advance is community center windows. The windows in the building are in very poor condition and represent a safety and security issue for that facility. You may remember I believe in the fall of last year, our community development director at the time did bring an item forward for the louvered, the tilt windows, seeking a historic exemption for those windows. As we have been working actively on trying to come up with a solution of how to address this issue. But ultimately, not beyond the louvered windows, all of the windows are in very bad shape in the building and do need to be addressed urgently. The city, it does respond to very large number of work orders addressing issues with these windows, some panels slipping out or falling out, so they do represent an ongoing challenge. We're proposing a budget of $300,000 to initiate design only so that we can clarify the scope of work. There is a historic component, so we would need to bring in the expertise to find a suitable window treatment for that facility, and then help flesh out what the construction costs would be. So we would return to City Council once we have a construction budget identified. At this time, we don't have that identified because there's work to do to get to that point. We are continuing with our annual sidewalk improvement program. There were some carryover funds that we're looking to reallocate for a new sidewalk project this year, CIP 115. This would address high priority safety issues, potential trip hazards, damaged sidewalk or other ADA issues on sidewalks or curb ramps throughout the city. There are a couple pedestrian crossing improvements that we have been eyeing on Ardmore at 25th Street and Longfellow, where we have had a number of requests to enhance crossing conditions across Ardmore to the Greenbelt, and we would be looking at establishing crosswalks supplemented with rectangular rapid flashing beacons at those two locations, as well as the associated accessible ramps that would be required at either end of the crossing. As I noted earlier, we do get an annual allocation of community development block grant funds. It's only about $70,000 or $80,000 each year, and we do have to spend these on a 2-year cycle. This year, we do need to be in construction by February of '26 to keep those funds before they lapse. And these would target priority curb ramps and sidewalks that help advance accessibility on those sidewalk locations. Parking lot C, as I noted earlier, later on tonight, we have an item for council to consider award of a contract for phase 1 high priority structural repairs. In 2021, there was a series of repairs, low, medium, and high, that were identified. At the time, we only had enough funding to advance the elevator and the high priority repairs in Lot C. We are proposing to create a phase 2 that would address the remaining structural repairs in the facility, as well as a full painting of the building once all the structural repairs are completed. I will note staff had trouble identifying sufficient funds to fund this entirely, so we're seeking about $250,000 now to complete the design of phase 2 and help us refine the cost estimate for construction. However, I anticipate that staff will come forward and seek an additional $150,000 to $250,000 to complete the work on this project. Once again, this was a function of trying to identify what funds were critical for the upcoming fiscal years. There were a number of critical priorities, but also allowing us to advance design phases of other priority projects. So not all projects in the CIP are fully funded. We are proposing a new playground update. Time of the budget discussions last year, budget study session and adoption, council did request that staff come back this year at time of budget discussions to consider updated playground equipment with shade elements to enhance the shade at our current playgrounds. What we are looking to do is at Valley Park would be a complete removal of the 2 to 5 year old structure. That's a structure that's eligible for the youngest children, 2 to 5. That would be replaced with a new structure with an integrated shade sail. And then we'll also be doing updates to the larger 5 to 12 year old structure. There are a number of park components that are still available that we can switch on this equipment and then actually install a new integrated shade to update that structure further, as well as a new rubberized mat. We're also looking at Seaview Park to replace one of the structures there with a new structure with integrated shade sail and rubberized mat, which is the new standard versus sand. And then also rubberized mat repair at one of the play areas in South Park. We have found a cooperative purchase agreement that would allow us to do this in a much more expedited, streamlined process that would eliminate the longer design phase that would have to happen. And so these would potentially fund those improvements, should be should be approved if approved by council. As I said, we did have a number of considerations. There is a lot of need, and so staff did the best job that we could to try to allocate the limited funds that we have. The good news is that we did provide some good contingencies in the projects we had that currently went out to bid in the last year, and we got some good pricing that came in, even though we've been seeing costs generally go up. But this did allow us to release about $3.2 million. This was also allowed, enhanced by some of the outside grant funding that helped us release those funds to make it available this year. But there is significant need this year. Paving and the pier are going to take up a substantial amount of the funding needs next year and in the coming years. With all this of what we're proposing, there do remain significant unfunded needs. I'm going to put these in a couple different categories. So, as I noted earlier, there are projects currently programmed that are not fully funded. So Lot C Phase 2 being one of them, and some of the other projects where we might only have design money set up, but we need to return for construction funds. Also taking into account recurring projects, things like we know we need to pave every year, $3.1 million per year. So looking at the next 5 years, both recurring projects and unfunded needs for current projects, we're looking at about $60 million over the next 5 years of unfunded need. There are also a number of projects listed in our 5-year beyond that are not programmed. These are deferred and unfunded projects. Some projects that we have moved off the CIP, other ones that we have identified over the last few years that are potential projects, but funding has not yet been identified. This is anywhere between $30 and $160 million in total, and these are just of known unfunded or deferred projects. As we look at priorities, I hear a lot of questions about how do we look at priorities, and so one is safety needs that we have to do. Other critical deferred maintenance needs, if we don't spend now, the cost could potentially go up in providing critical services to the community. These are our roads and our utilities and maintaining the facilities that serve the community. There are other requirements, funding deadlines, like our CDBG funds or federal funding that is paying for the Real-Time Crime Center and so on. Other regulatory requirements like our storm drains or commitments we have with other partner agencies to complete projects, as well as general city council priorities that come up through the year. In the packet, we have a detailed tentative schedule, and I'll say this is a tentative schedule based on projected time it will take to complete these projects based on workload and how long it will take to complete, and is subject to change based on actual staffing levels or other priorities that pop up through the year. For example, Base 3 or community center gas, things that are unexpected through the year. But what this does is try to help council and the community understand the priorities for what can be accomplished in a year. With 38 projects in the CIP, we cannot complete all 38 in 1 year. It's not possible, and many of these projects do take more than 1 year to complete, and that's if we started now. But this is a projected timeline, and so on the right-hand side, we have how many total labor hours are needed by our engineering team to deliver this, and that's balanced by our capacity that's shown on the bottom. What I'll say is that this schedule is packed. We are stretched thin for the next 2 years with all the projects that we have in there, and these are sequenced to the last hour of every month. And so they're all, each one's almost dependent on the next one. And we do our best to try to plan when these projects are going to be delivered to try to minimize impacts to the community. But some of these impacts can be unavoidable, or if we move it, would potentially shift the schedule of other projects. So that's a consideration to keep in mind, because what we're really looking at in the color codes here are the green is our design, the orange is our bidding, the purple is the construction, and we're really looking at that construction band of when things are going to hit. Our team can't manage construction of 38 projects simultaneously, and so we do try to sequence these so that we'll always have something in planning and design, something in bidding phase, and then construction coming out so that everything's not in construction at once. But you'll see there's a lot of purple that overlaps, so there will be simultaneous projects under construction, and we'll do our best to try to schedule these around sensitive times in the community to minimize the impact. This is the first set of projects, And you can see many of these carry over into FY 26-27. So what I do emphasize is the focus of what projects can we deliver and work on in the next fiscal year versus those that we simply cannot start until the following year, because we really cannot start them all in one year. We have to prioritize them, and I think this is what we do in the priorities. And these priorities do shift each year. So we have attached in the packet the list from last year, and there are adjustments. And so when we do look at what our projected completion rate was of the prior year, these do change based on new needs. For example, Base 3, Community Center, gas were not known last year. And the urgent need to address pier structural repairs has now come to our attention that this is much more urgent than we had even known last year. So this does shift all the priorities in the CIP, and this will change year over year. So in addition to looking at general sequencing in the proposed projects that we have 5 other items that we are looking for additional consideration or special consideration by City Council. The first, parking lot D. The project is currently on hold. We had completed the design. We did advertise this several months ago. We unfortunately only received one bid when it went out for advertisement. We did receive some feedback that the bidders were simply busy at the time. They had hoped for more time to be able to provide bids, but nonetheless, the bid was rejected and ultimately is currently on pause. Now the design is complete. We have 2 outside grants. We were able to get a significant time extension for our Coastal Conservancy grant, which has bought us more time. However, our Measure W fund money is set to lapse in June of 26, subject to any further extensions. We could possibly seek a further extension, but we would need justification with that board to do so. So we have 5 different options, and these are just the 5 that staff has come up with for council to consider. One would be re-advertise as designed. One critical advantage of this is that we would be leveraging stormwater monies through our current grants and our currently local return stormwater money to do paving and beautification. And so normally these monies would all have to be dedicated to stormwater only, but because of the grants we have, we could achieve those elements with the money that we have. But this would be subject to receiving a bid, and we still need to obtain a permit from the California Coastal Commission. That has also been put on pause, but we could potentially, we would need to obtain that permit. Once that's obtained, we could go back out for advertisement, and then ultimately, City Council would have the decision to approve or reject at that time. A second option would be to reduce the scope of work in the project. And this is minor modification, not a significant modification to the scope, but for example, remove solar panels. A small component of the project, staff would then go back to both granting agencies for approval, because we would need approval from both to determine if they would allow us to make a minor scope mod to reduce the overall cost. However, they may require that we reduce the funding levels commensurate with the reduction in scope. That would be up to those boards to decide. So we don't know the outcome of that or if they would approve it, but there is potential that could be something that could bring in a lower construction cost. But we would have to do design revisions that would carry a cost to do that work. A third option would be completely defund the project we have and forego the grants we have. And then in a future project, come back and do a full update, paving, landscaping, irrigation, and bring the lot up to current ADA compliance. One of the major expensive elements with Lot D was to build the switchback ramp that would bring that lot up to full compliance per the needs in the city's transition plan. But those costs are anywhere between $800,000 and $900,000. It would need to likely use general fund, as we would no longer be able to leverage the stormwater funding that we currently have for the project. A fourth option would be defund and do a significantly stripped down version, forego the ADA improvements, but the project would need to live on our ADA transition plan and be addressed at a future time. This would update the paving, landscaping, irrigation, but not the ADA improvements. But this is still likely to cost $350,000, and funding would need to be identified. It would not be able to leverage stormwater funds. A fifth option would be to reconsider the parking structure alternative. Once again, this would be tied to loss of current grant funds unless other grant funding could be obtained, but it would likely be a new application at that point and a new design. The cost for this is really anywhere between $2.5 to $3.5 million, and funding would have to be identified. This is part of a new CIP. So those are the 5 different options that we've laid out for this project. There are a few other topics that I'm going to go through, and then we can come back for questions on all of them. Number 2, the city yard. At the last 2 study sessions and budget discussions, there has been some desire from the city council for staff to pursue a alternative delivery model for design and construction, primarily a design build method, that versus the traditional design bid build. And I'll talk about those a little bit more. One thing I'd like to emphasize is that we currently only have about $2.5 million reserved in funding for this project. It is not fully funded. To demolish do demo on the site, environmental remediation, design and construction of new facilities on this is likely in the order of magnitude of 15 to 20 million for all costs included. These are very rough order of magnitude costs without a fully defined program or design in hand, but new construction is expensive. So I want to be clear that regardless of whatever delivery model we choose, we do need to identify construction funding for this project. But the good news is we do have funding to be able to kick this project off, advance some of the preliminary design and environmental studies that need to be completed. But these are really our 2 models. The traditional method, we hire an architect, they design it, we hire them through a qualifications-based selection, but then we advertise it and it goes to the low bidder, qualified bidder. The benefit for that is that you get the low bid. And so the hope is that we get the lowest cost driven through the market for that process. The other option would be what we call progressive design build, where we bring in a team that includes both the designer and the contractor that are awarded on a qualifications-based selection and not on the lowest cost, with the goal of trying to reduce risk transfer for when we go out to construction through the traditional model, but then also driving that qualifications-based selection. So 2 different methods with 2 different goals. So a number of pros and cons with these, and I don't know if I'll go through all of them, but really the primary reason for going with the progressive design build is if you want to go with a qualification-based selection. However, I will say that the design build will not necessarily guarantee a lower price, but it could shift some of the risk over to the contractor as we would at least have a better understanding of the cost. I think some of the challenges with the traditional model is that we don't really truly know the cost until the market bears a bid on the project, and ultimately revisions that are found in the field are change orders that are owned by the city. And so some of the benefit of the design build is that while costs could potentially be higher, there is the potential that there could be some innovation between the builder and the designer, is they may be able to identify methods to deliver a more efficient project or phase the project in a better way that might not have been realized through a traditional design, bid, and build delivery method. So there's definitely pros and cons with each one. So considerations, again, there are a lot of challenges on the site. There is environmental work that needs to be done. We have preliminary studies that were completed, but they're dated. They're 5, 10, 15 years old, depending on what was completed. The site was used as a landfill in the early to mid-1900s, so there is remediation that needs to be completed. We do have to update those studies and determine what has to be abated, both in the buildings and under the buildings, and that'll have to be done in coordination with our designer, but ultimately the site would need some cleanup, either capping or soil removal, as well as abatement of the buildings before construction could begin. So the remediation in the building, and then we do have to really develop what the design program is. We know we want a new yard, but how big? How many bays, how many parking spaces? We have to understand more of the function of the yard with the various contractors that are in there, storage requirements. We do have off-site storage needs. We have, on 4th Street, we have an irrigation shop. Over near Fort Lots of Fun, we also have an electric storage facility over there. So there's a lot of off-site storage that happens outside the yard. So we do need to look at the operations, refine what that program is, regardless of whatever delivery method we do. That can be done through a traditional model, or it could also be done through some preliminary design with an architect, should we decide to go the design-build method. But ultimately, we have to refine what the program is, which will also help drive the ultimate cost for that project. I've sketched together to compare the different sequencing of how either method would do. So on the top is your traditional delivery model with yellow being the various requests for qualifications that we'd put out, with green being kind of the busy work of the design, orange is our construction bidding, and then the purple is the actual work on the site, whether it's environmental cleanup or construction. And you'll see that under either method, there's a number of contracts that we would have to go through to bring the qualified team to advance this. And I think the one benefit of the design build is there is potential time savings, because you do get some overlap between the design and the construction, where they might be able to advance some tasks a little bit earlier and in greater coordination. It does eliminate one of the bidding periods. However, that amount is likely to be small and would depend on our ability to secure financing before we get to a final design package and contract award, and would also be contingent on our ability to make decisions quickly to be able to take advantage fully of the design-build model, which will have a time commitments to make decisions and advance the project quickly. So really, it's going to be a function of a few things. What are our priorities? Is it schedule? Do we want the fastest model? Are we looking for more control? Do we want more control on the design, or are we looking for more control on the risk? If we're looking for more control in the design, then the traditional model is likely to be a better fit. If we're looking to go the fast as we can, transfer as much risk as we can, then the design-build model might be but we'll have to move quickly, secure financing, and make decisions fast. Ultimately, we do have to find that financing no matter which route we go. There could be better cost-effective management of a progressive design build, but ultimately it really doesn't guarantee the lowest price. So the next steps would be, with input from the council on which way to go. Either method, staff is recommending that we bring in what we call either an owner's advisor or an owner's representative that would help advance the project through this process, help the city with the various solicitations, selection, in overseeing the schedule, in advising the city. We want to bring in an experienced owner's rep with either delivery model that can really help advance this project once and for all and move it on the timeline that it deserves. Separately, regardless of the model we do, if we go the traditional method, it would be bringing an architect and the environmental team to do the environmental studies in that preliminary programming. That would happen under either method. And then ultimately getting the environmental cleanup before heading into any type of actual construction on that site. Item 3 out of 5. So we're getting near the end. Thank you for everyone's patience as we go through a lot. There's a lot of topics tonight, so I'm happy to answer a lot of questions. On April 8th, Council did request staff to come back with an item to discuss potential use or reuse of the storage lot. The city owns and leases the adjacent storage lot. We do collect revenue from that facility, but there was discussion about what could potentially be done there. And so in the agenda packet, we've included one option, and this is really just one option, what could be there versus the current lease arrangement that we have there, would be to demolish the building and replace it with surface parking lot that would then be metered, with the goal of driving revenue into the city. And so once again, just an option, not a recommendation. But what this has really done is to illustrate how many spaces it would create and what type of revenue could be created. So to demolish the building, to build the lot and the necessary lighting that would have to go with it, this is about a $2 million project to complete. Not currently funded, we'd have to design it, permit it, and construct it. It would likely require Coastal Commission approval, Planning Commission approval, and then we have to advertise and bring in a qualified contractor. We do think that we could increase parking supply by about 130 spaces for 155 total. This is approximate, once again. But there are some other considerations beyond the permitting. Staff did identify that the spaces in City Hall lot and in the storage lot are subject to the city's coastal permit for what we call free remote parking. The city is required to maintain a certain number of spaces at dedicated locations or predefined locations. So any change in rate structure or hours at this location would also require that Coastal Commission approval and potential identification of other free remote parking to replace this parking should it be considered for meters. Overall, based on the current revenue that we have, it would take about 9 to 12 years to pay off this lot. So that's including all the demo and projected future revenue based on current meter rates, and would depend really on the actual usage of those meters. So once again, one option for consideration. Number 4 of 5, I'm gonna keep hitting on paving tonight. So this chart shows what we've been spending every year on paving going all the way back to 2000. So looking at a 25-year period, and you'll see we are trending higher. Largely, costs do go up over time, and we're looking at about 3.5, close to 4 million that we're proposing for next year. We're in construction with a very large project, but going back to what the recommendation was, just to maintain our PCI, current level citywide, we have to spend 3.1 million in the ground. No design, no sidewalk improvements. This is pure paving dollars. We have not been achieving that over time. We are getting better, we're getting closer. But one thing I want to point out is even with the 3.7 that we have proposed with 2 projects next year, we won't be able to construct both next fiscal year. I think we can advance a slurry project. The design is quick, construction's fairly quick. We could complete a design of a paving project, but the construction won't hit till the following year, which means our average is going to come down by about 1/2, which means that we even with the level that we are proposing, we will not hit our target, which means PCI will continue to degrade. We've put in every penny we could find for paving next year. So it's really a consideration of council to look at the priorities across the board and where we've allocated funds. If, in order to find additional funds, there are a few places where it can come from, either a reserve account or looking at defunding other projects, deprioritizing and increasing the funding level if we want to achieve a higher level of paving. But I want to be very transparent at the current levels. We are not going to be maintaining the current level. We're either going to be treading water or sinking with the current projected spend. CIP 692, 14th Street restroom. I know this one has been in the books for a very long time. This project was originally part of design when the 2nd and 22nd Street restrooms were designed and constructed many years ago. And ultimately was pulled out of that project because bids came in very high at the time, and a new CIP was created in 2018. It has been in the books for many years for looking at a potential rebuild of that facility. Around the time of COVID, this facility was completely shut down, and staff had received a number of requests to reopen the facility. Our Public Works team in, I think it was 2022 summer, were able to do a number of improvements to the sewer lift station in that facility to get it back online. We did some minor repainting, and we were able to reopen it 12 months a year, which it had previously been, I think, on a more limited term basis opening. So we've been able to restore its usage. About a month and a half ago, we also put a secondary pump system in there for redundancy, so we have some peace of mind for the sewer system that's there. One thing that I want to keep in mind is that we have, with a number of competing priorities, we have not been able to advance this project. And while we are able to pull it a little bit earlier in the timeline on the tentative schedule, it still would not begin planning or design until the following fiscal year. So we're still looking at 2 years away. And the other thing is it's underfunded. Right now, we only have partial funding for design, and we don't have construction funds because of other competing priorities. So what we are proposing is instead to supplement a $75,000 supplemental line item through our maintenance budget. This would be a proposal for the upcoming budget for consideration by council, and instead allow our maintenance and operation team to work with engineering to expedite urgent maintenance improvements to this facility. For example, the windows have rusted out and have been boarded up for years, so there's no airflow in this building. We could buy new windows, replace the windows. There's missing urinals and sinks. There's doors with holes in it. There's damage to the partition walls between stalls. It's in need of painting, roof repairs, and CMU block wall repairs. These are all things now with updated procurement. We could bring in masonry contractor, roofing contractor, and a lot of this work could be completed by our own maintenance team that I think would really beautify the facility. What I would recommend is allow us to do this work and then revisit the scope of CIP 692 once we're completed and determine whether we still want to proceed with a much more substantial construction that would take 2 years and much more additional funding to advance. So takeaways, I'm wrapping up here. I'm near the end of the long presentation, so thank you. We have really knocked out a lot of projects, and we have a lot more to do. We are laser focused on project delivery and doing our best to address the urgent needs as they come up through the year. And there's going to continue to be surprises that will impact our tentative delivery of projects, but some of these can't be planned for. So very heavy workload over the next couple of years, and our funding does remain heavily constrained. And as I showed earlier in the night, even though we're spending at a much higher rate, funding is limited, but our budget is growing because we're seeing more complex repairs that are needed, more complex projects ahead of us as we move into the future. So tonight, I think one thing that I would like, we were asking City Council to consider is that there is direction on a number of things that we need. Number one being the overall sequencing in the funding allocations that we've given. So this is really that colorful chart of where we've proposed to dedicate our limited resources in the next year to deliver critical projects for the city. And then the next 5 bullets are those 5 items that we talked about. How to proceed on Lot D, what's the best delivery method for the corporate yard so that we can advance. That's slated to begin very soon, but we need to know which path we're going to go down. Further input on the storage lot reuse. Is this an option we want to consider further or table this for future discussion at another time? Funding for paving remains critical. We are not meeting our needs, but staff is unable to find additional funding to really do what is needed to maintain that level without taking funds away from other projects. And so that's where we need guidance from City Council to help staff determine, is this the level we want to stay at, or do we want to redirect funds from other places? And then ultimately the 14th Street restroom. So that concludes my presentation tonight. I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Joe, for that extensive report. I know this was a lot of work and very difficult to cover everything in such great detail. So I would like to move on to council questions right now. So anyone want to go first, or shall we just start on the right side? Would you like to start?
Me?
You want to start?
Sure, I'll start in. On the Lot D, we've had a lot of choices and discussions regarding Lot D. There's one option that wasn't listed, and that's do nothing. correct? Lot D,
So-
just do nothing.
That would be a new option 6, but that is an option. However, staff does need to get back to the granting agency, so we have some time with the California Coastal Conservancy. However, we do need to get back to the Measure W agency because those funds are going to lapse in June of '26. So there's do nothing, but we need direction on whether we're going to forgo those funds or seek extensions. So
Well, we've already lost some funding because we stopped this earlier in the process when we were ready to go out to bid on it.
Councilman Francois?
Yes.
I'm sorry. I just want to point out the fact that we're just asking questions of staff at this point. We will have a time for discussion afterward.
Okay.
So just questions
Okay,
first.
so thank you. Thank you. On option 4, that's $400,000, 355. There's no outside funding for that, correct?
That's correct. The only place where there's outside funding at this time is option 1 with the current project, or option 2, subject to approval from both granting agencies to reduce scope of work. So those are the only 2 options currently that have funding.
So with option 2, we still have a chance of getting, is it $800,000? A chance of getting $800,000 towards that project? Is that correct?
Potentially.
Potentially, but we don't know. We'd have to go back and figure out whether we would get $800,000.
That's correct.
And how much more would we be spending in addition to the 800 to do a revised option for number 2?
So right now, there's about 1.8 million in the CIP fund. So about half of that balance is grant, and the other half is local stormwater funds. So we have local storm drain money in our 161 account, and then we also have local discretionary Measure W funds, but all tied to stormwater usage. So half local, half grant.
Okay, but if we use the stormwater fund drains and all that, what would be taking out of our pocket to complete option 2?
So option 2 would not require out-of-pocket. It would all be utilizing the current funding we have. However, we would need to revisit, we would need to do additional design to reduce the scope before it's re-advertised. So there's potential that we could complete it within the current budget, but it would really depend on how much scope we're able to reduce and what does the market bear for bids for the project.
Okay, and then just getting back to this option of do nothing, I guess I was starting out with that premise. Option 4, we can spend 350, and that takes care of any possible future maintenance. If we do nothing, you're saying that there will be ongoing maintenance to keep it up if we do nothing on that lot?
Right. In option 4 could be something that it doesn't have to necessarily happen in the next year, but that envisions a scenario where we're really just going back and paving when the time comes and maybe doing some minor landscape updates, but nothing comprehensive. But really, that's about it. And those are not urgent, but would really kind of depend on council prioritizing when that needs to happen. And we would have to identify funding to do that.
Okay, and you're looking for some type of direction regarding Lot D going forward after we hear from the public?
That is correct.
Okay, on the storage lot reuse, we currently take in $270,000 annually in a lease from the storage lot, correct?
That is correct. We're nearing the end of the 5-year lease, but the annual revenue is just shy of $270,000.
So that's like $2.7 million over the course of 10 years. Is it possible that we could really get a lot more out of that rent, whether it's reused or renegotiated? Does that seem kind of low in current value, or what would be the... I'm just wondering, are we getting the most out of that? Or is it possible we could get a lot more income from that?
I don't know if our Administrative Services Director, Brandon Walker, would like to speak to that. Thank you.
Councilmember, so we get about $270,000 annually right now. So that's only gone up. It's a 5-year lease. It's only gone up by CPI the last 5 years. So the market as is and property values, I would say it's a safe bet to assume we get more. We would get more if we renegotiated. How much more is yet to be determined. So the current lease expires at the end of June, this June. So we're currently beginning negotiations with the current tenant. So once we get a proposal or an update of what a potential extension would look like, we'll come right to council. But I'm assuming we would obviously get more, but how much more is to be determined.
So that's the 1st of June, but we're right here in May, so.
June 30th it expires, June
Excuse me?
30th, end of June.
End of June,
End of
and we're
June.
right here now, mid-May, so, okay. I mean, potentially it would be higher than 270,000. 350, I don't know, 400, that would be 4 million in the course of 10 years. So we're foregoing, the potential is foregoing that income to tear it down and make a parking lot and invest what amounts to $2 million to put meters in, create spaces, put a parking lot in, getting Coastal Commission approval, which we're sketchy on because we're required to provide free parking, which we currently have there. And do we have any parking studies to show that parking is is the demand for parking there? Because basically the neighborhoods have free parking. If you go east on the other side, there isn't even residential parking. We have free parking on Valley and Ardmore. So I'm just wondering about the demand for people to pay to park. If we were to do all this, we're risking, what are we risking as far as being able to bring that income in?
So we don't have any detailed parking studies. There are times that parking can be quite full, particularly during the day or when there are events at a community center. So there are periods when parking is in demand. You're right that there is free adjacent parking. So that will always be in competition with the convenience of parking in a metered lot. So that would be something to be determined. I think there's opportunity cost for consideration as well for the site, and I think that's really a decision for council about what the goals are. Is this more to create immediate additional parking supply, bring in revenue long-term, or are there other needs within that payback period that we might want that space for other uses, or just continue leasing it and subject to renegotiated terms? And so there are definitely pros and cons and considerations with all of it. In terms of the free remote parking, staff has some ideas on how to replace the free remote parking, but it will ultimately be a discussion with the Coastal Commission and subject to their approval.
And is the assumption, if we do this type of revitalization and reuse of the storage lot, is that it kind of, we're excluding it from part of the bigger facilities expansion, or is the idea that you do it now in the near term and then we would still excavate it and build something else there in the future, because it is a potential property we have available, for example, for a new police station or additional annex of other city offices aside from our existing city hall. I'm just wondering how that all plays into this.
I think it's really going to come down to that opportunity cost that council will have to consider as we're weighing out those options. So yes, I think it really just all depends on what is the timeline for those types of projects to go forward, and defining the needs and whether or not this is a piece of that puzzle that would require that swing space. But it's a consideration. If it's not likely to happen in the 9 to 12 year window, then maybe it makes more sense. Or if the city just desires to create parking because we want more parking, then maybe we don't worry about the return on investment. But I think it's just an option that's being presented, but I think council ultimately have to decide.
Thank you. Regarding the 14th Street, I know that I've been pushing forever to try to get something done on the 14th Street bathrooms on the beach, because it's deplorable condition to think that the tourists come to our beach and they have to go to such horrible facilities. And it's been so expensive, and the project's just been pushed forward and forward and forward, and not to ever begin. So I'm thankful that that you've taken the initiative to find a better solution that can make all the necessary cosmetic changes we can make to that building without going any further into really renovation full-blown. So I thank you for providing that. I think that's a great idea, and I appreciate that. And those are all the. Oh yeah, I have a question on the playground. Playground renovations. You have an estimate of $450,000 for those playground improvements, and am I assuming that we do have the ability to get outside grant funding for a portion of that, or what is the ability to be able to get funding for the playground?
We are actively looking at a couple different programs. I believe our community resources team already did apply for one grant. There's another grant program that we're also applying for, but what I will caution is they're all highly competitive, and there's no guarantee that we'll get it, but fingers crossed, and we're hopeful. I think all we can do is try to find the funds, but there's no guarantee.
And is it possible we could improve the playground with really good equipment and pay significant less than $450,000? It seems kind of high for what we have going on there, and I'm just wondering.
Unfortunately, this is the going rate for playground equipment. And so what we are trying to do in a cost-effective manner, so for example, at Valley, one of the structures actually is newer, and you can still get replacement parts. And so part of the proposal is to actually swap out a number of the parts that need to be replaced. If you go out there today, I think we have plywood covering one of the slides, and there's caution tape. But those are parts that we can get, and we do regularly order parts, but there's a number of new parts that we need. The older structure is beyond repair and not readily available to get replacement parts. So that's why we're looking at doing a full replacement of some of the structures.
Okay, I'm just wondering if, for example, we replace these playground equipment that you've recommended, but, for example, we don't have the shade portion there anymore. Would that reduce the costs?
So the integrated shade sails that are in there, they don't add significant costs. We did actually talk to the vendor about if we bought just the updates in the equipment without it, it would only shave off about $40,000 from the overall cost.
Does that mean that you could shave off $40,000, the updated equipment would have the ability to add shade back for $40,000 more later? Is that what that means? In other words, the updated equipment would have the ability to add the shade to it if we wanted to?
Potentially. I don't know what the complications would be, how readily it accepts the equipment. I believe it could be amended later, but I don't know for sure.
Okay, or plant some trees? I don't know. Anyway, okay, thanks. That's all I have.
Thank you. Before we continue too much farther, regardless of the needs assessment and the repair things that need to be done here, the deferred maintenance in this building, I was wondering if the city, obviously the air conditioning seems to be working pretty good right now. Is everybody else freezing to death in here? Okay, thank you. So could the staff somehow find the thermostat and turn it down or turn it off or something? I appreciate it. Thank you very much. All right, back to our meeting.
I'm going to get hot.
So one thing we don't need to work on is the air conditioning in here, apparently. So who would like to go next? Councilman Jackson? It's fine. Councilman Detoy?
I'll kick it off or keep going. Thank you for the progress. I mean, now I think fifth or sixth time going through this. Granted, some of them were during a pandemic. The progress that your team has made is very noticeable. My only question about the sequencing is, and I'm grateful for this project, and I think all our future voters are very grateful for the project, but the playground equipment is slated for construction June through September. I know this isn't set in stone, but if there's anything that we can do to sequence that up as kids are out of school and enjoying playgrounds more frequently. And again, as we've found out, there's no real perfect time to do any sort of construction in town, but they are heavily used not only by the Valley Park Camp, but also kids out of school. So I was originally looking at the CBG block ramp, but you mentioned February construction, so that's kind of takes that one off the table. Do you have any other suggestions at looking at the chart?
I think it's something that we could probably adjust the schedule with. It's not a intense workload item, and I think a lot of it really depends on the availability of the equipment. We would have to come to award a contract at council, and then we have to really define what the lead times are for ordering and for the installation. So I think it's something that right now it's a bit of a guesstimate anyways, but if we have a good sense of what months to avoid, we can try to do so and revisit.
Okay. Was parking lot D included in the civic facilities group kind of scope? Do we know? Or to kind of focus just in the civic center area?
Mostly the civic center area. I don't think that was a specific topic, but I don't think anything was really off limits either.
And then my colleague mentioned the 14th Street bathroom. So I probably went down the rabbit hole a little too much on this one, but it was 2007, 2008, budgeted 56,000 for design, approved 74,000 for all three, correct? About, just the timeline's right, 2007, 2008. The design for all three bathrooms is what you mentioned?
I believe it was somewhere around there.
Okay. And then all the bids came back higher, and that's when 14th got scrapped, so they budgeted about $1 million. All the bids came in about $1.2 million. So they had to cancel the 14th Street bathroom project.
Correct, and there was some back and forth about what to do with 14th, whether it should be just completely demoed at that time or brought back, and then ultimately it came back several years later as its own CIP with, I think, $700,000, $800,000 construction budget at the time, and then since has decreased in funding because of availability of funds.
Okay. And then can you put the graph back up of the pavement spending? Yes. I know with inflation, everything, it's hard to kind of peg, but how much should we have spent, throughout the years to improve the pavement index? I know you mentioned about 3.5 right now, but we've gotten into this situation because of not spending enough previously, and I understand the Great Recession was a big hit, the fight over oil, and now paying the settlement bonds that were close to $1 million, about $750,000 a year, money that we haven't been able to spend. So clearly this didn't happen overnight. And again, I applaud all the work you've done. In fact, driving to school, my daughter said that Lightning McQueen paved this the second time when he repaved the roads. So everything looks, is looking good. But just how much, I know 3.5, but I mean, your aspirational goal for this, if you were the benevolent dictator of Hermosa Beach Public Works and money was no object.
For going forward, or?
Yeah, going forward.
Yeah, I mean, I think we got to be doing 4 or 5 million. But I mean, you also don't want to be too big either, that we have so much impact that we can't coordinate, and I think that's the struggle. So I think closer to 4, but knowing that we also have to have the other soft costs on top in addition to what actually go into the ground. Construction, inspection, design, support services, and then the associated curb work that goes with it. But I think we could probably do 4 or 5 million. But those are big projects, so there's a lot coming, and that's the balance too.
And I think the difficulty for us for moving forward is going to be, we have the pure renovation, which is a lot of money. Lot C is a lot of money, and so when we talk about the scoping, where we're going to fund the money going forward in discussion, that's going to be the difficult conversation this year. Thank you for your work, and thanks for the report.
Thank you. Councilman Jackson, any questions, staff?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Joe. Thanks for all the hard work you and your team continue to do. you can't go anywhere in town without seeing the great fruits of all your labor, so thank you. I want to go back to, you mentioned TransTech, and I know TransTech is one of the companies that we use to help augment staff. If we had additional, and you also mentioned you had some personnel shortages, if we used more of TransTech as a contractor, would that enable us to move more projects forward? Is the personnel piece an impediment to additional progress?
So I think we've actively been working on bringing augmentation services in through a variety of different sources. And I will be careful to say we don't use any particular one company.
Understand.
We do have to advertise and bring in qualified consultants through a publicly bid process. And so we have a number of different consulting firms we work with to supplement and be able to advance. And bringing in augmentation resources is also a function of funding, availability of funding, but then also finding the right help from those firms. So even if we have on-call contracts, they may not have the personnel fit for what we're looking to do. I'll say we've been very successful with the augmentation help that we have now. We have a really excellent traffic engineer that comes into the office 1 day a week and also does other remote work, but to help us with all of our traffic needs. And we have our interim city engineer is third party, who's been amazing with our team and helping out. But once again, a good fit and not always hard to find. But once again, also that's only 2 days a week, and we can't get the 4 day a week for for that service. And we also have another senior engineer that comes in 1 day a week with additional help. And we have a number of other contract mechanisms that we use to help support ongoing efforts that we do through planning or design or other specialty engineering experts to help us out with different things. And so that will be an ongoing need. I actually have an augmentation RFQ out for advertisement now. Those bids are due Thursday. So we will be coming forward with a contract award likely next month. And there will be a number of on-call contracts that we're going to be looking to do in the coming year. We need architectural services. We need to be able to have the ability to bring in an architect when we need it to come look at things and troubleshoot and cost estimate. Those contracts have all lapsed or have run out of authority. So that's coming. We're going to re-up our civil on-calls in the coming months because we've spent through a lot of that authority with all the projects that we've moved in the last couple of years. And we're going to keep looking for other opportunities to bring it in. But ultimately, there's a limitation of how many people we can fit in our engineering area. We have limited seating, funding, and then ability to manage so many projects at once. I will say we're very busy, and with the number of projects that we have ongoing, it's a lot to coordinate with the community too. I don't know if we've hit construction saturation level, but I would also caution how many we can get done versus how many can get put in the ground at once.
No, certainly understand that. And, the old adage, you pay me now, pay me later, right? You deal with it now, deal with it later. But I think, generally speaking, I think the community is very happy with the progress we're making. And so to the extent we can continue that. You mentioned traffic engineer, and I think you also mentioned Metro and Caltrans having the lead on PCH. In light of recent events over the last year and a half, and I know we've had discussions before about this, I think we need to look at, I can think of 4 fatalities between Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach just on PCH, and I'm not sure what, if anything, Caltrans or Metro are doing. Do they come out and do a post-crash death investigation to determine what happened and if there's anything that they can do, we can do in coordination with to slow down that superhighway that's out there? I mean, it's 35 miles an hour, and we all know that no one does 35 on PCH. So have recent events sort of triggered their do they contact you, or what happens when there's a death or a serious crash?
Thank you for that question. So short answer, no, they do not contact us if that happens. So if there is severe injury or fatal injury, we work closely with our police department. They notify our team, and then we usually engage our traffic engineer, and we do follow up to see if there was any contributing factors that need to be addressed immediately or could be addressed through other design or traffic control measures. Often, there's not much we can do, especially if it's a DUI incident or speed was a concern where there's not anything that could be immediately corrected. I know that in the past, there have been things that Caltrans has come out when we've requested. We had requests for queuing concerns on the southern end of Hermosa Avenue and issues that we worked in coordination with Redondo Beach on for traffic signal timing and safety issues at Redondo. In PCH, they came out, they did a full retiming of the corridor. They did make a number of adjustments multiple times because of that request that we had. I'm actually currently working with their Office of Traffic Safety on following up on 2 really bad crashes we had at 22nd Street. There was a fatal crash and a very bad severe injury crash just a few months before that. PD's given us the detailed crash reports. We're pulling other data that we have and working with their traffic safety office. However, the challenge is going to be is that we're not seeing any immediately correctable factors. Potential consideration might be, do we put in a protected left turn phase on PCH? 22nd Street's the only intersection on PCH in city limits that doesn't have a protected left turn arrow, but it has to meet certain warrant requirements, so minimum crash and volume requirements to justify installation. That's something we're working on with Caltrans to evaluate. But ultimately, it would have to be a spin-off project. I think often what we try to do is if there's severe crash history, we see if there's some low-cost measures that we can do, like minor adjustments to signal timing, sometimes increasing all red times or lengthening yellow times at signals or signage improvements that can be done, but absent of that, it has to be a much larger project. And so one thing that we are moving is that big PCH aviation mobility study that's supposed to look at the whole corridor and work on those types of larger improvements, because ultimately, I think what you had mentioned is that it's a fast road, and the environment of what it looks like doesn't really lend to someone wanting to drive slowly through that corridor. Because it's a big, wide corridor. There's not a lot of landscape or visual cues to make you want to slow down.
No, you're exactly right. Okay, I'll save my comment then for later with regard to that. Thank you for that. You mentioned the pavement improvement plan. Do we have a similar sidewalk improvement plan, or are we approaching that sort of piecemeal?
So we have a very comprehensive sidewalk inventory and curb ramp inventory, that was completed around 2015, 2017, around that time, and this was throughout the entire city. We've been actively chipping away at those priority locations as well as amended by other requests or observations that we make of new issues that have arisen since then. Simultaneously, staff is actively working with Cal JPIA, our insurance provider, and we've been also doing research with a number of other cities to establish a more regimented sidewalk inspection program. And so that's currently in process to get more standards for what our requirements are going to be for minimum displacement, and also how to report those so that we can do a more methodical update on a regular basis, on a more annual basis to feed into our annual grinding and sidewalk program. So we are continuing with repairs through the CIP, annual sidewalk panel replacement, annual sidewalk project, and then annual grinding. And so that's ongoing. But then the next piece that's going to get in is a more detailed inspection.
No, I appreciate that. And you know, with the cost that we pay for a lawsuit, that would more than fund a comprehensive study of our entire city sidewalk infrastructure, and then we can prioritize, put out safety warnings at those really high-risk areas in conjunction with JPIA that you mentioned, so I appreciate that. You mentioned the tsunami siren. So that would be different than how would that operate in terms of who operates it? Does it feed into the county system? Is the county system the only one you said that somehow, that one's delayed, I think you mentioned?
That's correct. So the county system that have the Beals system is delayed. It's the more expensive option. I think one thing that distinguishes it is that it has audible, but also has the visual feature for hearing impaired folks on the beach, and that's tied into that larger system. But it's a delayed rollout, and we haven't been able to get an update on when that's going to come forward. And so this would be an alternative system that would be audible only. And so there is a subscription-based service, but it's a one-time fee that would allow us to have the notifications connected for when there is a tsunami that triggers the siren to go off and then gives us electronic notification for it to happen. And it's a much lower cost than what the Beal system would be, but it wouldn't have the visual notification.
And are we aware of any other coastal cities that are using that system?
I'm going to pull up our emergency management coordinator, Mo Wright.
Mr. Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, City Council, using which system, Mr. Jackson?
The non-Beal system that Joe mentioned, us looking to possibly procure.
Awesome. So we received a few quotes. So most of the quotes that we received are within Joe's bracket of dollars. We don't know of any necessarily using those systems locally, but all of them have experience with tsunami sirens, or sirens in general.
So what are most cities using Beals now?
So as far as we know from Beals, we know it's in Torrance Beach, and then they expanded to Dockwater Beach, and then they went on delay in 2023. So we haven't heard back from Beals.
So what is Manhattan Beach doesn't have anything? Redondo Beach has nothing?
They do not.
El Segundo, all nothing?
On Segundo, I can't say for sure, but Redondo, Manhattan, I've been in communication with them. They do not.
Okay. All right, thank you. You mentioned the city-owned utility boxes. Now, I know that there are a lot of boxes that are not city-owned, and some of those are really, really ratty. Is your beautification plan, and the boxes look awesome. I mean, every time I turn around, I see another one. I go, man, that looks good. So the artists are doing a great job. Are we going to get those non-city ones done as well? Because I think there are more of those than city-owned ones, if I'm correct.
There's a lot, and there's more city-owned boxes, and then there's a lot of non-city-owned. And so the challenge just comes of who owns it and what the process is for approval, because each company has a different approval. Edison has certain standards and requirements, but they've been amenable. I know Skechers worked with Edison. We partnered with them to coordinate with Edison to wrap a box on, I think it's Longfellow Street, where they wrapped one adjacent to their property. But there is an extra step. Caltrans has a different approval process, so it just depends on who owns it. The current CIP we have, we did not program any additional boxes, but we have 10 remaining in the original scope. So we've done 14, there's 10 remaining in the current scope. So nothing is currently budgeted to do more, as we're still trying to knock out the final 10. Is the wrapping, we've only wrapped, I think, 2 or 3. It is fairly time consuming. The team's doing a great job doing it, but I think right now we're looking at about 1 per month that we can reasonably get done amongst other workload.
And we don't know who owns the rest of the boxes, or is that ascertainable? How do we get to fixing those eyesores that dot the city?
Right. So we have been inventorying them and putting them in our GIS system for different boxes and working on clarifying ownership. Sometimes there's identifiable tags that allow us to know if it's an Edison box, there's an E number on it, and we can easily identify it. Sometimes there's additional follow-up with some of the telecoms to figure out who owns them. If there is any damage on a box, I do recommend folks send them in by Go Hermosa, and we have followed up with utility companies to come out and repair and paint them. It does take some diligence and follow-up on our part to push them to do it, But we have seen companies come out and do the repairs because ultimately they're responsible for doing the repairs and we wouldn't be able to do it for them.
Okay. Well, if we need to beat up Edison and whatever, let's do that if we can. Just a couple more questions. Appreciate your indulgence. The parking lot, the storage parking lot that we mentioned, that 12-year payback was based at what per hour? Was that the $2 or $2.50? Do you have that handy?
I believe it was current rates, and I apologize.
And I think that was $2 an hour, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm sorry, I don't have that number.
Okay,
with me right
that's
now.
okay. And if we added metered parking without adding meters to City Hall or the current free parking spaces, there is no reduction in free remote parking. And the Coastal Commission would see a net gain of 120-ish or whatever those parking spaces would be. Correct? I mean, we're adding space. We're not potentially taking away. If we're adding, where the current storage lot is, if we were able to add 100 and whatever that magic number is, over 100, we still maintain the free spaces, so there is no reduction in the free remote parking, correct?
Right. Well, so the numbers that we present in here assume that all the spaces in the storage lot and all the ones in City Hall would be converted to meter. And that would give you a certain payback. One option would be is we don't meter the ones that are currently free and only meter the net increase.
Right.
However, when these free spaces are not occupied, no one would fill in the meter spaces. So that's going to be the consideration about what type of revenue we might receive, and it would increase the payback time. So that's certainly an option. The other option would be to work with Coastal Commission and see if they would allow us to do a swap for free remote parking in a different location inside the coastal zone. Could be a possibility, but would be a negotiation.
But if we keep the current free, and then whatever from storage lot west we supplement, then there shouldn't be any Coastal Commission pushback because we are actually increasing the overall number of parking spaces in the coastal zone, right?
Yes, that would be correct. You'd
Okay.
still likely have to get a coastal development permit in the
Right.
coastal zone, but,
Right, of
but it would
course.
take that issue off the table, correct?
Okay, appreciate that. And then one last question with regard to the city yard. Is the environmental geotechnical evaluation and potential remediation the biggest unknown potential cost?
So I think the good news, we have some older studies that did some pretty detailed explorations and borings of various known locations where there are contaminants. I think we do need to revisit what was done to determine whether or not it was comprehensive enough for potential areas that might be disturbed with a future project. So, and whether there's new requirements that might be more stringent because rules change over time for what we have to comply to. At the time that those studies were done, 5, 10, or more years ago, they were looking at remediation costs anywhere between $300,000 to $2 million, depending on the various options, and those included various capping or soil extraction options. But once again, those are older cost estimates and based on what info we had at the time. So the hope is that there wouldn't be substantially more, but we would really have to figure out through updated studies if there's anything else that we don't know about and what the new costs would be.
Okay. Thank you, Joe. Appreciate it.
That all? Councilman Jack?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, thank you.
All right, thank you. Councilman Keegan?
Thank you. Joe, I just want to note that you said this budget shows for $450,000 in slurry sealing. How much slurry sealing did we do this year? What was the funding on this year's slurry sealing? How much did we spend?
We haven't, thank you for that question. We haven't had done slurry sealing in several years for the city. I
Right,
don't
that's what
know
I
last
was
time.
going to say. Well, so our number, pavement management, might not be decelerate so fast if we spend this money in the next couple of years. I don't think it will continue to drop at the same rate, don't you think? Or will assist in slowing that down?
You know, I agree. I think we'll definitely slow it down, and that's the goal, is to try to keep the good payment at that good level before it gets into a more costly repair.
Thank you. I had another question on Fort Lots of Fund. You've got budgeted numbers of $57,000 additionally, and I guess you've already held back another 93, so you have a $150,000 budget for fixing the couple cracks on the wall and the sidewalk, and then a new gate. Is the gate we currently have is a very decorative and theme orientated. Is there any way we can not replace it with something as expensive as that gate probably was 30 years ago, and put up maybe a simpler gate like we did on Edith Roadaway, just a regular gate that, you know, operates on a swing and a post?
I think that's definitely an option that was custom built. My understanding is that gate was built by city forces at one time, so it's very custom. So in order to replace it, I agree, we would probably be looking at a higher cost, but I think the intent at the time was to try to match the fort theme. And so we could look at different options if we want to stick with that theme, or do something more simple. I will say that the project itself, the biggest item that we're looking to address is the retaining wall, which is leaning.
Okay.
We're watching it. I think it's going to be a full replacement of portions of that wall, if not all of it, along the north side of the park.
That's correct.
So right now, we're not currently fully funded. We only have partial funding for the design, and as we continue to watch the condition.
I just know that gate's very elaborate, and I wouldn't want to have to recreate that. Looks like about a $40,000 gate. So I don't want to replace it with the same. Parking lot D, I wanted to talk about. I had a question. You didn't say if we get rid of the panels and reduce the scope, but keep two of those grants that we might get reduced a bit, but we could possibly keep most of those. What kind of money would we need for that? How much would that save us, I guess?
Thank you. That's a great question. I don't have the numbers with me tonight, but I think it could be probably a couple $100,000, I think, in that ballpark for some of the electrical equipment.
And so how many panels do you think are going up on the structure? I don't, you know,
there are a handful that would go over the lower tier of the parking.
What were they supposed to energize?
They're going to energize the lighting only.
Only, okay. And that's a high efficiency lighting that's probably not that much of a draw. So how would we store the energy? We're going to buy batteries?
Yes.
Okay. That's that. And then could you bring back that slide that you asked us what we wanted again? I just wanted to reference this. Oh, it's here. Okay. Sequencing. No one really answered that. Sequencing, I wanted to address that. My questions on that is, if we were to, you know, we're talking about demoing the storage lot building and putting in parking, what are we going to do? Where are we going to store all the vehicles and the people when we try and renovate the corporate yard? I mean, where are you going to move the vehicles? Where are you going to move the people? I mean, would that building serve as a partial place to house them, keeping some of it and not demoing it? I mean, if we're going to renovate it, do you plan on doing it all in phases, or do you want to do it all at once? What's the best practice here?
Right. It's an excellent question, something we absolutely have to figure out. So something that's not determined yet, but you're right, we have to maintain operations throughout construction. So the cheapest way for construction would be to vacate the site, turn it over to the contractor, and let them go in there and do it. That would drive the lowest cost. So we're going to have to evaluate, does it make sense to shift operations to a different location? We'd have to look at the cost of any temporary facilities to do that, and the storage and disruption of those services and noise to the adjacent neighborhood wherever they're coming, versus doing a phased operation or construction. And I think we need to explore both a little bit more. But
right, so I just meant
potential swing space could be needed.
That's what I'm saying, swing space. And what about the potential remodel of the city hall? Would it also be good to figure that out before we decide what to do with that lot?
Yes, it's definitely a consideration about
Of the remodel
it
of
would be a
this
trade-off.
building. Yeah.
Right, and yeah, it's a trade-off consideration about the opportunity cost of doing the lot versus having it available potentially for something, but it really depends on future
plans.
sequencing, right, and the plans.
Okay. Thank you very much. I think on the bathroom, I wanted to thank you for coming up with that solution. I was in there this week to check it out. I hadn't been there in a while. And went down there, was with my brother at the beach, and we went in there, and he says, oh, yeah, we're remodeling this. We're not tearing it down. So the public spoke. He's a resident. So he said, renovate it. I think it has potential, and I think your $75,000 is a reasonable amount of money to spruce it up, and I think that's going to be a good solution for at least another 5 to 10 years. Thank you. That's it.
Okay, great, thank you. I just have a couple quick questions. On the, I have no questions on parking lot D. Any comments? On the city yard, you mentioned 15 to 20 million is an estimate, at least, of cost to do the city yard. And we only have 2.5 million available, which obviously there's quite a deficit there. What are the financing possibilities for the city yard? Are we just limited to a bond at this point? How do we pay for that? Assuming that we said, let's just get the yard done, let's get started on it. How do we pay for that? Where do we get the money?
I'm going to bring up Director Walker, jump in.
There is no easy answer. I think you're talking about defunding current capital projects is the easiest and most straightforward solution. Obviously, probably the most difficult solution. Looking within operations, but yeah, essentially a bond would be the most straightforward approach to bringing new revenue in for this facility. So you're looking at probably around $800,000 to $1 million a year in debt service. If you're looking at a $15 to $20 million project, obviously depending on the interest rate environment, but that's currently not programmed in any kind of projections we provided. So that would be an additional cost to consider when considering this project.
So about $1 million in debt service?
About, yeah. Give or take the scope of the project. Obviously, we do a full design bid out depending on the approach. But like as you mentioned in that sequencing, financing is a big portion before any kind of obviously groundbreaking. So that is the big question. Obviously sequencing, but funding is the biggest question.
And I'm not sure that we want to defund any other CIPs in order to pay for it. And of course, we'd have to defund everything we have to raise 15 or $20 million, likely, or most of it. So a bond seems to be the right thing, and then at $1 million, that would come out of our budget, correct?
Correct.
Yeah. Okay, great. Thank you, Brendan. One more question on that. You mentioned during the process of designing and building the yard, whether if we either way, if we go with a design build bid or a design build, we would need mention something called an owner's rep. Now, I'm familiar with a lot of construction projects, especially commercial things like this, or city things like this, where we have a construction manager for during the project itself. Someone who is basically our rep that's there watching the contractors, I guess. Contractor that watches the contractors. Good idea. But is this owner's rep, is he a consultant that would be helping us with determine the design and so on, and then would also oversee the construction? Or is owner's rep just kind of another term for a construction manager?
Slightly different. It will be an advisory role, so we'll find probably someone who's very experienced in delivering building projects, probably through an architectural service. It doesn't have to be an architect, but likely they would oversee from the beginning of planning all the way through construction, but they're not out there managing the contractor. This is really working on behalf of the city to help prepare the solicitations, coordinate those solicitations and the selection of all the various contracts that we're going to need to help keep it move on pace to complete the project and help advise the city as we move through it. And I think we would bring in other contracts. So there'll be a separate architecture contract, or depending if we go through a design build team, there'll be a separate environmental contract to do the environmental assessment. This person or persons would help coordinate all those services on behalf of the city, because it's a big project, and it'll still take a lot of dedicated staff resources, but with a number of competing priorities, it's likely the most efficient way to help advance it.
So he would be more like a consultant?
Yeah,
That
I
would,
think
help us-
augmentation to the staff as well.
And what would the cost of that be, roughly, for a consultant to help us with the design of the city yard?
I think it could vary. I think we're going to have to, I don't think I have a number today.
Really? Okay. So, all right, that's fine. On the storage lot, the reuse of the storage lot, I'm looking at these numbers that we have there are certainly estimates, of course, of cost and revenue and so on. And I see the bottom line for the quote-unquote parking lot is $534,000 a year would be the total annual income based on 155 spaces at $3,000 and after hours for 69 spaces and so on. So am I reading that correctly? About $534,000 would be the annual income
That's correct.
from the parking lot once we've converted to parking. Okay, so that would be and that includes debt, oh no, that's the income from it. So the debt oh no, it does include debt service, annual debt service, $103,000 a year. So that would be gross net income, including debt service. No? What does it say right there?
Which document are you on?
There's revenue. There's debt service, that's the financing right there, annual debt service, $103,000 a year, to service the bond to pay for it.
Yeah, but the 465 plus 69,000 is 534.
That's right.
So that's the revenue side, and then there's the debt side, which is.
Okay, so that would be 434,000, roughly. 430,000. 430,000, okay. So basically, if we tore down the parking, or if we tore down the storage yard and built a parking structure there, we would be getting somewhere between 167 and 200,000 a year profit from the parking lot, including debt service.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. It seems to me that between the choice of keeping the rental yard the way it is and doing this work, it would be worthwhile for a couple of $100,000 of income while we do that. I would like to point out something else, and I'd just like you to confirm this too. In these construction costs, the demolition alone is $504,000 for the demolition, slab, foundation, and grading included. When we get to building the city facilities, one of the first things, I can't imagine us doing any kind of renovating and addition to the existing building without building something on that lot. I mean, we're certainly not going to spend millions of dollars to build this new facility here and leave the storage room next door. So something will go there. So we're actually prepaying $500,000 by demolishing the building and grading the lot. We would start fresh with an empty flat lot that we could use for the construction when that happens, which may be 10 years down the road. So in the meantime, changing from storage to parking would yield us some profit every year of around between 160 and 200,000, and we would be able to tear that down. And then the next question is, if we were to use that storage area, let's say we did not do the parking, and that we were going to use the storage area to relocate the city yard temporarily while we do that work, would we not tear down that building in the first place? I mean, the storage building itself seems to me would be not worth much as very useful to a temporary site for the city yard. Do we need any kind of temporary buildings at all? I mean, they certainly can't set up work in tents or maybe trailers or something. I mean, how would that work if we were gonna literally take the storage yard out completely and start fresh, which might be the best idea, I think. How would we relocate them temporarily onto the storage lot? Keep the building, tear the building down, put up some trailers. How would that work?
Right. That's a detail that would absolutely have to be worked out. So there's a lot of operations that happen in the yard, and to fit everything that we do in the yard, I don't know that would be compatible with the building. So it would likely need to be raised.
Yeah.
It's possible it could be reused, but then that could trigger other zoning requirements, even for temporary use that we'd have to explore. And could be contaminants that need to be abated inside if we have to demolish some of them inside to repurpose the space. So it's likely going to be incompatible unless we take it out to create the swing space for what we have to do. So I think you're right. The cost of demoing the building wouldn't be lost and would potentially reduce that return on investment, which is why I gave the range of 9 to 12 years. I think it's 12 if it's just going to be a lot forever, but if we knew that the building needed to come down,
Right.
that there is some savings that reduce the return on investment to about 9 years.
Agreed, and that's why I say that the thinking of it in terms of return on investment in 10 to 12 years really wouldn't be part of the thought, to me, that wouldn't be part of the thought process at all. It would be a matter of, well, if it takes 5 years or 6 years for us to get the city yard to where we're ready to do something there, that would be 5 or 6 years at roughly 160 to 200,000 in profit that we could recoup every year, including debt service. So then the bond that would pay for the city yard could pay off the bond that we floated in the first place to build the parking lot and incorporate that all together in a new bond. So the debt service goes away when we convert the parking lot into temporary city yard. That would be all part of that next project. So it seems there's a value in doing this now for some profit every year, over and above what we're making now on it, increased value, increase to the city, increased parking to the city for the next 5 years or so, and so on. Okay, those aren't really questions anymore. So, all right, thank you for that. I appreciate the clarity on that regarding both the city yard and the reusing the storage lot. No questions on the paving funding. Number 5, the 14th Street restrooms. We have $198,000 for design listed on this chart. Was that for the original project, or it certainly couldn't be $198,000 to design the fix-up that we have on this CIP? Is that correct?
That's correct. I think when the project was created around 2018, it was funded at a significantly higher level. I think it was, actually, I take that back. I don't know that it was ever fully funded, but it was estimated to cost around that time about $700,000-800,000, and that was back in 2018, so it could even be higher. The 194 that we have in there was really kind of just seed money to get the design started, but may not be sufficient to complete the design. It may not be.
That's for a new
facility. Huh? So yeah, for a new bathroom or renovation, whatever path we choose. But I think the intent was always to completely reconstruct.
But aren't we now considering on the 14th Street bathrooms just a renovation of it, painting, new roof, and new toilets, and so on?
Right. So what the proposal is, and I'll try. I'm sorry, it wasn't clear enough. Currently, there is just shy of $200K being proposed to be rolled over and reserved in that CIP account, and then separate from the CIP, we're proposing a $75,000 supplemental line item that would be in the upcoming budget, subject to council approval, separate from the CIP, that would advance as a maintenance project. And once we complete that work, at that time, we could come back to council to consider whether or not we want to forego the current CIP and then release those funds back into the balance, or continue with planning for design.
So there is now $198,000 still there.
Correct.
I mean, in real money that's been set aside for that project. Correct? But that was for design originally, but certainly we could use that to do the painting and the new toilets and the new sinks.
Correct. So a consideration could be we either hold it there and revisit after we do the work, or we could cancel the CIP and return the fund balance now.
Well, okay, so I guess what I'm getting at is that if we decide to just do the repairs, the new sinks, new toilets, new dividers between the urinals and so on, and painting, roofing, whatever it takes to fix the place up. Certainly the cost of that would not be anywhere near $198,000. So isn't the money that's in there be more than adequate to do the fix-up and still return some money back to the general pool? the CIP fund?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, okay. Without any $70,000 additional added on to it. Okay, great. That's all my questions. If anybody else has any more questions? Okay.
I think speaker. Oh, the light, okay, the light's not working, the speaker is. Okay, on the storage lot reuse possibility, if we do anything to it, we're going to lose, as I see it, potentially $400,000 annual revenue. We could be talking about $4 million in the course of 10 years. That's revenue that we will lose. Whereas if we invest in this, potentially in 12 years, we break even. So we're actually missing out in all of that revenue that we would have been taken in if we did nothing.
Right.
So I just want to make sure that I'm looking at these numbers right?
Right. So if we went forward with it, whether we borrow the funds to do it or just find the money to do it up front and do it, the cash flow would be positive year one. However, I think you are correct that there is a certain amount of time that you would have to keep the project in its place to collect that positive cash flow to replace what you put into your initial investment.
Right.
And so that's why we're bringing the payback period of 12 years. So if the purpose was to keep it a revenue-creating facility in perpetuity, you break even in year 12. However, if we always intended to knock down the building anyways and knew we were going to spend $500,000 raising the site, your payback's a little bit earlier. Maybe it's 9 years because we'd say that money was going to be spent anyways, so it's a wash. But either way, you would want to collect revenue for probably 9 years, but this is all subject to actual usage and the actual meter rates that are implemented and how many are actually metered.
Yeah,
in the
and
payback period, plus or minus.
it's a big risk because there's free parking right next door. There's free parking everywhere else, so we're risking whether we're going to take that money in, right? Is that?
Councilman Francois?
Yes.
I'm sorry, we will have a time for deliberation.
Oh, well, you brought those issues up, so I
know,
just,
well,
well, I thought I.
in the form of questions.
Well,
So if you
okay,
have a question-
well, you brought them up, so I thought it was, you know.
We'll deliberate afterward, after public comment. So if you have any other questions.
Okay, I just want to make it clear that that's money we would no longer be taking in if it happened.
That's the
Revenue
rent,
that's
that's the
lost
rent
and
from the
gone.
storage lot, you're saying?
Yeah, the storage lot, yeah.
Storage facility.
And if we, yes, if we did that, we would demo that storage lot, but if we did something else, we'd have to demo the lot and the meters and all that as well. So
No
that's a
meters.
cost as well. So it's not like we end up with this blank piece of land that we can just do what we want with. We would, again, have to demo something to be able to do something else with the land, so. Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so I will close the council question session and open up the public comment on the study session only. So, Madam City Clerk, do we have some people in the audience who would like to speak on the study session only?
Trent Larson provided a public speaker card.
How much do we get? 270,000.
Trent Larson?
We could take it all.
You left?
We did not receive any other speaker cards pertaining to the study session.
No one here wants to speak on the study session, on the CIPs? Oh, there's one.
Good evening, everyone. Just a few things. Lot D, most of you have heard my rant on Lot D over and over. Whatever you guys decide, no, I'm going to go once again. So Lot D was a project that got to the point of bidding, and all the bids were rejected, wasted a lot of people's time and money. Whether or not that project is going to go forward, you guys will decide. But you guys need to figure out what the long-term solution is to that site. Last time it was just like, I don't like what we're doing, and it was not, I don't like what we're doing, but we should do this.
or, so something's got to happen. We either need to fix that lot to make it safe, or we need to move towards a long-term solution. The storage lot, I'm not saying it shouldn't be done. I don't think this decision should be made now. As Eric said earlier, at least more than one of the options for the civic facilities involves that lot. If you do something there, you might be doing something to just have it torn out pretty quickly afterward, hopefully pretty quickly afterwards. I'm optimistic. Keeping that available gives you the option to use it as a swing space for whatever we do at City Yard. The other thing is, it's a project we don't have staff to do. One of the critical things on Joe's schedule at the bottom that nobody pays attention to, it's staff. And he does as much as he can with the staff that he has, but that project's not on there. So I would say we should just wait. And also, you're negotiating rent right now. Let's see how much rent you get for that space. Maybe the rent you get is going to be so much that it absolutely makes the project not worth doing. If so, I'm just saying, if you are going to do something there, just wait, preferably till next year, and decide then. I don't think we should do anything there. Finally, we're moving forward on the Kelly Courts, and Lot D in the Kelly Courts had kind of similar problems where we got to the point of bidding and the bids were rejected. On the Kelly Courts, it was a little bit different. There was some question as to who should have gotten input on the design and when. And so what I'd really like to suggest is that, and I don't know how exactly it's done, but whether it's a committee with 2 people from council, 2 people from Parks and Rec, 2 people from Public Works, maybe a couple people from staff, to decide who decides which projects need to be reviewed, get extra review by council and or commissions, but we can't keep doing the same thing where we get projects done, designed, and then we reject the bids and waste all this money. It's just crazy. So I don't know what the right answer is, but I think that we really need to come up with a solution and come up with it soon. Thank you.
Nairi?
Hello, my name is Nairi Dermenjian. I stand before you tonight representing the Bark for a Park initiative. Our mission is simple yet impactful: to establish an off-leash dog park in Hermosa that will enrich the lives of our beloved canines, their owners, and the community in general. As you discuss future capital improvement projects, we ask you to please consider adding a dog park to the list. I understand there are many competing projects, all deserving in their own right, but the cause is championed by over 1,200 passionate supporters who have signed our petition demonstrating their enthusiasm and commitment. The Parks, Recreation, and Community Resources Advisory Commission will begin considering potential dog park locations this July, offering a timely opportunity to launch this initiative. Based on a preliminary analysis for a 10,000 square foot space comprising separate small and large dog areas, we estimate that a dog park could be established for between $120,000 to $250,000, inclusive of fencing, seating, waste bins, and installation. In addition to seeking municipal funding, Bark for a Park is dedicated to securing supplementary financial support through corporate and individual fundraising efforts. We've already assembled a skilled team ready to launch this campaign. Ultimately, we envision a dog park that transcends its basic function, serving as an inviting, enjoyable community hub that reflects the beauty of Hermosa and instills a sense of pride among its residents. After all, our pups deserve more than just 4 walls and a water hose. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration and unwavering support. Together, let's make this vision a reality for our furry friends and fellow community members. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Andy S.
David.
We're all together. We're all here for the same thing. I know you know what it is. So we want to talk about a capital improvement project that is on everyone's minds. It's a very happy one, and one I wanted to tell you guys, I wanted to thank you guys for each taking time to talk to me about a swimming pool, a public swimming pool. It turns out, because I know you guys might not know this, that all of you are in support of it. Some of you are very enthusiastic, and some of you just understand that, this is more than a want. It is a need, and I appreciate that, and I appreciate you guys. And so the great news about that is that that is what all of our residents, or what our residents told us in the 2024 Parks Master Plan. A pool was by far the #1 most desired new facility. A community pool is a unifying issue, something most everyone in Hermosa wants. It is key strategy 3 in the master plan. And here's the thing, you 5 are the dream team to make it happen. You have Councilman Keegan, founder of Beach City Swimming, who with also Mike DeToy, have both worked or are working on pools for other cities. Also, you've got the mayor, who is a longtime Hermosa Beach contractor, and you know what it takes to, you know how to get things done here and how to do it cost effectively. You have Councilman Francois, your extensive budgeting experience and eye for sustainable solutions are exactly what we need. And Councilman Action Jackson, you are one of the city's most involved dads, and you know how to make this a win for Hermosa families. And Parks Commissioner Yanni Lang, who wanted to be here and speak, he is at Little League right now and can't, but he is enthusiastically supportive of this and ready to dig in. If you will move this forward to his department, now is the time. You are the team. I'm here to help. In just 2 weeks, our petition for public pool has over 600 signatures, and we will keep rallying support. You tell us what we need to do, and we will do it. Right now, Hermosa families are driving far and paying top dollar for swim lessons in other towns. For my own kids to get swim lessons, to do swim programs, I drove them to Gardenia, Long Beach, El Segundo. We had to go to Hawthorne High for junior guard prep, and former Mayor Massey's kids were in my kids' class. It was crazy. But here's what happens when you do that, right? Those programs get out at like dinner time. Or what are you doing when you're doing the kids' drop-off? Well, you're shopping in these other towns, and you're getting dinner in these other places. That's money that could be here for our local businesses instead of me taking it out there and other families. And also, a swimming pool would attract other people to come use our pool and come start sending their money here and shopping here. And I want to say too, I know you guys have talked about Aviation Park as a location that is 3 miles away. So, I'll wrap it up. So anyway, thank you. Please direct the Parks and Rec Commission to place the pool project on their agenda. Please move exploration of potential sites and project feasibility up on the CIP list. And please consider forming a pool committee with resident stakeholders and aquatic experts to guide the project. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much. I appreciate that. Thank you all.
Go for it. Sure. Yeah. Hi, everyone. Ash Anderson, Hermosa resident. I live by Clark Field. I'm a former NCAA D1 swimmer. I own 10 U.S. top 10 swimming titles as a master's swimmer, and I've swum 7 peer-to-peer competitions here in our Bay City. Today, I swim mainly to improve my cardiovascular health and manage stress, but I don't do this in Hermosa. I do this in Hawthorne. So some economics here. Hawthorne Municipal Pool is an older facility completed in 1957 at a cost of $300,000 then. At the time, which equates to about $3.4 million today. It's a 9-lane, 25-yard main competition pool, a kids pool, and an aquatics instruction pool, and this is also my main pool for masters swimming, where I swim on the South Bay Aquatics Masters team. According to the city's 2024 budget, operating costs are around $560,000. and revenue is around 300,000. This is not about a profit center on its face, but with some intelligent organization and optimizations and creativity, it could be, including hosting regional and national swim competitions and water polo tournaments, attaching wellness facilities, having attractive food and beverage services and private events rentals. But thinking beyond profitability, let's talk about what's missing from our community. Each of Redondo, Torrance, Manhattan, El Segundo, they all have or jointly share public swimming facilities. Some world-class, some frankly in need of renovation, but Hermosa has none. So our first-class outdoor aquatic center is consistent with our commitment for community health and wellness, for ADA accessibility and inclusion, and complements our top-class land sports infrastructure located near my house on Clark Field, including baseball, softball, t-ball, soccer, basketball, tennis, and pickleball. An aquatic center is an obvious piece in our best little beach city that completes our sports offerings, especially for those of us such as our bruised up ex-athletes who need to swim because we can't run the bases anymore. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name's Andy Stabile. I am a Hermosa Beach resident. I live on Loma Drive here. I am a former high school and NCAA Division I swimmer as well. I do not hold Ash's records, but have been around pools my whole life. I see the importance and social good of pools. And most of what I am going to talk about now, having heard the previous two speakers, is in response to the somewhat lazy notion that we have an ocean that anyone can go swim in. I think there's a few categories that pools bring to the table that the ocean does not, first of which is safety. I don't think any child or really any person should learn to swim in the ocean. The ocean has currents, the ocean is not sanitary, the ocean has waves, it has incredibly cold temperatures half the year, and people need to learn to swim in a pool before going into the ocean, and so it's a public service to have a pool. Second, recreation, whether it's swim teams, triathlons, learn to scuba dive, learn to be a lifeguard, on and on. The American Red Cross estimates that about 45% of Americans utilize pools and are recreational swimmers. That's a lot of votes, if nothing else. And then health-related matters. Once you get to a certain age, most doctors recommend getting away from high-contact sports like running and getting into pools, getting into swimming. And people with disabilities, often being in a pool is the most recommended option for them to get exercise and stay fit. There's a lazy notion that because we have an ocean, we don't need a pool, and I think it is lazy. I think, should our Little League players not have a field because there's a sand lot nearby? Should hockey players not have a rink because in Canada the pond freezes over in the winter? Should an elementary school not have a gym because there's outdoor basketball facilities available? As Ash said, if there's a commitment to recreational facilities, a pool is an obvious one, given how many people participate in swimming. I can't speak to the economics as he can. I am aware that there are grants and more private partnership options that are worth exploring that have satisfied fundings for other pools. Once the pools are built, the economics are better, the initial costs are sunk, but there are ways to make them profitable. And like Ash and Tara, given that I have some experience and relationships in this world, happy to help and pull in those resources as necessary if this should be something that everyone consider. Lastly, real quick, I know space can be an issue, but I think there's options. I think you can move some things that don't need to take up as much space or can be constructed differently. The storage facility itself is an option. On top of other facilities can be options. The public garden area could be stretched out in a smaller area, and that could be taken. I'm 3 seconds over. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it.
Good evening. My name is Bill Hallett. I've been a resident here since 1967. I was a former beach lifeguard before I went into law enforcement, and I don't think Mr. San Clemente's doing enough work, so I thought I would bring up the notion that he'd start working on a swimming pool for us senior citizens, because although we have the beach, I'll be 80 in September, and I'm not really able to surf, boogie board, or do that much in the ocean anymore. And I sure would like to sit in a swimming pool with that jet right in my back for about a half hour every once in a while. And I know we have a swimming pool in Hermosa Beach right now, but I think we need one outdoors where the water's clear and crystal clean. And I think the senior citizens would really enjoy a swimming pool in Hermosa Beach. I know I would. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate it.
And Jeff couldn't be here at this hour, so I'm just going to tell you I have some leave behind materials for you guys, and that's it.
Thank you. Next, please.
Just briefly, three things. The first is same comment I made last year in the session. I think I'd like to see how you're going to bring all of this together this evening, because we have a study session. You're going to hand it off back to Joe, and then you're on top of a budget session. I just don't know how this is all going to come together in some kind of coherent direction, but and maybe just a little bit more thought before the session in terms of the process by which you all submit your priorities and perhaps horse trade your priorities. The second is on the storage unit. So I think I'm right in saying, is that a 28,000 square foot facility, Joe? The storage unit?
Correct.
So at 28,000 square feet and $275,000 a year?
Yeah.
That is $9 and something a foot, right? Now I'll tell you, the cheapest flex or industrial space in El Segundo, which is full of flex and industrial space, well, there's nothing marketed today under $22 a foot, and the cheapest you'll probably find is $18. You won't find anything at $9 a foot in Lawndale or in Inglewood. So I don't think it's getting anywhere close to the best and highest. So maybe, I'm a bit surprised we haven't seen some benchmarks in the exercise. I think, to be honest, if you just marketed it, and admittedly, I don't know the inside of the building very well, but if you just marketed it as industrial and flex, this close to to the center of Hermosa Beach, I think you're getting a lot more than $9.80 a foot. So it's just something to think about. And then the third is, in a tough week, I've heard some pretty rough comments about a couple of our council members. Michael Keegan founded the largest swimming non-profit in the South Bay. He's the only council member who's got his name on the side of this building from 2002, when this building was last renovated. It seems to me he might be the man of the moment. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers?
Good evening, David Grayson, Public Works Commission. I'm going to focus on the items that Joe's seeking direction on, starting with the more straightforward ones. I like the idea of doing the refresh on the 14th Street. It needs something. Let's take care of it. I appreciate the initiative of bringing that forward. On paving, you've seen the numbers from the report. We know there's a lot that needs to be done there. I think the introduction of slurry seals as part of our program is a great idea, so I'd like to see that. As far as the overall sequencing of the program, once again, I think Joe's put together a solid program for not just one, but probably out 2 years, knowing that some other things are going to come down the pipe. Joe always seems to have a rationale. You saw how he showed all the key considerations in coming up with his prioritization. I support that. There are some things in there I would like to have seen move forward more in the streets and sewers area, but not everyone gets everything they want. I think overall it's a good plan and I support it. Back to the I talked earlier on the line about the yard. I want to talk a little bit more about this idea of the owner's representative. I would say it's far from a construction manager or just another consultant. What I envision this to be, based on my reading the staff report, is this is someone that's going to really help us put together a solid program and then help us go all the way through. And the incremental nature of that program is how we're going to manage our risks. So I think it's someone, if we think we want to go down the progressive design build path, then we could focus on getting an owner's rep who really has the ability to guide us through the entire process. So I really see it as someone who has kind of ownership, womb to tomb ownership of the process and the program as we go. And to reinforce the other concept, the next step after the owner's rep is it had the environmental. And in one case, it showed environmental. The other one showed environmental plus architect. That's architect is where you do a lot of risk reduction there. Lot D, I think we have to do something. We're not going to know soon what the grander vision for that is. I still think the easiest thing, not that that's a bad thing, is to go ahead and go to the Coastal Commission and see if we get approval there, and then bring it to you and see if we can go out for bids. The next option would be to do the very, very minimum. It was like 375K or something. That doesn't have the AD accessibility, and it doesn't have the low impact development. I think when we looked at this before, there was an underappreciation of low impact development, which is basically the water features. And those water features are what provides the grant funding and enables us to leverage the restricted Measure W funds. We can get a really decent and accessible Lot D in a timely manner if we just stick with the program and go for that Coastal Commission, that approval. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? Next. No? Okay.
Mayor, we did have,
Oh, wait, I'm sorry. Is there someone else?
we did have Rebecca submit a speaker card. It's related to parking, but she's not able to stay until the later part of
Okay.
general public comment. I wasn't sure if you wanted to hear her comment or not.
Yeah, sure. Would you like to speak?
Yeah, thank you so much. Good evening, and first, thank you so much for your time. I really love living here in Hermosa. It's such a gift, and I know that's in no small part due to your leadership. I'm here tonight to ask for your help in finding a solution to a parking permit issue that's having a real impact on me and my roommates, and likely others in Hermosa Beach as well. One of my roommates in particular is having some trouble. Like the rest of us, she's a full-time resident. She lives here, she pays rent here, she receives mail here, but she doesn't have her own car. She rents it, so her name isn't on the registration, and so she's unable to get a resident parking permit. Right now, I have a resident pass, and my roommate has been using the visitor pass, but this impacts our third roommate, who doesn't have a car or a driver's license yet and needs it for when her sister comes to drive her places. Our visitor pass is also used for workers at the house, so it's stretched really thin.
Excuse me.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, and I don't mean to interrupt you, but basically this time is for comments about the CIP projects and not the parking
Yeah, I
program.
came here at the staff's direction. I spent probably over a total of 8 hours waiting at council meetings. I made it under 3 minutes. Like, I'll be really quick.
Okay, but please wrap it up, because this is really about CIP projects and not the parking
at the
program.
staff's direction. Like, I wouldn't have wasted your time if I had known. Okay, I'll make it really short then.
Okay.
I basically just want to say that it's confusing that the exception currently is that student drivers are allowed to use a car owned and registered by their out-of-state parents to qualify for a resident permit. So if your parents can afford to give or lend you a car, you're eligible, but if you're an adult trying to make it here and you're renting one, and you're not, and that feels inequitable and unfairly favors more privileged people, and I know that's not the spirit that the policy was written in, so I just wanted to provide some feedback on how that's just affecting kind of less affluent members of our community. I had more, but I'll just email it to you. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Well, thank you. Thank you. All right. Anyone else in chambers? Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do. Eddie S., your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Oh, hi, great. Thank you all very much for your hard work that you're doing. I appreciate it. I'm somewhat of a new member here compared to everybody else in the community. I've been here for only 3 years, and I live on 15th Street. I hear a lot of talk about the 14th Street bathroom situation, and it's it's something that needs a lot of attention. I'm local here, and it's only recently that I've braved myself to go in there and take a look at it. I think for the just for the community and for the visitors that come here and everything, we should really try to expedite the plans that are in place for this. Just listening to what's happening tonight, it sounds to me like there's a lot of plans in place, but they seem to be gridlocked for some reason, and I don't know what that is. And I think it would be prudent for all of us to try to move this project forward in an affirmative action way. And I'd also like to offer my services as a local community member here in my immediate location to sort of have a little oversight and feedback for you guys as needed, if that would help at all. But I think it's something that should be really taken care of for our local residents and our visitors. And in addition to that, adjacent is the Greg Jarvis Memorial. I call it the Nook there. That thing is in disrepair also, and I'd like to put it on the agenda and put it on the radar that we need to do some, repairs and upkeep of that. And also if there's a way to sort of deter local campers from staying there, I think that would be advantageous to all of us. And I'm here to help. And thank you all. And that's all I got to say.
Thank you.
So we have Anthony Higgins.
Yeah, hello. I wanted to talk just very, very briefly about the tsunami siren project. I believe we have 4,000 to 5,000 people living in the possible tsunami impact zone, mainly west of Hermosa Avenue. One of the things the emergency coordinator brought up when he spoke last was that if we do get hit, the police and the fire will not be handling rescue or search and rescue or anything like that. The first several hours will be spent assessing the damage. So people are pretty much on their own. The idea that people are going to get cell phone alerts really doesn't make a lot of sense because so many people turn off their audio notification on their cell phone at night. I don't know how to weight this, whether it's a big issue or not, but in going forward with the tsunami siren project, I hope you consider that for the first 2 or 3 hours, we're not going to have much search and rescue. And that may up the importance of some other notification method. That's really all I have to say. I hope you consider it. And like I said, it's a tough decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Laura Pena, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Hi, Laura Pena. I want to start by recognizing the incredible strides made in the CIP project delivery. But with that success, what did we learn? Was it staffing, outside support, process improvement, sequencing? And how do we bottle that so future years are just as productive? I want to raise 5 key areas that I think deserve focus. One is beautification and economic opportunity. With millions expected in the LA region for the World Cup, even non-host cities like ours will see increased foot traffic and tourism. This is a once-in-a-generation chance to elevate our city's curb appeal. I urge council to prioritize high-visibility beautification projects. 2, the deferred needs and prioritization framework. According to the staff report, we're facing more than $60 million in unfunded needs for current projects and 162 in additional future projects. So I ask, what criteria are we using to prioritize these projects? Is it ROI? Is it safety? Is it equity? Is it regulatory deadlines? I think Commissioner Hayes brought up some really good questions with the cancellation of bids on Parking Lot D and Kelly Courts. If it's communication and feedback that is causing some bottlenecks, Commissioner Horwitz brought up the idea of a liaison position between commissions. It might help to ensure a clear line of communication so we don't have these bottlenecks or delays. Also, could the community benefit from a clear public-facing prioritization framework so they can understand how and why projects move forward or even get delayed? 3, Parking Lot D and strategic planning. CIP 682 is now on hold despite being tied to 2 outside grants. Before moving forward, can we quantify the cost of delay and access whether this lot might better serve long-term needs like a structured parking lot or downtown housing initiatives? And number 4, big ticket projects like the city yard and the storage lot. The city yard is estimated, 15 to 20 million. So if staff recommends the progress design build model, which is more efficient but staff intensive, do we have the internal capacity or a clear resourcing plan to deliver this without sidelining other critical projects? I'm surprised that the rental increases for the storage lot were based just on CPI. You could be leaving money on the table, as the earlier commenter suggested. What is the market rate for this space in our area? Is this the right project to advance now, or is there a higher value use for that site during the next decade? And in 5, streets and restrooms. The street staff payment plan shows we need 3.1 million annually just to maintain our streets. Yet the local streets and alleys where most residents live are in the worst shape. Can council commit to a target for reducing poor condition local streets and alleyways over the next 4 years? As far as the 14th Street restroom, I appreciate staff's plan for short-term upgrades. I think the 75,000 would be a good use. And can we revisit full project scope after those repairs and look at whether we could fast track some other ideas? In this year's CIP, it's just not just about budget. It's a test to how we prioritize, plan, and lead. With limited funds and long backlogs, we must be thoughtful and bold. I recommend we align our investments with what truly matters: public safety, community pride, and long-term economic health. Thank you.
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
That's all? I'm sorry, Madam City Clerk?
I apologize. Sam V just raised the virtual hand.
Okay. We do have one more? Okay.
Sam.
Sorry.
Yeah, okay.
Sorry about that. I just wanted to comment on the Fort Lots of Fun gate, which I agree, it's quite aged. But just wanted to say when we first moved here, we took our kids there and we thought actually the gate was a really nice touch, very creative and whimsical. And it would be fantastic if it could be replaced with something themed like that. I think it brings a kind of sense of whimsy and joy. I know our kids really enjoyed it. Man, they always loved going to play there. And seeing things like that throughout the city, I think adds to part of the charm of the best little beach city that we have here. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Is that all?
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
I'm sorry, did you say that's it?
We do not have any other
Okay,
virtual
all
hands
right,
raised.
great. And no one else here in chambers? All right, then I'll close the public comment and bring it back to the council for deliberation and possibly some direction for staff. Start on the left side this time. Mr. Jackson, would you like to start, or you want to wait?
I can start, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think I'd like to start first with comments from Commissioner Hayes and one of our callers with regard to commissions and sequencing. I couldn't agree more. I think it's incumbent that I think our Public Works Commission should be meeting every single month, doing an absolute deep dive into our CIPs every month. Where are we? What's the status? Are we on time, on budget? Do we have the right priorities, and come back with recommendations if something needs to change? That should obviously be done in concert with Parks and Rec to the extent that there's overlap. So I think that's certainly something we should look to do to improve processing, other opportunities for community members to hear about what's happening, provide input, and to have these fulsome discussions before it comes to us at City Council. So I think that's something we should look to do. Mr. Hallett talked about putting more on your plate, and that's something that we enjoy doing, because if you want something done, ask a busy person. So the more you do, the more we expect, and we couldn't be happier with where we're going and so we need to maintain this positive momentum. And I've talked about TransTech, just an example, but I know that there are models that other cities are using that they can help augment, supplement our staff, because I understand we are a small staff, but I think to the extent that we can use more bodies, more engineers, more whatever we can do, and this is things we can start looking at now, and if you need to come back to us for budget priorities, reprogramming, but let's look at some of those things now, because we talked about this last time. I think the expectation is we're never going to be 100% all the time. So what do we need to do in terms of staffing to push a lot of these projects forward? And I know that Carson has used a lot of these companies to maximizing their projects. With regard to parking lot D, I agreed with Councilmember Saman that we stopped the project going forward, and I'm not comfortable that it's the highest and best use for that property, and so I would support discontinuing any further development on parking lot D. And Councilmember Saman and I have had some discussions, and I think it was mentioned by a caller, about some potential housing opportunities that we can look at on top of that parking lot. But that is not the highest and best use, and to spend millions of dollars on it now just to look at doing something else in a year or two, I think is not the way to go forward. With regard to, we mentioned the large project. The city yard seems to be the highest of the big ticket items. And like anything else, the longer we wait, the more it's going to cost us. So I think we need to explore funding options. I know there are options outside of bond measures that we can at least explore to help push the city yard project as the most immediate large project and get that done sooner versus later. Because it begs the question, is it better to financially do it now and to service the debt, or to continue to kick the can down the road while costs continue to rise? So I think that's something we should explore, and if we can look at alternatives, if the bond measure is the only viable way, but if there are other measures out there, then I think we should certainly explore those. Agree with the bathroom. Let's get that thing done sooner versus later. It is embarrassing. Streets, sidewalks, we absolutely have to get that sidewalk improvement plan. It's a liability concern. The more we do in terms of identifying, sequencing, prioritizing our repairs and replacements, the more we reduce our liability. And I think that's a study that's worth funding so that we have a current snapshot of where our priorities should be with regard to our sidewalks. We can identify those that are hazards now, point those out, block them off, do whatever we need to do. But that's something we certainly have to do. With regard to the paving, I think that's something else that Public Works could be looking at. I mean, let's look at our worst streets and let's prioritize those. If we can get 10 smaller streets versus, 10 that have been neglected versus one that we can kick the can down the road a year or two, then I think that's something we should look at doing. The siren system, I think that's something we have to look at doing sooner versus later. The climate change is real, whatever you want to call it, and we can't continue to ignore the fact that we don't have a siren warning in our tsunami zone. And let's look at what our neighbors are doing. Maybe there's a coordinated effort we can do with Redondo and Manhattan Beach, but that's something I think we need to address sooner versus later. I mentioned Caltrans and Metro. I think we need to nudge them, Joe, with regard to looking at our PCH corridor between here and Manhattan Beach. Manhattan Beach is nudging them as well. So to the extent we can coordinate our efforts and figure out what we can do, otherwise we're going to be having this conversation again next year after 2 or 3 more people have been killed. Because if we continue to treat it like a highway, people are going to drive on it like it's a highway, and unless we do something, it's going to be business as usual. So to the extent we can nudge them, that would be appreciated, and if you need assistance from us, we can certainly talk to the Metro board as well, and I will do that on my end. With regard to the storage lot, I think the storage lot provides us an opportunity to give us a flexible option. We know that storage unit is coming down sooner versus later. And while we're figuring out what we're going to do, which is going to be years in the making, whether we rebuild, remove, replace, that storage lot gives us flexible options. If we need to put a trailer or 2 there while we're renovating a building, if we need to store equipment there while we're renovating the city yard. But in the meantime, particularly with all the events that we've got coming into the city, if we can raise it, increase our parking by 100 plus, generate revenue as well, I don't think we look at it just strictly as a revenue generator. I think it's an economic driver in terms of forcing people to park at Upper Pier, fewer cars driving through the city. That's more pedestrians walking down Pier Avenue towards the plaza, stopping and seeing some of the other restaurants and bars and stores that they otherwise would pass by. So I think that's a perfect opportunity to explore using that site for something that other than what it's currently being used for. And it'll give the public an opportunity to envision that's, no one really, first of all, most people don't know that the city owns that. And second of all, when that thing comes down, you'll see how big it is. And so we can then begin to imagine the possibilities in terms of, okay, is it going to be a temporary storage lot for equipment or trailers or whatever it's going to be. But, if we can increase parking, and I think that's a good economic potential catalyst. We had a caller who mentioned beautification. Fold this line. We've got millions of people coming to the South Bay and to Los Angeles and South Bay. We've got World Cup, Super Bowl. We've got Olympics. We've got NBA All-Star Game. We've got a slew of global events that will bring a lot of attention to LA. We're also working on possibly getting the USA Olympic volleyball team to train here. So I think there's an opportunity for us to create a lasting, meaningful impression for residents, businesses, and visitors by enhancing the city's visual appearance and fostering an emotional connection. So I think we have to look at what can we paint, what can we clean, what can we enhance to make our city more welcoming and vibrant. If you drive down Pier at night, it's dark, it's gloomy, it's not inviting. You look at some of our signs, that's a sign that Manhattan Beach has. We've got some areas, I think, in our city we can improve our signs. El Segundo has this beautiful sign at their entranceway to their city. I think there's an opportunity for us to look at that type of signage that could be a great focal point for the city. It's a welcoming reminder that you're in the best little beach city, and there are lots of things you can do with it. So these are just a few examples. Strand, I think we have to, strand safety we talked about. We've got our sign-making machine. I think we need to lower the signs that are currently on the Strand. I think the 8-mile-an-hour signs that are relatively high, if we need to brighten those or whatever we need to do, but they need to be lower. And I think we need to look at adding a go slow. This reminds people that no motorized transportation is authorized on the Strand, and it's a good visual reminder to move to the right and slow down, and pedestrians have the right of way. I mentioned sidewalks. This is just a couple pictures of some sidewalks that are tripping hazards. We've got these planter boxes. They do nothing but eliminate potential parking spaces and damage your car door when you open it. That's just an example of a sidewalk. And if we don't have that area marked as a potential trip hazard, when Councilmember DeToy gets out of his car at midnight and breaks his ankle, he's going to sue us. So I know we've talked to Cal Water about fire hydrants. We need to keep nudging them and pushing them so they can come out here and paint them. This is just another example. I personally am not a fan of the brick planters. I don't think they add a whole lot. But again, to the extent we can repair, replace, paint, improve, I think we should definitely explore those opportunities. This is just another sidewalk. Because we got different sidewalks in different parts of town. You've got bricks in some, you've got concrete on the other, you got planters on the other, and if somebody falls over that planter, who's responsible? There's a hose there, there's a watering hose. If I trip on that, who's liable? Is it the homeowner or is it the city? So I think we have to, just like we're doing with the pavement improvement plan, we've got to get a good hold on our sidewalks. I know we're working on green painting for our bike racks, or excuse me, our bike lanes. Great initiative. To the extent we can continue that in our bike lanes, that'd be a great visual reminder. And just something they have next door in Redondo to increase their bicycle parking capacity, where they've taken, you've seen what they've taken. They've beautified it, it looks good, and it's a clean place. And, to the extent that we can impose our outdoor dinings, our some are hit, some are miss, I think we should strive for something more akin to this than what we currently have at some of our outdoor dining locations. And then, if you go to Manhattan Beach Village, this is what they've done with their lighting on their palm trees. They change colors, and we've got strings that go across, I think, on Lower Plaza, to the extent we can look at individual lighting on the trees that come down pier, as well as the ones on the plaza. I think that adds a beautiful element and a touch that touches the soul as you drive into the city. Just another example of the planners that we need to start looking to address. So I think that was it.
Thank you, Councilor Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Mayor, if I may. Sorry, this is the city attorney, or the interim city attorney. I did promise Joe before we came here tonight that I would help him get direction from the 5 of you on those points on that one slide. Rihanna, can you put that back up, please? So I'm going to nudge you all a little bit to give direction by motion and vote on each of these 5 things, or 6, I guess.
We're not there
That's
yet.
fine.
If you could.
Yeah.
Thanks.
As soon as we're done with deliberation, excuse me.
Right, but
As soon as we're done with deliberation, we'll certainly do that.
of course, I'm just suggesting that
I
the
appreciate it.
deliberation could focus on these.
And if you could leave that slide up for a while, so we can focus on those things. All right, Councilman DeToy.
Thank you. So going off these project sequencing and funding, I mentioned the playground equipment, trying to sequence that out a little bit differently. So construction's not going over the summer. In favor of 14th Street restroom, reallocating the rest of the funds to either slurry or road reconstruction, wherever you all see fit. That should free up another 125K or so, maybe more depending on how the money is. Parking lot D, it needs to be improved, and the fact that no general fund dollars will go through this, I could be amenable to removing the solar and going after that grant money again. But I think that needs to get improved, and as we see our general fund money, our CIP money from the general fund gets tight, and we are way behind the 8 ball when it comes to our pavement index. New corporate yard delivery, I think we need to have a study session with our Public Works Commission. I don't think that decision should be made tonight. Storage lot reuse, I applaud my colleagues for a creative idea. I also believe that the lease is under market value. I'd like to get through that step of renegotiating that contract first to see what that will yield before any decision is made on that. And as I said, the funding for pavement projects, I think taking some of the money saved in 14th Street, reallocating that as much as I applaud Mo for going out there and finding a solution for the tsunami siren. I think a lot of the community regarding the tsunami siren is, you know, our throwback to the noon siren, which this will not be. And I don't want to necessarily put this money forward if it's a standalone and the county all of a sudden says you need to have Beals. I don't know what the realistic time frame on that, but if we could push the tsunami siren down, I would be in favor of that, so we can hopefully get maybe the road repaving up. Just looking at the report from the consultants from earlier this year, from last year, you know, we need to invest money in our roads, and I think the last 2 years we've seen the success of that and really get into the neighborhoods. I know Power Street's coming up. That's one of the poor ones. There's some major arterials east of the highway as well. And I think anything that we can kind of throw at it right now to stop the bleeding. And again, that's up to you. I'm not a road repaver, so if more money needs to go to slurry versus true grind and repave, I'll leave that up to you and your staff of how you allocate those funds. But I would deprioritize or defund, push out the tsunami siren until we can get a clear answer from the county, and then 14th Street going from there. But I appreciate the schedule, ambitious. You guys hit the target the last 2 years, so keep up the good work. Thank you.
Councilman Keegan, are you ready?
Yes. Regarding the project and project sequencing and funding, I mean, as far as funding goes, sequencing, it looks like you've taken enough notes on that, so I'm not going to really address that. On the sequencing, I do want to figure out how we're going to do the yard. I want to do the combined process of the for the yard, for the corporate yard. I want to do the what do you call it, the hybrid one?
Just the traditional model, design,
No.
bid, build, or
the third one. What was
the progressive design build?
Progressive design build. So I'm interested in that, but we'll have to vote on that. But on parking lot D, I did want to find out, you know, the information on the solar panels, because I wanted to know how much we were paying for them and how much we're going to save in electricity, if it's worth having. I mean, I don't know where we're going to go with this thing. It sounds like it's not going anywhere, but if we are going to move it forward at all, I'd like to know, getting rid of that and coming back with some information. So I don't know if I have enough information, but aside from that, I probably wouldn't do anything. I'm not going to approve the other items, or the way it is currently. So on the corporate yard delivery method, I went through that already. The storage lot, I think that I wanted to mention that it's an old lease, and I mean, that building was acquired in about 2004, I believe, and so we've had it 21 years, and it had a lease with an option when we got it, so it's an old lease. So it's probably not as favorable to us as we'd like. I could volunteer to help with that. I've been a broker for 42 years. I'm also good friends with Bob I know Bob not good friends, I'm friendly with a guy who owns the storage unit on Rondo, and as you cut through to I guess what I'd call Valley Drive continued. I forget the name of the street. So on Valley Drive, when you hit Redondo Beach, the one on the right, he lives in Manhattan Beach, and he would probably help us give comps on what he's getting for rents, and that would help us make a decision. And also, I'd be happy to step in and assist staff on that and look over the lease. I have experience in that. I also worked on the first lease we did for the underground fiber optic cable with Mike Jenkins, and I think I added some value assets to that, to his negotiations. So I've done a lot of ground leases, probably about 25 of them. So that's what we should do, I think, on that, and leave it the way it is. 14th Street restroom, I want you to do the Joe plan, we're going to call it, instead of the John plan.
Let's flush that out a little more, would you?
We'll have to flush that out a little bit more. As far as looking into, someone mentioned something about looking into bonding for the corporate yard. You know, we have $1 million right now. It's going to take us a while to run through that. Hopefully by the time we're organized and have plans drawn and architects hired, the interest rate market will have changed. So I don't know that we want to rush in and spend a lot of time with a bond guy right now, because I think we're a couple of years away from any kind of bond. We also have reserves we could dip into. When we bought that property in 2003, we spent all of our reserve funds because we didn't have the money to do it and we didn't want to finance it. So we sunk about 3/4 of our reserves into that project instead of buying it, because we were getting a better rate of return on the cash flow from the rent than we were on the money we were making in our LAIF funds and in our, treasury bonds and things. So we sunk most of it in there, and then each year we paid it back. We used that money to increase the reserves after that. Annually, we were putting at least $1.5 million to $2 million every year after that to get it back up. So there's no reason we couldn't do something similar to that with this. In other words, we could use some of our reserves till the bond market looks like it's its best, and then borrow when the rates are its cheapest, probably, which is probably about 3 to 4 years from now, when the current person leaves office in the national level. So that said, those are my marching orders, and I'm ready to make some motions when we hear from my colleagues.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Well, the easy one is 14th. Sounds like we got a consensus. We want to go ahead with the 14th Street bathrooms. That should be
Joe project.
No brainer with that one. What's that?
Joe project.
Yeah, I don't need to flush it out anymore or anything else. In the storage facility, I really think we can do better to collect more rent on that, and I'm not in favor of investing $2 million of taxpayers' money into a money grab from people that we're trying to get from parking when it's free in the surrounding area. It's a risk we don't need to be taking. We can really increase the revenue on that property by marketing it properly and renewing the lease and getting some better revenue in there until we know what we're going to do with it. And once we get a new lease and get better revenue, then maybe we can think more about what we really need to do on that storage lot. I think Lot D, we probably have to go in a little more deliberations to see where we can find a consensus. As I understood my colleague on the left, Councilmember Detoy, I believe you had stated that you want to pursue using some grant money and see if we can still get moving with something. That would be option number 2, correct? Scaling it down. I mean, I'm in favor of that if we can use mostly the outside money that we still have. And I think that's what we originally intended to do. And if we could knock that, scale it down, and use the original grant money that's still available to do that. Otherwise, I'm in favor of just doing nothing and let it sit. Or maybe spend $350 to make minimal renovations on that one. So I guess those are the 3 contentious ones. The others, all for paving, the corporate yard, either way on the progressive or non-progressive route. One is riskier than the other. I'm concerned about the risk involved of doing it all in one as opposed to going out to separate bids. And those are pretty much where I'm coming from on that. So thank you.
Thank you. So let's start at the top of this list. Project sequencing and funding. I have to agree with Council Jackson and the caller we had in Laura Pena about prioritizing visible projects like Lot B and the Pier, 14th Street bathrooms, street paving, et cetera, to prepare for the major events that we have coming up. I know that we need to continue with the sequencing that we have now. Paving the streets is important. Everything we've talked about tonight for several hours has been very important stuff. But in the very near future, the Olympics and World Cup and so on, that's important for us, for our businesses to survive and to thrive, is to have people come here and have the place be beautiful and attractive and bring those people here and make them be here, look here, and enjoy this place, and then go home and talk about it when they get home. Well, that way, Hermosa is a beautiful spot. So I think that prioritizing is something we should look at for those projects, especially the 14th Street bathrooms. I think clearly I don't think that's the one thing that there's complete consensus here. I think that needs to be spruced up and finished. The project you mentioned about replacing things, painting and repair. And then the balance of the money, I would go along with Councilman DeToy about that money could go back into paving or whatever the most important item on our CIP list is that needs that money, we could go ahead and put it back to good use. Parking lot D. Boy, I'm not sure there's anything I haven't already said about parking lot D. And I'm going to spend just a couple minutes talking about it. The idea of doing some repair and some sprucing up and spending a few $100,000 of taxpayer money on parking lot D seems to be, that's where I see that as a waste of money. This project started so long ago. It was another council, probably 3 councils ago. They had ideas and priorities that they wanted to. I want to quote from the report that's right here from staff. It says, the subject property was first conceived in 2017 to not only reconstruct parking lot D, located in the southwest corner of Manhattan Avenue and 14th Street, but also to, and I quote, showcase a range of environmentally sustainable design elements. So I have nothing against environmental, sustainable design elements, but if we're going to spend $1.8 million to showcase environmental sustainable design elements, I think that's a waste of taxpayer money. I think that grant money is still tax money. It might not be our money, but it's money. Somebody paid that in taxes, and it ends up here, and to spend it on an environmental garden that yields no visible benefit to the city other than it's pretty, and it does treat the water, I agree with that, but I think for our money, we're really wasting our time. I think parking lot D, what we should do, my opinion, is not even number 5. I think number 5 is to just defund the current project and direct staff to bring forward a revised project in a future budget cycle with a parking structure. I have tried for well over a year, actually 2 years, to get that accomplished. And I think that's a better use for the property than an environmental garden. That gives some benefit to the city. There's parking there. It brings income once the initial costs are paid off, which is a very short time in terms of investment. And it delivers parking to the city, right? And almost smack in the middle of it, to be honest with you. It's right off of Pier Avenue in Manhattan. But I would suggest option 6, which is not on the list yet. I think we should defund the CIP that it is there and do bring it back with a new idea, not limited to a 2-layer parking structure. The two-layer parking structure is a great idea because you don't have to waste any space with ramps. The bottom level is accessed by the existing streets, and the top level is accessed off of Manhattan Avenue. This is a perfect idea to use that lot. But not to stop there. I think that this property should be a two-level parking structure with a third level to include any one of a number of items. And please just keep your mind open for a moment and think about what would really benefit our city on that lot. We could have affordable housing on the top level. We could have a library, a teen center, conference facilities for the city to use, off-site city offices, and commercial use. There could be a restaurant on the top of that. Anything we can imagine. All of these provide a real, substantial financial benefit to the city. And all we need to do is just think out of the box a little bit and imagine what we can do in the future with that lot. And if you can agree to that there is something much better we could do with it, something that helps the city, something that's worth the money we spend on it, whether it's tax money or it's general fund money or if we have to go out and steal it. Whatever we try to do there, I think it would be of great benefit to the city, much more so than this CIP the way it is right now. So I would suggest that we do defund the project and put it back on the burner and start thinking about something else we could do there. Any one of these items would be wonderful, I think. And I think we can accomplish that if we just think of it as open your mind a little bit to imagine what we can do with it. And it can be a future project. We don't have to just push this on to everything. It doesn't have to be just a two-level parking structure. It could be a lot of things. And so I think some time goes by. We can get to work on designing it and thinking what we can do with it and what might be the best thing to do with it and go from there. And to spend money on it now, I totally disagree with that. I've walked that lot so many times, and I just did it about 2 weeks ago. There's nothing wrong with the paving there. The hillside that's on Manhattan Avenue is just basically sand with a couple of plants. One of the neighbors really loves one of those plants. It's a beautiful, huge cactus. I think he goes over there and waters it in his spare time. But I think all that hillside really needs is to have some landscaping on it. Or even, how about the wood chips we took off of the green belt? We could put that on that side to keep the dust down. It's just some simple landscaping and fix it up. Solar panels, part of the problem with the solar panels that were originally designed there, those solar panels, in order for them to work, they were going to cut down 5 trees on the side yard on the north side of that lot because the trees shaded the sun from the solar panels. I'm sorry, but I'm not sure why that's an environmentally good idea, that we're going to cut down trees to make room for solar panels. I'm not making this stuff up. It's in the report. It's in the plan. So that's about all I'm going to say about parking lot D. Is I think we should definitely defund it, and then we should start working on a new idea. We could take this back to one of our commissions and have them hold some hearings and suggest something. Maybe we should get a little committee that says, hey, I got an idea. How about this? How about that? Let's work on it. Let's come up with something that's useful to the city, what's productive for the city, what brings us some revenue and beautifies that spot. That's parking lot D. New corporate yard delivery method. The design build idea originally sounded pretty good to me. I've been a contractor for 50 years, and I understand the difference between the two. It is a quicker way. I think the design build idea is essentially that you hire a contractor who does the design and the building. I think that's obvious in the name. And the good part of that is that contractor can't come back to the client, which would be us in this case, and come back and say, well, we didn't really allow enough room for this or that, or there's a problem here and we're going to have to change this, and so now there's extra costs. Because he did the design and he's doing the building, so there's no real question about those extra costs. We can eliminate those. It does go faster, I agree, but are we really in a hurry? I think the extra few months it would take to have a design bid build, I think is worth the time. It's been sitting there for Lord knows how many years, and I think we can just slow down a little bit, work on a design for it, put it out to bid, and then have a decent construction manager on the job all the time, whether that's in-house or we hire someone. But I think that's critical. In our past projects, we've had some problems with them because the construction manager wasn't watching, or something happened and there was something was changed or did incorrectly, and it caused problems and delays on a job. So it's important to have a decent construction manager. It's important to have a good design to start with. And I think design build is not the best idea. Design, bid, build is what I would suggest. The storage lot reuse. I have to agree with some things that were said here tonight that kind of opened my eyes a little bit about another possibility. And I have changed my mind in a few times in the last 2 years and as a councilman, and gotten some criticism for being wishy-washy on one item or another. I don't look at it that way. I look at it as a plus, as a positive. I am willing to come here with some preconceived notions because I've read the reports and I've studied this and I've talked about it, thought about it, and I think I know what we should do. And when I get here, someone says something that makes sense to me. I am for the storage lot reuse. I think we should probably get rid of the storage building, tear it down. The $500,000 we spend on that, we're just going to spend it anyway in 5 more years, or maybe 10 years from now. By the time the actual redoing of the city hall is done, that thing can produce a couple $100,000 a year over what it's doing now. That's positive income from the parking alone. We have the Olympics coming up, and we have all this World Cup and so on and so forth. Wouldn't it be nice to have an extra 150 parking spaces right in the middle of downtown, close to Upper Pier Avenue? They really need some help there in the parking. We took away a lot of parking with the decks. And so everybody loves the decks, me too. I eat there all the time, I like it. But it did remove some of the parking on Upper Pier, and that could be relieved somewhat by a parking lot, like parking lot D perhaps, but also a parking lot next to the city hall. Until something major happens in the future where we don't need cars anymore, or there's some other thing, we're going to need parking in this city. A parking lot there could also help the city theater up the hill, just a few block or so away on the other side of the Greenbelt. We have a 500-seat theater there, and if we do any kind of renovations on that, think of the venues that we could do there, because right now we have very little parking. Most people, when you go to an event there, they sneak across the street and park in the lot and Vaughn's because that's the only place there is to park. I think that's a bit of a problem. And if we could supply another 155 spaces, well, first of all, it's revenue, and second of all, it makes the theater much more usable right away. So this is what I'm kind of talking about, like with parking lot D, for instance. I think we have to look at these spots. We have so few precious places in the city that some development can be done. So what do we do with those gifts? Are we good stewards of what we have? Well, to leave it a storage yard is not being a good steward, I think. To leave parking lot D as a really pretty water feature garden with some solar panels, I don't think that's the best use of that either. I think we need to think about, we just have these couple of little diamonds in the rough here. What are we going to do with them? The thing that I heard this evening that makes sense to me is to look at the possibility of the rents there. I know the place has sat there kind of fallow, not really doing anything to it for a while now, and the rents maybe were way behind on the rents. It's an older building, it's kind of small. We have a huge lot with this little bitty thing in the middle of it. We're not using it to the best of our ability, but I think that before we decide to tear the building down and build a parking lot there, I think we should look at the rents. I think that's a reasonable thing to do. If it's possible that we can get enough money out of that to leave the building there and produce profit equal to what a new parking lot would do, I'd at least think about that. I go, well, why would we want to do all of that if we can get the same income from it by doing this? Perhaps we can, if the rents work properly, maybe some of the space behind it or in front of it, we could have RV storage or something on the outdoor there instead of parking and increase the rents even more. It's something to think about. But if we look at that and it turns out that we can't get that much money out of this storage yard no matter what, I think it would be wise for us to think in terms of the long term, tear the building down and put a parking lot there. Now, it's been mentioned this evening too that, well, if we're going to do that, then you got the meters everywhere, and what are you going to do with those and so on? There won't be meters there. There'll be a parking pay station, maybe one or two of them, like we have in our other lots. And you pick a spot, you take your number, and you go over and you pay. When we decide to use it as a temporary city yard, if that's what we do, we just stop using the pay station, and it's an empty lot with some lines on it. We use it for the city yard while we're doing it. That is so far away in time that think of the money we could make off of the parking lot in the meantime for year after year after year, including debt service. That's important. To think in terms of, gosh, it'll take 10 years to pay it off. Well, why are we thinking even of paying it off? When a person buys an apartment building as an investment, they put all their money into it so that it gets to a point where the payments on it are lower than the income, and as years go by, the rent goes up and the payment stays the same. It's value added as the years go by. No one ever thinks about, gosh, in 30 years I'll own this, and won't that be swell? Well, you might, and with your home you might, but as an investment, you need to think of how much money do I put into it, and how much money will I get back in income? It's just plain simple plus and minus. And that parking lot can be a great investment for us. If we just think about it a little bit, if the rents don't work out, then I think we should go ahead with the storage lot reuse there as a parking lot. And the first $500,000 we spend on demolition, we'll be saving ourselves $500,000 when we need the building to go away in the first place in 5 or 10 more years when we actually do some construction work. Storage lot reuse, that's what I think. Funding for paving projects, totally agree. What we're doing now, we should do the best we can. And I think Joe and the staff has been doing as good as they can do. And we should just continue with that program. And a suggestion from Councilman Detoy, the 14th Street bathrooms, we have $198,000 there. Clearly, it won't cost that much for a couple new toilets and dividers and paint and a roof and spruce the place up. So it's really nice and it's usable and it's clean and it's safe. The remainder of that money can go into that funding for the paving projects. I agree with that totally. So those are my opinions on these things. I appreciate everyone's ideas. I think that's the most important thing we can do here is everybody say what they think and then maybe rethink what someone else said, combine that together and come up with the best idea. So having said that now, unless there's any more deliberation, I think I would like, maybe we should go down, Mr. City Attorney, go down this list and have, entertain a motion and a vote on each one individually?
Please.
Reasonable? For direction, or do we want to just?
Why don't we just start making motions on the easiest ones, and then we'll take the tough ones last?
Excuse me, what?
Let's make a motion on a few of them and knock them down right away.
Well, we'll be doing it for all of them, but okay, I don't mind that.
One at a time. I'd like to make a motion to move forward on the 14th Street restroom plan based on the budget of $78,000. Is that correct?
$75,000, but then the consideration would be, do we cancel CIP,
Yes, I want to, and I want to
return the 195
So
and
I want to
come
make a
back
new
with 75.
CIP of the 14th Street bathroom for $75,000 and cancel the previous one.
I'll second that.
Are we still going to have a CIP, though, in the future going forward to redo the bathrooms, or are we throwing that out completely forever and ever?
We're throwing it out.
I thought we were still going to
We're
have that on reserve for something to do in the future. This $75,000 isn't going to last long with these bathrooms. So,
It'll last your term.
There's a motion on the floor.
yeah, I'm asking questions about the motion on the floor.
Okay, well, do we have a motion? Do we have a second?
Yeah. he
Yes,
seconded
I second
He
it.
To
seconded
the
So I'm just,
motion maker, are you good with reallocating those funds to pavement roads, general, either slurry or roads?
The money should be returned back to Public Works where designated to the funds that need, where they need it. I don't know where you need it. I don't know where you need it.
Paving,
Okay, then
Lot
we'll-
C Phase 2,
Lots-
and eventually windows,
Let's
but
put it
that's
back
TBD.
to Lot C Phase 2.
I'm sorry, Lot?
Lot C Phase 2. We're way behind on money on that.
Okay,
that one.
well, I was seconding that as, for, if you don't mind, a friendly amendment, that we use it for paving.
Oh, that's fine. Let's move
Will
it
you agree to
forward.
that?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so the motion is to take the $198,000, spend 75, what was the amount,
We're
75?
canceling the current CIP,
Yes.
and we're moving forward with $75,000 for 14th Street, and that money in the CIP that we're canceling is going towards paving.
Very good, and I'll second that, okay. So,
I just want to warn us that canceling the CIP completely, this Band-Aid approach to those bathrooms isn't mean we're going to have great bathrooms there. And we still need to be looking down the line how we're going to completely renovate that building. I mean...
Would you like to make a motion?
Joe, how can you give some opinion about this $75,000 project and how long that's going to make this building last before it's going to need to be redone?
So there will need to be continued maintenance to the building. I think we can do a fair amount of beautification to it. Granted, over time, I mean, maybe it buys us 3, 5, 7 years with continued maintenance on it. Eventually, we might need to do something larger, but this is going to buy us time. I think the challenge is right now the project we haven't been able to fully fund it.
Yeah.
If we were to proceed, we're looking at a 2-year design permitting process.
Right.
Plus construction. So even if we started today and had all the money, it's 2, maybe 3 years before you have a new restroom facility, and we'd have to find the money to do it. And so one thought is to try to help provide immediate improvements, and then it could be something that could be revisited at a future budget cycle if we feel that it's growing tired again and needs a different direction.
Okay. I mean, I guess so. It's just that these projects are so far drawn out that they are really 7 years out from the time we start them. And here, this at least has been on our chart. But I appreciate that, and I'm glad we're doing something with the 14th Street bathroom. So I support the motion.
I'd like to call the question then.
Let's vote.
Madam City Clerk?
Voting is now open. Councilmember Keegan?
Yeah, the computer's churning.
Would you like to cast your
Sorry?
vote?
I cast.
Marley?
Could you call the vote, please?
Yep. Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Well, it's too late now.
Yeah, for the next time.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, could you put that slide back up, please, with our the 5 items that we're, yeah, there you go, thank you, appreciate it. Okay, so that motion actually takes the 2 off the bottom of that list, funding for paving projects. I believe that's sufficient for that. I don't really see any reason to take them easy or hard. Project sequencing and funding, why don't we do that one next then? Start at the top. Any motions, comments?
What kind of motion are you
Correction.
looking for on that, Joe?
I think we are looking for general consensus on the sequencing that we've laid out. So acknowledging that there's projects that we can tentatively complete or start or advance in the upcoming fiscal year, while there's others that are delayed to start into the future. In acknowledgement that some of these do not remain fully funded. So I know, for example, they're not all necessarily fully funded through all phases, but really looking at what's coming up in the next year. Are there things that we really want to move up, but at what cost of deprioritizing something else? Or has there been something mentioned tonight that's not a project that should be inserted into the regimen, but that would also impact sequencing and funding availability?
So I think consensus would be that the project sequencing that we have that you've been doing is quite adequate. I have to agree with, I think Councilman Jackson and a caller, Laura Pena, both mentioned the sports things coming up in our near future with World Cup and the Olympics and so on, and we want to spruce up our city for that. And if there are projects like the 14th Street bathroom, for instance, that we should definitely get done sooner rather than later. Paving, of course, on the worst streets we have, and that sort of a thing. I think those, if we're going to move anything forward quicker, it would be those cosmetic items that can really make an impact during the Olympics and the World Cup and so on. Is that a consensus of everyone? Should we vote on that, or anyone have any
I think it sounds
motion?
fine. I don't know if you need
I
a
don't think we
motion.
need a motion.
Yeah, I don't think.
No, okay, so we have a consensus that our sequencing is fine, except for let's if we can, push forward the 14th Street bathrooms, paving, and that sort of a thing that's spruce up the city. Is that clear enough?
No.
No.
Unless I'm missing something, oh.
I would like a motion and a vote,
Okay.
On what?
please. If you're saying that the sequencing is fine, the motion is to approve the sequencing as proposed.
But we
Okay, but
wanted a little modifications to it, so.
And if you
Mr.
want to
Jackson.
modify it, then
We should, okay, thank you. Councilman Jackson.
Yeah, let's do this last. I was just going to add, with regard to the sequencing, I think it's important, I'll reiterate the involvement of the planning of Public Works as well as Parks and Rec to help provide input and valuable insight on sequencing. As they do the deep dives monthly, understanding everything else that's going on in the city, they can help provide input and guidance to us with regard to whether we need to reprioritize any particular project. And I think they also should be looking at, per the mayor's point, and the comments we've made in terms of the beautification piece, because we can't just, we've been talking about city beautification since before I was on council, and you can drive through the city and not know whether you're in, well, you know when you hit Redondo Beach, but you know you hit Manhattan Beach, but you don't know when you hit Hermosa Beach, so.
Would you like to make a motion?
Mr. Mayor, I said we do this one last because I think depending on what we do with Lot D, I mean, that changes sequencing as well.
I don't see that, but okay.
That is correct.
don't mind
If you
that.
cancel the project, then it's going to free up staff time. We can
Well,
reprioritize from there.
That's correct. So thank you for that clarification, Councilmember Toye. So the current sequencing and tentative schedule reflects proceeding with option one, which is basically going back to Coastal Commission, rebidding the project as is. Any of the other options may require a different schedule. If, for example, if we go back to our two granting agencies in option two and try to reduce the scope, that may actually take more time and push the project out further. It would be TBD. Some of the other options could take longer, and we would need to identify funding. So if we do options 3, 4, 5, or even option 6, we don't have funding for that. So it would be a cancellation and creation of a new project at your discretion of when that would have to happen.
Okay. All right. Well, then, let's hold off on the sequencing then for a moment. Let's do the corporate yard delivery method.
How about
Seems like a pretty easy, low-hanging fruit.
Mr. Mayor, could I
Yes.
make a motion with regard to parking lot D?
Sure.
If you'd like, that's fine with me.
Okay.
Yeah?
I would move that we go with your option 6, which is to defund parking lot D and to explore other higher and best uses for that property. And to the extent we can do some maintenance on it now so that it doesn't look as shoddy as it does while we explore other options to include potential housing.
Thank you. I kind of wish it was me doing that, but I will second that motion. Any?
I think the motion isn't very defined. I was thinking of option 6 or maybe 7 as being just doing nothing and being done with it. And if something in the future can emerge from commissions or other uses down the road, I think that's fine. But I think that in order to give clear direction to staff, they need to know to just do nothing. And that's what we need to do on that. So I'm a little, I'd like to support the motion, but I don't like this idea of just going out there and looking at other things to do and so on and so forth. And I originally did support Councilmember Detoy in his efforts to revitalize this thing with option 2, because I think we've got grant money there that can be lost, but maybe it sounded like there was no consensus to do that. So I'm kind of thinking that maybe this is a compromise to just do nothing on it and be done with it, so.
Well, I think what you just said was pretty much option 6, is to defund
Well-
this and put it away and be finished with CIP 682 period, and then explore new options.
Yeah, I don't
which
like
could
that
take
part.
two-
I don't like that part, though.
You want to just leave it there and
Yeah,
let weeds grow over it?
be done
and
with
just-
it, explore, you know, I don't know what kind of direction
Well,
council
okay.
has in exploring other things.
I
so.
appreciate that. Well, I
Yeah.
have a motion in a second,
Okay.
so I'll call the question.
Well, unless, did you have a comment, Councilman King? Okay, whatever.
Call the question,
Who
please.
was the second?
I second it.
And to clarify, I have to defund the Lot D CIP and explore other uses for the lot?
That's correct.
Okay.
Do we have to do another roll call here? Why is it coming up? now?
Different motion.
There we go.
Hold it.
There it
Could I
is.
get clarification? This also would explore other options for
What's
the
that?
lot, or are we including the explore other uses in this motion?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Of course.
I'm not getting the screen.
Councilmember Francois?
No.
Councilmember Keegan?
No.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Yes.
Aren't you going to ask me?
Mayor Seaman?
Yes.
And motion carries.
Okay. Would you announce the vote, please?
Motion carries with a 3-2 vote, with Councilmember, just go ahead and open this. Councilmember Francois voting no, and Councilmember Keegan voting no.
Great, thank you. Could you put that slide up again, please? All right, so funding for paving, 14th Street bathrooms.
Mr. Mayor.
Parking lot D.
I move that we do nothing with the corporate yard, or sorry, storage lot use, reuse, and just renegotiate come end of June.
I'll second that.
A second.
We do nothing with the storage lot.
We can push it a year, however you want to phrase it. For now, for the next, let's push it a year. We'll revisit this next year.
Can I put a friendly amendment to that? Since we're very soon now going to be renegotiating a lease there, it makes no sense to renegotiate a lease that we might not want to do. So can we explore the lease amounts and possible
That's all closed.
raising the rent and so on?
Yeah, that'll be closed session.
Mayor?
Well, yeah, that's fine. We're closed session or not, but I think rather than just say, just leave it alone, then what do we do when it comes time to renegotiate the
I
lease?
think we wait till next year and we go through the negotiation process with
Okay.
our current
Yeah,
provider.
we
or-
need to see what we can get in that rent. That's the idea.
That's what I
Let's
think, is we
see
need
what-
to see what the rent could be.
So, you know,
We could wait a year, renegotiate the lease, but at least I think it would be wise for us to take a look at what we're doing with that.
Can I speak?
Yes, please, Councilman.
Can we put an amendment that either like a subcommittee of myself and another person work with the staff on the lease? Because we want to make sure that it has options to quit, timings on the options, things like that.
And there-
We could wait until closed session, but then we'll waste a lot of time. And if it's prepared better, it will be an easier vote in closed session in the future. I'm happy to be on a subcommittee, and if anyone else would join me, or I'll do it myself, one or the other.
You want to do that?
Yeah, I'll do it.
Okay.
Okay, so make
Michael's.
the motion, Ed, that we'll help
Well,
them.
let's do that as a friendly amendment.
Right.
Okay, so, do you reread the motion?
That we do nothing with storage lot reuse until next year we renegotiate possible lease. Subcommittee will be Councilmember Keegan and myself.
Okay, and the second is okay with that?
Yeah. I'm
Okay.
okay with it if I'm the one that's second.
All right, call the question, please, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Mayor, if I can just ask a
Yes.
question. And if the numbers are not favorable during this current lease negotiation, are we boxing ourselves in but not doing, or are we going to be able to relook this earlier? I don't think we should box ourselves in. If, for example, they're not willing to pay any more, then we may consider doing something sooner versus waiting in a year.
Well, that's a good point.
Well, this project's also not on here, and will take staff time, so I think no matter what, this will not be in the queue for a year.
Yeah.
Uh,
We can do a lot to get more rent out of that, let's face it. That's the whole
Yeah,
idea.
but we don't know that for a fact, or
Well,
how much more.
We
so.
should. We should.
Uh,
Right? That's what you're going to work
all
on,
right.
right? Subcommittee, that's the subcommittee's going to work on.
Excuse me. Okay, I think that's reasonable. And Councilman Jackson, if we were to vote on this to say, let's go ahead and do it, what would be the first thing we would do? There has been some preliminary plans, but there's an awful lot of work to be done before we get to that point anyway. Staff time is a consideration, but it would take at least a year before we could have any solid numbers about the construction of it and the lot layout and so on and so forth, and get started on an actual project there. So are you okay with that? Let's go ahead and do it this way with the friendly amendment that we will have a subcommittee and they will explore the rent and report back to council. Okay? Call the question, please.
Who is the second?
Francois, second.
Have to possibly negotiate the lease with the storage lot and revisit its long-term use in 1 year. A friendly amendment was provided by Councilmember Keegan to create a subcommittee composed of Councilmember Keegan and Mayor Pro Tem Detoy to assist with renegotiations. Mayor Pro Tem Detoy accepted the friendly amendment.
So to renegotiate the lease now, not in 1 year, right?
No, but revisit its long-term use in 1 year.
Okay, well, we're going to revisit the lease, and was it August, I think?
Yeah, now.
Yeah, so we really revisit the lease now.
Well, it's possibly renegotiate, because we could
We're
renegotiate with
just
someone else.
Excuse me,
Well,
just
it's written right
clarifying
here.
the
Would you
motion.
like to take a look at the motion, and I can always edit the motion post-meeting?
We will be
satisfied.
negotiating the lease next month, within the next month.
Yeah, but we're not going to revisit the long-term use in 1 year, we're going to do it
No.
now.
Well, that was the whole point of
You're going to
possible opt-out
possibly,
to
there's a
parking.
lot of options out there.
I'll strike that.
I believe the lease expires in June, so we have to get
Yeah,
going.
so you got to be moving fast.
Okay, are you ready? Yes?
Yes. Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Yes.
Mayor Seaman?
No.
Motion carries with Mayor Pro Tem Seaman and, Mayor Seaman and Councilmember Jackson voting no.
Okay. Can we go back to our slide, please?
Mr. Mayor?
Yes.
I was just seeing if there's appetite to do a study session with our Public Works Commission regarding our city courtyard.
I would be interested in doing that.
And not deciding if we're doing design bid, build, design bid, whatever, all the options were tonight, but actually do a deep dive into it and financing options, et cetera.
And that study session would be with council and
Public Works.
Public Works Commission? That's a reasonable idea. I like that idea. Anybody else? Any other comments? Are you all right with that? Yeah? Okay, so we have consensus? Okay, so.
I make a motion that we have a joint study session with Public Works Commission to examine the financing options and construction options for our Public Works, or our courtyard.
And I'll second that.
Voting is now open. Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman.
Yes.
Motion carries unanimously.
What's that?
I just asked him how many are left.
Sequencing.
Okay, so we have given direction by motion on all of the 6 items.
We're checking, Mayor. We might need a motion and direction on sequencing and funding if it was affected by the other votes.
I don't think it was. The defunding of D will free up a little bit of staff time. However, it doesn't appear that in the 14th Street restroom, but that wasn't slated to begin until year 2, so that doesn't really impact anything. The yard delivery will extend out a little bit if we're going to go study session, because that means we wouldn't go forward with any RFQs. So that will push the schedule out a little bit further. But overall, I haven't heard the sequencing changing, but I did hear some comments about potential beautification. So the question would be, is the subset of projects that are anticipated to advance meeting those beautification needs that council's looking for, or are there other ways that you would recommend to integrate that into the CIP or through a maintenance project that might not be on the CIP?
Maintenance.
Sorry, would you say that again? What?
The question is if the projects that are planned for the upcoming year are not addressing adequately the beautification items that council's seeking, how would you direct staff to either change the project list or supplement through maintenance projects that might be added as supplemental in the budget, but not a big project, for example? And I will say that there are some of the items that were discussed, the wayfinding signage, we have a wayfinding CIP that has to work on the feasibility that in the coming months we would bring to commission and council to take a look at downtown wayfinding, gateway signs, and marquee signs in front of community center. We will be seeking further direction from council before we know how to proceed, because we have to finish the scoping of that project to define the budget and the scope before we can come back with final design and implementation funds. Because any of those items could be done at higher or lower costs, and we would need more guidance on how to do those.
So, for one, I think that we're talking about the 14th Street bathrooms. That's something that, a total beautification project. Is there no reason why that can't be pushed up because it's already funded? Can we move ahead with it in a little faster method to have it done sooner rather than later? And then I think we talked about parking lot B, which we're already in the process of repairing, and the elevator and so on. Is that, when is
Lot
that?
C, the parking structure.
The structure,
C,
yeah.
not D.
Yes, no, yeah, and that will bring
A, B, C.
some
I'm sorry, B,
beautification
C,
because
yeah.
we're gonna repair it.
Right. Are we already underway with that, aren't we?
Yes.
Yeah. So, there you go, that one's good. And 14th Street thing, and then we're paving as fast as we can anyway. So what else is there for beautification? Any?
So
Miss-
do
Mr.
you
Mayor.
need a motion to move 14th Street up sooner? Because right now you have it on fourth quarter.
So right now, the motion that you previously made was to eliminate 14th Street restroom. So it comes off the list, and instead we will propose a maintenance project that will go separate from the CIP,
right.
be advanced by our maintenance forces. But in the timing of that, we'll work out with our O&M team to see where they can fit it. Once the money comes available July 1, we'll work on scheduling that work to advance.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I would like to see if there's appetite for moving the playground equipment replacement project to where parking lot D was, which would phase construction in January, February, March-ish.
And we have funding for that?
Yes.
Yeah. I think that's reasonable. Okay. Any other comments, suggestions, additions?
And can we delay the tsunami?
Yeah.
Any more tsunami things?
Well, it's not on this list, but that doesn't mean we can't talk about it. Yeah.
Well, it's sequencing because.
Not on this list.
Yeah, do we need to make a motion on that?
Yeah, no, I think that's absolutely fair game, so.
Yeah, I'll make a motion
Want
to-
to change any of the projects that are in there, how they're scoped, or the sequence that they're in. Right now, we're showing tsunami siren beginning procurement activities in fall. So if we want to delay it or cancel the project, that would be your discretion to give input now.
I'll make a motion to delay it until next year's session.
I'm sorry, you say what?
Delay it for 1 year.
Okay, so tsunami delay,
And then,
1 year.
is there any way, Joe, I don't know how the staff works, but to allocate that staff time to the streets and try to get it done sooner? Or, I know that this year's design went quicker than expected. Applaud the staff for that, but.
Right, so I heard move playground earlier. I think removing Lot D will free up some hours to pull playground earlier, and we could see if that frees up a little time to shift paving ahead a little bit faster. There will be, I think, we are actually starting slurry first with paving not far behind, so it might not advance it too much sooner because we got to get the design done, but we can see if there's ability to move it up quicker.
Okay, so we have consensus now, I think, to delay the tsunami siren for 1 year, move up the playground equipment and put it in the same slot as where parking lot D was. Is that correct? Okay. And then, so if we did that, when would the playground equipment actually get changed out? We have funding for it. We put it in the same slot as Lot D, but that means we get started as soon as possible, next couple of weeks?
So the funds would have to come available July 1 before we can enter any kind of agreement in the new fiscal year.
Okay.
Lot D wasn't slated to really start work until October.
Yep.
So it might allow us to pull it up a few months versus the other schedule, but it would commence sometime in the fall.
April, May, June, July. So when the funding gets here, we can do it.
Well, there's staffing constraints in the first few months of the fiscal year. So by eliminating Lot D, it would allow the playground to potentially advance a little bit earlier, but likely staff would not be able to dedicate resources to it until probably late fall of the new year because of other constraints in the schedule.
I would like to see that happen sooner, but I guess there is playground equipment there now. It's not like we won't, okay. All right, any other changes to the sequencing that anyone would suggest?
Just have a question,
Yes.
Joe. So with regard to potential signs on the Strand, like I showed, and painting and planting, potential lighting, big welcoming signs. So how much of that is O&M and how much of that would be a separate CIP?
Great question. So gateway signs that, instead of El Segundo, Hermosa Beach, those would be programmed in the CIP that we have because that's looking at what do the designs look like, what are the locations, trying to understand from council what type of design and locations do we want, how big are these, are they lighted, are they not illuminated, because there will be some cost that goes with them, and so we would want to get approval through that process as part of a bigger outreach process with the community and with city council input. We will be bringing forward concept designs in the coming months, a few months into the new fiscal year. We're trying to finalize some concepts for initial feedback before we finalize the scope of work and how much money we're really going to need to do that project. So that's something that's advancing. If you're looking at
Advancing, so that's the big sign.
these are big signs.
Okay, and your time frame for that is?
Right now, we are showing Gateway Wayfinding 111. There's an ongoing outreach process that would probably start back up in July, and we think it could take several months because if we workshop it through commissions and then bring it to council, we will want to get input.
Perfect, right before World Cup. Perfect, all right.
Right, but we would at that time, once we have
I understand.
agreement, get more funding to
Right.
implement.
Got it.
Signs on the Strand that say for bike safety, we actually are creating new e-bike rule signage that are being fabricated now that we are going to deploy through the Strand, because that's from prior requests that we have received. So those are going to be deployed, if they're not already deployed, that will be more clear about what the e-bike rules are on the Strand, that they should not be engaged on the Strand. So those will be rolling out. 8 mile an hour speed limit signs, it's something that we could look at separately.
Because they're way too high. I mean, they
Right, so the challenge is the height is set based on, so they don't impact or interact with the sweeper vehicles that are out there. And there's a minimum height requirement for the signs. Potentially, we could go a larger sign, but I don't know if we can go much lower. We'd have to evaluate whether there's any
the sweeper doesn't cross the wall.
Yeah, those
There's a
signs,
wall and then the sign, so I see the sweeper every day. It does not impact that.
They're about this big.
Okay,
So
we could look at adjusting. That could be a request that happens outside of the maintenance budget. Or
Okay,
even-
and then
it
the
doesn't need to
lighting
be
piece
budgeted.
then? The lighting piece would have, that's a CIP? If we're looking at improving our lighting, our entranceway,
Any lighting would have to be programmed as a project because we would need definition on what we're lighting and where we're lighting and how. Currently, there is a CIP that is programmed for downtown lighting that has been in the books for some time, but due to a number of other competing priorities, it's currently shown is not commencing until September of 2026 because of other priorities. So council could consider whether or not that needs to advance, and does that project include the scope of work that you're looking to advance?
for me, it does. I mean, I think we have to improve the look, the brightness, the vitality of our downtown and other entrances into our city. Be it signage, be it lighting, be it planting. I mean, you come down Redondo Beach has got they have nice little signs on all their entranceways, nice little lights and all that, and great vegetation. You get that emotional connection. I think we need to strive for that as well. Especially when you hit Valley, you should look at Pier and all the great palm trees, because the plants look great in the middle there, but then you get on Hermosa Avenue, they're not so great. And the trees, I mean, it's just dark and uninviting. So whatever I think we need to do sooner versus later is what I think we should do, provided there's support. So,
As far as tonight is concerned, can we bring the lighting in the downtown area back as a discussion item next meeting or soon, somewhere along the line, and bring that back as a discussion item and go over all those things you were just talking about, what lights, where, and so on and so forth, and bring that as put it on the agenda, future agenda. And would not affect anything, because once we have that meeting, we decide what we want to do, then we can see what kind of funding there is and when it could happen.
Mr. Mayor.
So the challenge is right now, there is not a lot of funding set to it. I think there's enough money to possibly do we need to bring a lighting designer in to look at the systems that we have and then be able to help have a community outreach with the downtown businesses and council to determine what is the scope of work for the project. And I think that when it was identified through the economic development strategy, we heard various suggestions of lighting improvements, but we haven't gotten the specifics for exactly what and where and how to allow us to really define how much it's going to cost to do it. And I think that's been the challenge with it. If it's a future agenda item, the question would be is how quick can we bring something back, and are we able to do that before the budget has to get published?
All right, thank you.
And ultimately, if it's going to move up, what slows down to advance it?
Okay, thank you. Councilman Detoy, would you like to say something?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Joe, for that response. Because I have heard different things. I know Ray mentioned the MB Village, kind of mimicking our holiday lights, but much brighter and year-round and, color changing, et cetera, which would look nice. But I also heard from business owners that one string lighting kind of continued up from Pier Plaza all the way up. So I don't know if that needs to necessarily go to a designer, and this is where my novice knowledge lies. If we just get a subcommittee to deal with beautification in the chamber and what the business owners want, does it need to be a year-long study?
I agree with that.
That was just a
sorry.
So it's all going to come down to what the request is. So if it's string lighting, it's going to come down to how do we hang it? How do we plug it in? How do we find durable lights that are going to work? I mean, those suggestions I think would be helpful to define the scope of work, because I've heard a lot of great ideas, but a lot of different ideas. And I've heard requests for intersection safety lighting, which is going to be a lot different than string lighting. So if we are looking at updating roadway lights, then we need to do photometric analysis to figure out if they are up to standard, and I bet you many of them are not. And that would be a much bigger design project and different than doing lighting for ambiance on the street, like string lighting or things on the trees. So it really just depends on what the scope is. I mean, perhaps there is some type of subcommittee that helps us inform what this is, but we're also trying to be responsive to what the community asks through that economic development strategy too. And I think that's where staff is a little bit stuck on what does everyone want, and then we can try to help define what it's going to take to do it.
Okay, so I see this as a separate issue from what we're doing right now, because we have to finish this up, and I understand it's important, and I agree with Councilman Jackson about this, the lighting is important, and I think we should do that. I know Laura Pena has been very involved in this for a long time, and pushing toward lighting in the downtown area. And maybe a subcommittee, or made up of maybe a couple business owners and a couple councilmen would be fine, or just bring it back as a agenda item and talk about it at our next meeting, next regular meeting, would be my suggestion. And then we can deal with that, all of that information. And if it comes out to be a new project, we can get it on the list. There's no reason why it has to be tonight. But we can get it on the list as soon as possible after it's been discussed, and we have some meat on the bones, and then go from there.
Mr. Mayor, if the three of you are okay with it, I'm going to nominate myself and Ray to meet with the EDAC and the chamber, come up with whatever the scope they feel, and then if we get clear direction and there's consensus there, we can always bring back a future agenda item at a future meeting. And
So are we making
at-
this
Okay
a
with that.
CIP project then? Is that what this would be?
621.
What's that?
No, it's already in 621.
So we already have it as a CIP project?
Correct, but it's a year-long study is what that is.
Oh,
So if we can kind of cut through.
Right, cut through it all, man.
Right. I like that idea. We can move along tonight, and we can still get some progress on the lighting and so on.
Yep.
But with that, I mean, I don't necessarily want to restate all the motions we made in there. Are you clear with the direction so far?
Well, we've done everything except the sequencing, and I think all we're talking about, we already did this, is move up the playground equipment to July, I think you said, that when the funding is available. And the tsunamis gets delayed for a year. Parking lot D comes off of that list, and what were we going to put back in there? Oh, the 14th Street bathrooms go in where parking lot D was. Is that what we decided?
No, it's a maintenance project.
Oh, the maintenance problem, yeah, okay. All right, so is that enough direction? And do we have a consensus among the three of us that they would be fine for the subcommittee to work on the lighting?
Okay.
Okay.
Myra, did you get that last motion?
My only question, and create a subcommittee with Mayor Pro Tem Detoy to discuss the lighting in the downtown area?
Jackson and Detoy?
It was lighting and beautification, not limited to lighting.
Okay.
Yeah, and should we also mention the Public Works Commissioners having input with regard to sequencing during their monthly meetings as they pull the threads on where projects are in terms of on time, on budget, and whether they could certainly provide input as to whether they think we should reprioritize based on.
Are you
I think we don't need a
proposing to,
motion for that, though, do we? You just give them instruction to do that?
Is that guidance
Mayor and
sufficient?
Council, Councilmember Jackson, are you proposing to add that to the proposed motion?
Not necessarily.
No.
I'm just
Okay.
saying if Joe is fine with that, if that's a consensus of council, then that.
Well, we'll have to
finish
determine the
this motion.
consensus with a motion and a vote.
Thank you.
So lest we overwhelm Myra over there, let's,
Madam
you
City
restate
Clerk.
the motion or bring it up?
To approve the project sequencing and funding as presented by staff and move the playground replacement to the Lot D slot, table the tsunami siren project for 1 year, and create a subcommittee with Mayor Pro Tem Detoy and Councilmember Jackson to discuss the lighting and beautification projects in the downtown area.
Can you put that on the screen, Myra?
Yes, I would have to open the vote. It was moved by Councilmember Keegan. I don't have a second.
Ah, we need a second.
Second.
Okay, it should now appear on screen.
Approve the funniest staff move playground, place into the Lockheed slot table to sign for 1 year in order to create a subcommittee, lighting projects in the downtown area.
I think that pretty well covers it.
Yeah.
Okay, we'll call
I
the
guess
question, please.
it's in order because the subcommittee deals with that CIP project, correct? I believe, okay.
Call the
It
question,
doesn't
please.
say the CIP project, that's fine.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries unanimously.
I have another question, Mr. Mayor, if I may.
Yes.
Just a quick question. The mention of the signage, new signs on the Strand about e-bikes and all that, is it, I hate to be bombarded with too many signs, but is it going to say pedal assist only, are the only e-bikes allowed? Is it going to say something like that? Just so that it's clear what type of bikes are allowed, or how is it going to be worded?
The sign's very detailed, and I don't have it with me right now. We
Yeah, that's
spent
actually not part of our
Yeah, we
discussion.
spent a significant amount of time developing with our traffic engineer, a little bit of a working group internally. It's coming soon. I think what we're going to do is the plan is to put it up, try it out, and collect feedback and see if it's working based on what's out there.
Yeah, because when signs are so detailed, is anyone going to read them? So the simplification is pedal assist only, or, motor not engaged. The electricity needs to be on in order to use the speedometer and the light, so you can't say with the electricity off. So I just wanted to throw that out there as far as
Noted.
working on wording. It's quite clear, since I'm a cyclist, I know if the wording's wrong, because I've seen some signs out there where the wording just doesn't follow the law. So, okay, thanks.
Thank you. So,
It was just brought up,
now
and I
that
wanted to make sure.
now that the study session is complete and
Mayor,
we've given their direction.
I'm sorry,
yes.
if I may, I thought there was a kind of a pending matter raised by Councilmember Jackson. Did you want to make a motion about the Public Works Commission meeting twice a month or once a month? I understand that it only meets twice a month or once every other month right now.
I think it's important as we move forward with all these CIPs that we could have greater visibility. It'd make Joe's job, I think, in terms of, he can give his report to Public Works, who can then seek public participation, and that can help inform us. So yes,
Right.
I would like to see Public Works more involved in the process and sequencing and providing input and possible suggestions
Right.
as to how things can change.
Sorry, I heard all that earlier. I noted, I asked Joe, how often do they meet right now? He said every other month, and it sounded like there was at least a suggestion that you direct them to meet monthly, but that never came to a motion. So lest we be confused later about what
Right.
direction was given,
No, I appreciate that.
is there a motion and a second and a vote on that point?
I think it might be a good idea to have it as a future agenda item, because there's a lot of issues involved. To just say they should meet every month, and to say they should look at CIPs when they don't have the authority to change anything, and they would have to make a recommendation to the city council. So we need to really look into what we're talking about when we say we want them to meet every month, when they don't have authority. So how is that going to work, and how are they going to intervene and deal with the city council regarding CIPs? I think it deserves an agenda item.
Thank you. Joe, would you like to speak?
Thank you, Mayor Seaman. Appreciate it. Yeah, I just want to interject. There currently is a requested item on the tentative future agenda for staff to bring back an item to council to talk about the role of the Public Works Commission. It's an item that we staff hadn't had an opportunity to do, but it is something that we do anticipate to bring forward in the coming months, and so that could potentially be an option for that future agenda item if you would like it to be.
That's actually probably a better fit.
So I think that's the best idea. So thank you very much. I'm going to close the voting on this, and the special item study session is closed, and we're going to recess to the closed session at 9:47.
Mr. Mayor?
7, yes. So-
Based on the timing of this, could we just have a conversation of, do we want to just take a 5-minute recess, go into open session, and then
No.
do closed session after?
No.
Just because we do have people here for public hearings.
I appreciate
And I don't know
that.
how
I
long
think-
closed session's going to last.
Yeah, I think we should stick to the order in which.
How about if there's any items we want to table? I would like to table item 14C on the regular agenda to shorten this
Well,
meeting down. Can we
excuse me.
discuss that later, or? Okay, we'll do that when we start the
Yes,
regular meeting.
not right now, thank you.
Yeah, okay.
All right, we're going to recess to the closed session at 9:48.
Who's in the booth?
All off? Oh, there we go. Could everyone please take your seats, please, and come back inside? I beg your pardon. I made a slight mistake, and we need to open the closed session here in public first, and then recess upstairs for the actual closed session. So I call to order the May 13th, 2025 closed session meeting of the City Council at 9:56, excuse me. Madam City Clerk, the roll call, please.
Councilmember Francois.
Here.
Councilmember Keegan.
Here.
Councilmember Jackson. Mayor Pro Tem Detoy.
Here.
Mayor Seaman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Madam City Clerk, do we have anybody for public comment in person or on Zoom?
Mayor Seaman, we did not receive any speaker cards for the closed session agenda. I'm not sure if anyone is here present to speak on the topic.
Sorry, just real quick. I really would think you guys might want to consider, even going forward, moving closed session to the end. You guys have to be here no matter what. The public doesn't. And so I think it would be a nice thing to do for the public to move closed session to the end so that the public can get out of here sooner. You guys are going to be here to the same time no matter what. And I think that would be a good way, specifically tonight, but going forward even be a good idea too. Thanks.
Anyone else? Is there anyone online?
If you're joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand to speak on the closed session items only. If you're calling in, please remember to dial *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute yourself. Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised to speak on the closed session.
Okay, thank you. Are all the parties here that were supposed to be here for the regular session?
Mayor, just a reminder that the closed session tonight is not part of the regular session,
No.
council meeting. It's part of
There's
the
three
special one.
Three separate meetings, yeah. All right, well, we're this far along now, so we're just going to go ahead and do this. I'm sorry if you have to wait a little while. We'll do our best to finish our business and come back. Thank you. So having no public comment, I'll close the public comment and recess the closed session. We'll return soon. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thank you. Can we come to order, please? I call to order the May 13th, 2025 regular meeting of the City Council at 11:04. Mr. Francois, would you lead us in the pledge?
Oh, sure.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam City Clerk, can we have the roll call, please?
Councilmember Francois,
here.
Councilmember Keegan,
Here.
Councilmember Jackson,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Detoy, Mayor Seaman.
Here.
You have a quorum.
Thank you. Mr. City Attorney, would you please provide the excuse me, before we do that, we did miss the closed session comment. It should have gone first. Should we do that first before your report?
No, actually, we took,
We took closed session.
we came back in the room after our 5-minute break.
Yeah. Oh, that's
the
right. And
record.
there were, okay, yeah, you're right.
We took a
Pardon me.
5-minute break at the end of the
It's getting
special
late,
meeting.
and
We came back in, we invited public comment on closed
Okay,
session.
thank you, thank you. So can you please provide us with a closed session report?
Yes, Mayor and Council and public, as indicated on the published agenda, the council met in closed session on a couple of items. On the first item, a public employee appointment, the council voted 5-0 to appoint Joe San Clemente as the interim city manager while the city undertakes a recruitment. It was a motion by Keegan. It was, well, I guess the motion and second don't matter if it's a 5-0 vote. On the other matter, no action was taken in this closed session that needs to be reported under the Brown Act. When action is taken, it will be reported at that time.
Thank you, sir. Yes.
If I can make a comment.
Yes.
I just wanted to, for the record, folks understand that this council at roughly 11 p.m. last night received an email from Steve Napolitano, and I believe his name's been bantied about as a potential candidate for city manager. And in that email, he made it clear, over the last several weeks, I've been asked by more than a few people whether I would be interested in serving as Hermosa city manager if council decided to make a change. I think it's important for the city attorney, if there's a majority of council, that he can report out as to what transpired in closed session with regard to Steve Napolitano, if anything.
I think that's been gone over in closed session, and it's kind of out of order for you to do that at this point, so.
I can make a motion, is that not, Mr. City Attorney? I can move that you, if there's a concurrence from my colleagues, that you could report out what transpired in closed session.
What happens in closed session is confidential. That confidentiality can be waived by a majority of the council, and that can be done in this setting, a motion and a second and a vote, if the motion does not include any of the confidential information.
So is there a second? No, motion fails. Let's move on.
Just point of clarification, when we're in closed session, we decide then with a vote what gets reported out.
That is an opportunity for a council member to raise the issue, make a motion for a vote to be held. This is also another opportunity for that, as long as there is no disclosure of confidential information.
It's not confidential.
Please, let's move on.
Let's move on.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Our next item on the agenda is announcements. Do any of my colleagues have any announcements?
Nope.
Seeing none, I have a few. Fiesta Hermosa. Fiesta Hermosa will be hosted by Hermosa Beach Chamber of Commerce from May 24th to the 26th. Community members and visitors are invited to enjoy local food, vendors, and music. The festivities will begin at 11 a.m. on Saturday, May 24th, and will run through Monday, May 26th. This year's event will feature over 250 vendors along Pier and Hermosa Avenues, a carnival, live music, and more. As a friendly reminder, the local parking will be limited, and we encourage everyone to walk, bike, or use public transportation where possible. For friends who may be visiting from out of town, the Park and Ride will be offered again this year and will be located in the Northrop Grumman lot in North Redondo Beach. Further information on parking and transportation can be found on the event website and at fiestahermosa.net and on the city's event calendar. Another announcement is the Community Emergency Response Team Training, commonly known as CERT. The city will offer Community Emergency Response Team Training on Wednesday, June 21st, and Thursday, June 22nd, in a convenient hybrid format. This 20-hour FEMA course trains local volunteers to safely and effectively protect themselves and assist others. To protect and assist themselves, their families, and their neighbors in the event of a disaster. Residents can complete the lecture portion online with in-person sessions focused on hands-on emergency response skills. To learn more, visit the Emergency Preparedness section of the city's website under HB CERT, that's capital H, little b, capital CERT, and email at oem@hermosabeach.gov to register for training. That is all the announcements that I have, and now we move on to number 19 on our agenda, which is approval of the agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
I'd like to make a motion and amend the agenda to remove item, I don't know if it's 14C or 26C, but it would be C, and that is the purchase of 4 community service vehicles to the tune of $350,000. I think that certainly that issue is going to create at least 40 minutes of deliberations, and it is not time sensitive as they are community service vehicles. So I'd like to remove that for a future agenda item.
And that's your motion?
Yeah, that's my motion.
I'll second that motion. Any discussion? Call the vote, please.
Voting is now open.
No, I'm not getting anything.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
No.
Mayor Pro Tem DeToy is absent. Mayor Seaman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. So on to proclamations and presentations, and there are none. City Manager's Report, DeLeo.
Mr. Mayor, we just have an update from our Chief of Police, Mr. Phillips.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. Since the last regular agenda, there's been a lot of stuff happening in the city, and we just want to cover some highlights. I know it's late, so we'll make this quick, as quick as we can. A couple of things. We'll start with just an update or a discussion on the city camping ordinance that took effect on April 24th. So as the council knows, we've had a number of folks in the city that have we've reached out to, we've extended services, we've tried to help with housing, with our HB cares, with our liaisons for outreach. It hasn't worked great. So we had one particular subject who was issued a citation on April 16th. That person was advised that the new camping ordinance would take effect on April 24th. That individual and another associate had set up a small encampment right near the lifeguard headquarters. And on April 24th, that subject was arrested for the misdemeanor. The property that was there was taken off the beach, and that was one instance. That subject has been arrested 2 times since for violation of the same ordinance, again with the misdemeanor charge. In one case, the subject moved to the south side of the city, told our officers that they thought they were in Redondo. So that tells us that they knew that what they were doing was illegal in Hermosa Beach. So we share this because I think it's important for the council and the community to know that the ordinance was helpful. It gives the police department additional tools to be able to enforce camping in the city, and just to thank the council for the action of being able to put that into effect. Just real quick, want to talk about on April 25th, the U.S. Attorney's Office released a press release. This was related to 5 subjects. There was actually more than 5, but that was just the press release for that day. Arrested in relation to FEMA fraud of the Eaton and Palisades fire in Los Angeles. Why we bring that up is because one of our detectives is currently assigned full-time to a federal task force and was the lead investigator in one of those cases. So we just want to share that, having our detectives full-time in a task force to do this does impact our community. While these fires weren't in Hermosa Beach, they still affected our community. And it was that fraud in seeking FEMA relief funds that our detective investigated with that federal task force. As the council and community may have seen, on April 30th, I'm changing gears again, excuse me, our officers conducted another high visibility traffic enforcement detail. This was a combination of requests from the community to enforce the school zones, which had been getting a lot of complaints, also in use of our grant fund from our Office of Traffic Safety grant. On that day, officers conducted 46 traffic stops, issued 42 citations, which included false license plates, suspended license, driving without a license. And the one notable arrest that day was at about 2 p.m., just in front of Hermosa View School. A driver was arrested for DUI in front of the school while it was in session. So very dangerous. We're grateful for our officers who are out there doing that enforcement. Quick note, around the same time, April 25th, so just a few days prior, somewhat regular traffic stop in the evening. Officers stop a vehicle and the passenger becomes uncooperative. Officers tried to detain the individual and a fight ensued, and one of our officers had their nose broken. But why I bring this up, the officer was immediately taken for care. A big thanks to our HR team. I don't know where Brandon went. Big thanks to our HR team. That officer was given immediate treatment, had 2 medical procedures following, and in only a matter of weeks, that officer's back to work. So thank you to our HR team for their great work there. And lastly, I just want to talk about a tool that we have been using only recently that was authorized by council. That's our Star Chase Pursuit Intervention tool. So again, it was a somewhat regular traffic stop. Officers were doing an enforcement on May 1st, just before 2 a.m., when the driver took off, ran from officers. The officer initiated a short pursuit, deployed the Star Chase tool, and then immediately shut down that pursuit. Officers were able to track that driver to a location in Los Angeles where the vehicle stopped. And then shortly thereafter, were able to track that vehicle to a nearby McDonald's, because apparently running from the cops makes you hungry at 2 a.m. With the assistance of LAPD, that driver was detained. Our officers drove there, no lights, no siren, and arrested that driver and brought them back to Hermosa Beach Jail. Why we bring this up is this is a different world in law enforcement than what we saw 5 years ago. Pursuits are inherently dangerous. They're dangerous for everyone involved, the officer, the person who's fleeing, and most importantly, the innocent bystanders who might get caught in between any of this. In this case, we were able to utilize the technology, track the driver, and virtually eliminate the risk to the community. This was an absolute win. We'll never know what this may have prevented, but again, this was a tool that was authorized and provided, again, thanks to council, and it's just a fantastic story, and that's what we hope to provide going forward, using this technology effectively to find a safe resolution while still holding people accountable. That will conclude my report. I'll be available for any questions.
Any questions?
How does it follow the car? How does the technology work?
It's a locate device that it pushes out onto the vehicle. I don't want to get too much into the specific workings of how that's done, but it's a device that is deployed, and then we can track the vehicle.
Okay.
Great. If there's no other questions, thank you very much, Chief Phillips. Appreciate it. Let's move on to public comment now. Madam City Clerk, do we have any public comment cards?
Mr. Mayor, I have a question for the city manager, if that's okay, during his report.
All right.
If that's okay, just a quick question. We got a notice that the Chamber of Commerce canceled the concert scheduled on the beach for Memorial Day weekend. And I was just wondering how the notification works. Did they provide us sufficient notice? Because I thought they were under a contractual obligation to provide those concerts as part of the fiesta, and now the concerts are not going to happen on the sand and on the public beach, and I thought that was part of the agreement of putting the fiesta on, because they originally had those concerts scheduled in the plaza, and they got moved to the sand, so to open up more plaza area for their event. And I'm just wondering, I guess I've heard that they had an unexpected cost of $52,000 they needed from a sponsor that they didn't get. And I'm just wondering, $52,000, so suddenly they lose a sponsor. It's kind of like what happened with the St. Patrick's Day Parade. And I'm just wondering why maybe it couldn't have come to us in sufficient time, that maybe we could have saved those concerts or done something else to maybe revive the concerts. So I just thought I'd ask whatever input you might have regarding that.
Thank you, Councilmember. Since the item has not been agendized, if you'd like to have the item agendized, if you can have a support from another colleague, and then we'll be happy to bring that item back for council discussion.
Well, it's too late to put it on the agenda because it's happening, it's happening pretty quickly. So there's nothing more we can do. I'm just inquiring about, the obligations. Maybe the city attorney could chime in about, the status of that.
Yeah, we'd be glad to put it on a future agenda. Are there two votes?
No.
Okay.
I can add to that a little bit, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Chamber is contractually obligated to put on the fiesta, but I believe the concerts on the beach was not contractually it wasn't in their contract, so that they could eliminate that one thing, but still put on the event.
Okay, so it's your understanding the contract was written up so that that was an option?
Yeah.
Mayor and
That's
council
how I
member,
understand it.
This isn't on the agenda. We don't want to get
I know, I
outside
agree.
the agenda.
I understand.
Let's-
I just wanted to clarify that.
Yeah.
Thank you.
A short clarification
Thank you.
is great.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay.
City Attorney. All right, can we move on to public comment? Is there any public comment? Do we have any comment cards in person only?
Mayor, I believe everyone has left that did submit a public card. We do not have any speaker cards at this time for general public comment.
Okay, great, thank you. Council member comments. Do any of my colleagues have any updates regarding ad hoc subcommittees, standing committees, delegate, et cetera? No? No reports? Okay. Let's move on to the consent calendar. Do I have a motion to approve the consent calendar?
So move.
I'll second. Madam City Clerk, would you open the voting, please?
Voting is now open. Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you. On to public hearings. The City Council review of a planning commission approval to modify a previously approved shared parking plan, Park 25-01 at 1601 Pacific Coast Highway in the specific plan area 8, that's SPA 8 zone. Is there a report?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. That item has been requested to be forwarded to the next meeting, May 27th.
Oh, that's correct. Yes, I'm sorry. Right. Okay, so that's moved on to the next meeting. Next, 25B, approval of a new 2025 special event, Marbles in the Jar film premiere. report from?
I have a quick question for the interim city attorney. Does council need to motion to continue the item 25A to the next city council agenda?
It certainly can. Wasn't that handled during the approval of the agenda?
No.
Okay, then yeah, a motion and a
I'll make a,
vote would be
I'll
Okay,
make
so-
a motion
all right.
to
Very-
push
okay,
that to
thank you.
another meeting. Motion made.
So there is a motion
Yeah.
to move it to the May 27th meeting.
Correct.
And a second?
Second.
Call the vote, please.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, now on to the approval of the 2025 special event Marbles in the Jar film premiere. Lisa Nichols, do you have a report for us?
I do. Hello, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and council members. And if we could cue up the presentation. It's a short presentation. Are we doing? Okay, so we don't need to cue up the presentation, so I'm just going to give the verbal report. So at its May 6, 2025 meeting, the Parks Commission held a public hearing and recommended City Council approval of a new special event onto the 2025 special events calendar. The event would be hosted by the South Bay Board Riders Club at the Community Theater and the Courtyard at the Community Center on Friday, June 6th. It includes a film screening of a surf documentary, surf film. Sorry, I just said surf twice in there. The film's titled A Marble in the Jar, and it would include a pre-event reception within the courtyard with live music, food, and beverages. The event producer anticipates 350 in attendance, and really the use of the courtyard is the event element that requires a special event permit to activate that outdoor public space. And this concludes my verbal staff report.
Thank you, Lisa. Any questions of staff on this item? Okay, thanks. No council questions. Is the applicant here, and would they like to make any comments? No?
The applicant is not here.
Okay, thank you. So I'd like to open public comment to all in-persons and Zoom on this item. Madam City Clerk, do we have any cards?
We do not have any speaker cards for this item.
And no Zoom applicants either?
It appears we do not have any virtual hands raised.
Okay, so then I will close public comment, seeing none, and move on to the applicants are invited to respond to any public comments. They're not here. So is there a motion to approve this event?
I'll make a motion to approve the event.
I'll second it.
And a second. Madam City Clerk, please call the roll.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, very good. And then so you announced the vote? You've got that. Okay, good. So next is item 25C. Consider the revocation of suspension of business license number 011-36416 issued to Young Yun Lee, doing business as Ramen and Sushiya Incorporated, located at 1121 Aviation Boulevard. And this will be presented by Allison Becker.
This is from the applicant.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. The Community Development Department does have a brief presentation on this item, and I will pass it on over to Planning Manager Alexis Oropeza to do the presentation.
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. This item is for City Council's consideration for the revocation of a business license. The request. Next slide. Oh, there we go. So the request is to conduct a public hearing, receive a staff report, take public comment, and consider a revocation and suspension of business license number 0116416 for Ramen Sushiya. determine that the project is categorically exempt from CEQA, and adopt a resolution revoking business license for Ramen and Sushi Inc. The business was first established in 2018 at 1121 Aviation Boulevard. The business has been known as Aka Sushi and Ramen, or Aka Sushi and Sake Bomb, as shown in the picture, the business signage. Until January 21st of this year, the site operated under the CUP, which allowed for on-sale alcohol until 11 p.m. The regulations regulating business licenses are established in Title V of the Municipal Code under Business Licenses and Regulations. The code establishes the procedures under which a business license may be revoked or suspended. And these procedures include the requirement for a public hearing, notice to the applicant, and requires the City Council to make findings to confirm that the revocation or suspension should occur, and there are 7 findings. Notably, only one of those 7 findings is required to be made for the revocation. Additionally, should the license be revoked, all of the licensing fees are forfeited in either the case of a revocation or suspension. And then I do want to go over some of the history that has led staff to make a recommendation in this case. So between 2018 and today, when there have been repeated violations of both local and state regulations, and over the course of the years, there's been ample opportunity for the business to take corrective actions. So in the following slides, I'll present the detailed background of the conditional use permit and the violations that have occurred over time. So a CUP was first issued in 2004 with an amendment to that CUP in 2011. The current business operator began operations, as previously mentioned, in 2018. Then beginning in 2022, the city received reports, our code enforcement division specifically received a report of underage drinking at the establishment. Later, in March 24th of 2023, the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control, ABC, cited 9 minors for underage drinking at that site. Following that incident, the Planning Commission did consider the CUP and modified conditions, actually adding 5 new conditions related to alcohol in order to help curtail the problems that were occurring at the location. And subsequently, in September of that year, City Council took the matter up as well, adding additional conditions, and included a suspension of the license for a short period of time, or excuse me, not the license, the conditional use permit rather. So then later, fast forward to December of last year, Hermosa Beach Police Department was informed of alcohol being served to underage individuals and notified ABC. Then a week later, January 3rd, 2025, the Department of Alcoholic Beverage Control requested police assistance and issued 11 citations at the location for underage drinking. On January 21st, the Planning Commission took this matter up, held a public hearing, and based on the continued violations at the location, did take action to revoke the CUP, prohibiting the sale of alcoholic beverages after 10 p.m. Following this Planning Commission's action, the applicant voluntarily surrendered their license to ABC, and that's the license that's issued by the state to allow for alcohol sales. In March of this year, the Hermosa Beach Police Department received information that alcohol sales were ongoing, so police department did take action to go out to the site and confirm that sale of alcohol was ongoing and subsequently in violation of state law. So That is what what motivated the request to bring this item forward by staff and specifically Chief of Police to have this business license considered for revocation. And so as indicated, there are 7 findings under which a revocation or suspension should be considered. There are 5 of the findings that staff believes can in fact be made to revoke the license based on the foregoing violations of state and local law that I went over previously. So with that, staff is making a recommendation for revocation. The proposed action is consistent with the general plan, including policies to abate nuisances such as late night uses or uses that are operating in violation of state and local laws. The proposed project has been, or this action has been evaluated for in compliance with the California Environmental Quality Act and is exempt pursuant to Section 15061 B3, common sense exemption, as there's no potential impact on the environment. A noticing of this item was provided to the applicant via certified mail and email. With that, staff is recommending that the City Council this evening determine that the project is categorically exempt and adopt a resolution revoking the business license. I'm available for any questions. The Chief of Police is also here, and the applicant is in the audience, or excuse me, the business license operator owner is in the audience as well.
All right, thank you for that report. I appreciate it. Are there any council questions on the report? Councilman Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is probably for you, Mr. City Attorney. If the council were to adopt a resolution revoking the business license, when would that become effective?
Immediately.
Okay, thank you.
It wouldn't become final until after they've exhausted their opportunity to appeal, but it would be effective immediately.
Thank you. Thank you for the report.
Any other questions? Seeing none, we'll move on to the applicant. The applicant is invited to speak if you want to. Please come forward.
Good evening.
Hello, good evening. Thank you for being here tonight. I know there might be some language problem, but I'm assuming that we can communicate.
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor and council
Great.
members. My name is Brian, and I'll be speaking for Mr. Jung Jun Lee on his behalf as a translator.
Okay.
My name is Jung Jun Lee. I have been working as a sushi chef for 38 years. I have worked in many places in this profession, and I have operated multiple businesses. And this is my 7th time attending a city council meeting. And I recognize it is my mistakes that brought me here. And I am fully prepared to follow the decisions made by the council here tonight. 네. And due to the mistakes I made, although I was planning on retiring by 65, I have made a decision to follow the decision made by the council here tonight, and if decided, will decide to retire at 62. And although I have never contested the findings of the ABC, there are my personal testimonies in the documents provided proving that I have done my due diligence in trying to prevent this from happening. My daughter has prepared these documents, and I politely ask you if you could just review it. It was an honor to be able to serve the community of Hermosa Beach through my business for the last 7 years. Although I am prepared to accept whatever decision that comes out of this meeting, I genuinely hope that the next business owner that will be taking this establishment over will not be punished for my mistakes. And throughout my time owning a business in Hermosa Beach, I've only had positive experiences with the city, and therefore it was very much an honor to be working here with you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Lee. I appreciate you being here. If you would like to interpret for me, please. I do have one question. In your letter, it says that you would want, if we revoke the license, that you would want until May 20th or maybe the first week of June to finish up your business in the restaurant. And if that's the case, the business would be closed. Is that correct?
일단 저희 편지에 만약에 저 라이선스를 뺏기로 결정이 되면 5월 20일 아니면 한 6월 초까지 시간 말미에 달라고 부탁하셨는데 그럼 그때까지는 그 식당을 닫으실 거예요, 아예? The restaurant will be closed until then.
Yeah, okay. So then it's just a matter of selling equipment and cleaning up and taking papers and so on.
Yes.
Yeah, basically. Okay. All right. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. Is there any other questions?
What was the effective date that you requested for this? Is it May 20th?
May 20th or the 1st of June. It says in this letter.
I saw it, but which one is it? I mean, is May 20 good in?
May 20th or the 1st of June, either one.
To clear and organize everything and I guess, convey to my customers that I will be closing and I will be leaving the establishment. He would like until June 1st.
But the business is closed,
No, it's open.
regardless of,
He wants to stay open.
Yeah,
no.
I think so.
Huh?
I think he's open.
하지만 그 손님을 받을 거예요. 그 식당이 음식을
Yeah, he can't be open and not serve.
Otherwise, why does he customers?
The people will be there, but the restaurant itself will not be operational. They will not be serving any food. They will not be accepting customers.
But the doors will be open just so people can say goodbye or whatever?
Yes.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you so much. Is there any other questions of the applicant? No?
So he's suggesting that we close it down today, but he stays open without serving food until then? Is that what the request is?
손님을 안 받지만 손님이 일단 문을 열고 손님이 들어와서 인사하고 그걸
It's a little confusing.
Yeah, I don't understand how you can.
그렇죠. 근데 문을 열 거냐는 거예요. 문을 열 거냐. 신체적으로 문을 열 거냐는 소리예요.
Rob? I'll make a motion when you're ready.
Yeah, I just want to be clear about this first.
So the time that he is requesting is to just clear out the restaurant itself. The door must be open to move everything out. I guess during that time, if the customers come to interact, he will interact, but the restaurant itself will not be operational.
Yeah, but he won't interact with them, but there'd be no business.
Yes, sir.
No
business.
cooking food,
No, sir.
No
No,
kitchen
sir.
closed. No, excuse me. I just want to be clear, because in the event that we do revoke the license, you have no business license and you cannot continue with business. But I think it would be fine, especially if your lease, there's no problem with your landlord, that you can go ahead and take a few extra days and do all of that. That would be your business, not ours. So just as long as you understand that there would be no business.
Yes.
Okay, all right. So on that event, thank you so much for your time. We will talk to the public now and deliberate and make a decision, and please sit down and we'll come back to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Could we say one more thing?
Yes.
He is once again heavily requesting that another business owner that might come into that establishment not experience any consequences because of his actions.
I understand. Yeah. Okay.
Thanks so much.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Okay, I'm going to open public comment now to all people in person and Zoom. Madam City Clerk, do we have any comment cards?
We do not have any speaker cards for this item, but we do have some people on Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom and would like to provide public comment on item 26C, now is the time to raise your virtual hand.
On 25C, you mean?
I apologize, yes,
Yeah,
25C.
okay, yeah, thank you.
And we do not have any virtual hands raised.
No hands, okay. All right. So let's move on. Is there a motion on this item at all, or is there any discussion first, or? No?
I'll make a motion to approve the revocation of the business license effective June 1.
Do you want it effective June 1 or effective immediately and then allow him to be open? He can't.
He wanted it immediate, I thought.
Yeah, all he wants is to be able to open the door and clear out his business, which I think is fine. He
Okay,
can
well,
take as much time as he likes.
then I'll revise that to say effective immediately, but he's still able to, I guess, operate
Okay.
there. I don't know, we'd stop him anyway, but.
Yeah, okay, great. Second?
So it's effective immediately, okay.
You second, or I will?
Yeah, I'll second that. I just want to clarify, that means that tomorrow, he can no longer serve food,
Right.
correct? Yet he's allowed to be open, his doors are open, people will be able to go in, but he can't serve food
Can't sell anything.
and sell anything.
No business.
As long as it's clear that that's how he understands it.
Yeah, I think we went over that
Okay.
very carefully, so.
Okay.
A motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, would you take the vote?
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
Great, thank you so much. Okay, so on to municipal matters. Discuss and give direction regarding the search for an appointment of interim city manager. I think that item is moved to closed session. Award of construction contract, okay. Award of construction contract for CIP 699, parking lot C, structure improvements. Joe.
Hi.
Nice to see you again. And thank you for staying up with us.
Mr. Mayor, Council. So I'll just give a quick overview unless you'd like me to give a more detailed staff report, but we're here tonight to advance CIP 699. These are high priority structural repairs to Lot C that have been underway for some time. Project's fully designed and advertised, and we're here to award a contract subject to council approval for Slater waterproofing. The amount is roughly $1.74 million. Came in slightly below the engineer's estimate and is within the council-approved budget for the project. We are seeking project contingency of roughly about 15% on top to allow for any unforeseen conditions. Separately, staff will be soliciting a separate RFQ for a specialized structural repair inspection services. We want to make sure we have the right inspection team to help because these are very specified types of repairs that are being done to the deck surface. And we are working with Slater to coordinate the start of construction after the busy summer season, so likely after the Labor Day holiday, looking hopefully late September, early October. We will have to do additional coordination with the adjacent tenants, Beach House that uses the lower level, as well as Triwell Properties that manages the front. We've had some initial conversations, but we need to have continued coordination with them as the phasing and scheduling gets further defined as the contractor comes on board, subject to contract award. But with that, I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Any questions of staff?
No questions.
None. Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Staff report, council questions, public comments, in person or in Zoom. Madam City Clerk, do we have anyone?
Do you have one virtual hand raised by Steve Collins?
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I just wanted to thank the staff for considering doing the work after the busy summer season. All year long, the structure is really important to a lot of us retailers in the area, and I would like to ask if the lot is going to be completely closed or if it'll still be operational during the servicing work. And if it's planned to be closed, if maybe some consideration can be given to finding a way to allow it to operate maybe at partial capacity or something, and not just close completely. All year long, especially when the weather's nice, that lot is very important to a lot of us retailers. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. Appreciate that. Council comments or deliberation? Anyone have any deliberation, comments, questions? Mr. Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just with regard to sequencing, based on the last caller, what is your proposed timeline for this?
So we're looking to begin work hopefully late September, early October. It is going to take a few months to do the project. The hope is to try to maintain some parking during construction, but we do need to work through more details with the phasing to know exactly if there'll be times where we have to have larger closures or if there's times where we can have more things open. But it is critical that we get this work done. It really can't wait much longer.
No, it's certainly appreciated. Thank you. And just to the extent that we can, once you get it figured out, through discussions with Public Works Commission and or the chamber, just so the downtown businesses are aware of it. So no, I appreciate that. And yeah, September is certainly better than June, July.
Have you contacted the Beach House, and how are they reacting to the schedule?
So there has been some preliminary discussions. They know it's coming, as well as Triwell Properties that manages the business on the front of Hermosa Avenue. They're both aware. We did have a meeting scheduled with them that we had to reschedule, so we do need to have additional meetings with them, but they are aware that it's coming. But as we get more information, we're going to continue to meet with them and try to plan this out so that we know how to accommodate their parking needs, especially on the bottom floor, and whether or not we have to do any temporary parking to help them.
If their level is open, it might be open more, could we advertise if we're going to close, maybe do more valet parking in there or set up something to mitigate could that be something that could be worked on?
There could be something that we look at. We have to figure out how to operate that, though, and manage it.
They already do it now for events, so they might be able to do it themselves just to make sure people know to go there.
Okay.
Because I know they do that for weddings, and when they have more larger events, they valet that whole basement level, so.
Right.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. If there's no other questions, do we have a motion?
I'll make a motion to approve staff recommendation, award the contract.
I'll second that.
Okay, motion and a second. Madam City Clerk, you take the vote, please.
Councilmember Francois,
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor?
Mr. Mayor, Council. I know it's been a long night. I wanted to just ask a question. I know that there was discussion about moving the purchase of the 2 police vehicle items to another meeting. I did want to clarify, there is some time sensitivity for council to consider. One being the pricing on those vehicles. They have an expiration date on them, and so there's not a guarantee that the pricing that we have presented tonight will be valid if brought to the next meeting. We can work with the 2 vendors, but we would have to renegotiate with them and see if they would honor extending the date a little bit longer to allow us to advance those purchases should this be considered at a different evening. The second item that I want you to consider as well is the UTV vehicles. These are the small vehicles that can go on all terrain or much smaller. Police does not have good vehicles now to do these. One is completely out of service, and the other is continuously a maintenance issue and out of repair. So there is some urgency in particular to replace those vehicles and get the orders in so that we can get in queue and have them delivered. The other 2 vehicles are less important, but are on the approved replacement schedule in the budget, and so there is always urgency to replace our vehicles because it takes time to get the order in and then get it outfitted and then online for service.
So what are you suggesting, that we consider moving it on?
Staff is available to answer all your questions.
Let's do it.
The reason that I made a motion to approve the agenda to delete it is because this is going to take a long deliberation regarding the costs and what's involved and everything else. And now we're starting to debate it, which we really shouldn't. But, you know, I'm going to maintain my position that it's really just, these are community service vehicles. This isn't police and safety that's in jeopardy. They have the vehicles that they have, and there's no increased usage on the beaches, which is what puts them out. But I don't really think we should be deliberating this item until it's added back onto the agenda, but I don't support putting it back on the agenda.
Mr. Mayor, may I speak to that?
Yes, please.
Just a clarification. 2 of these vehicles are UTVs, utility terrain vehicles. These are the vehicles that are used by police officers on the beach for events and especially summer deployments. The 2 vehicles we have now are non-operational. They do not work. They're out of service. So those are vehicles that there is a need, and if we continue to push it, it's going to be the end of summer before we have these vehicles to be able to utilize them. The other 2 vehicles are CSO vehicles. Those are pickup trucks, but there are also 4-wheel drive hybrid pickup trucks that can be used on the beach, as our community service officers are increasingly required to go on the beach for enforcing dogs on the beach, for enforcing a number of other things that CSOs are doing. It gives them that ability to do so. So yes, 2 of the 4 vehicles are for CSOs. However, the need is still there.
Mr. Mayor?
Yes, please.
I move that we put these items back on the agenda for immediate discussion based on Joe and Chief's comments.
This is, it was supposed to be 3, is that correct? And now there's 4?
26C.
Yeah,
It's just one item,
26C, right?
and one more after this.
Yeah, okay.
Mr. City Attorney, in order to amend the agenda after it's been approved, it does take 4 votes, is that correct, under Robert's rules?
No, I don't think so.
Majority.
What's that?
No, I don't think so.
You don't think so? What? A majority vote can
I think
change?
a majority vote could get it back on the agenda. Staff's just asking for you to reconsider the earlier vote, which was taken by majority vote. I think a majority vote can unwind a majority vote.
Well, besides this item, the next item on our agenda seems to me to be much more time-consuming than this one. It's already midnight. Let me just ask all of council at this point, are we all willing to stay here to finish the agenda in its completion?
I am.
Yes, sir. Let's just do it, get done with it.
Okay. I agree.
Well, I don't. So
well,
that's
I
a no
appreciate
vote
that.
for me.
I appreciate that. Well,
But you need to
wait
make a
until we call the
motion.
vote.
You need to make a motion.
There's
Thank
a
you.
motion
I think
pending.
I understand what to do.
Okay,
Thank
thank
you. So, is there a motion to
was one.
return
Ray
this back? Beg your pardon?
Ray, put it up.
You already made a motion? Okay, well, I'll second it. Madam City Clerk, will you call a vote, please?
Councilmember Francois,
No.
Councilmember Keegan,
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson,
Aye.
Mayor Seaman,
Aye.
motion carries.
Okay, so item number 26C, purchase of police department vehicles. Public Works Director Joe San Clemente.
Thank you, Mayor Seaman, Council. I'll try to be brief in my comments. The overview that we have here is there are 4 vehicles for consideration of purchase. These were all identified in the city's fleet purchasing in the approved budget for replacement and part of the replacement schedule. So currently, there are 2 UTVs that the chief had spoken about. They're non-operational. We'd be replacing those with a newer version with more capabilities, and so that we can utilize those vehicles with the CSO operations. There are also 2 other vehicles that we are on the current replacement schedule that are due for replacement, but also no longer meet the needs for the Community Services Department. They are bear with me one second. There's a Ford and a Nissan that are compact vehicles. They're both compact size. We'd be replacing them with hybrid 4x4 trucks to provide that added capability to allow them to do enforcement operations, not only in the street, but on the beach, and then also be able to handle carrying any additional equipment that they may need to do to help do their job a little bit better. Currently, the budget, we are seeking a slight budget modification increase of about $10,000 to purchase the 2 UTV vehicles for a combined price of about $105,000. So roughly 50 something and change for each. In the 2 hybrid vehicles, there is sufficient funding in the current budget to purchase 2 vehicles for $100,000. And then there's also an additional $72,000 for the outfitting for the 2 vehicles. So when we get the trucks from Toyota, they still need badging and outfitting completed, and that's done through a third-party service to complete that effort. That concludes my staff report. I'm happy to answer questions.
These vehicles, you mentioned the 2 of them is for $100,000, that's 50 each?
That's correct.
That's the going rate for these vehicles, or is that some bargain deal because they're only available for a little while longer, or?
That's the current rate of them. We do purchase it through a co-op agreement, so often we get competitive pricing for that type of vehicle, but they come fully equipped and ready. So
Okay.
the benefit is there's no additional outfitting needed for them.
Chief, may I ask you a quick question? In the past, we've done this before, and in the past, police department wanted to buy some vehicles, and we were discussing whether or not electric was the better one, and maybe gas or a hybrid, and so on and so forth. And I always felt very comfortable with Chief LeBaron to ask him straight up, what do you think, Chief? Do you think these are the best vehicles we could get for this job, or are they just because they're fit some environmental electric requirements, or is this really the right thing to do? And in some cases, I was totally surprised by his answer. He said that when you pull over someone for whatever reason, let's just say it's a DUI, and you're going to be there for a half an hour, doing the test and so on and so forth, your patrol car has to stay on the whole time. Because in case there's an emergency and you jump in the car and have to leave, you can't worry about starting it. So it has to run the whole time. He said with an electric car, that's not really much of a problem, unless the battery's low, of course. But it's a much better situation because you have an electric car rather than gas. And so I've always felt very comfortable with his assessment of what it is, and I feel the same way about you. And so I'm going to ask you, in your opinion, do you think these vehicles are the absolute, this is the best car for the job for these 4 vehicles?
Yes, and let me just split the two. So the first two, the UTVs, these are special purpose vehicles. These are not everyday patrol cars that are going on our city streets. They really can't. These are for parks, beaches, days where we're out on the hot sand for 8, 10, 12 hours. The current vehicles that we have, one of them is an electric. It does not work. Flat out does not work. It hasn't worked for years. It was relatively new. We take it out on the beach. The manufacturer said, yes, it's beach capable as an electric. It did not work. Those 2 vehicles, the UTVs, are gas powered. We are absolutely in support of the city's clean fleet policy. We look at everything very carefully, but for the power needed for this type of operation, those are gas powered vehicles. On the other 2, the hybrids for the pickup trucks, which do have the 4-wheel drive capability, being a hybrid, they can be gas just as readily as any full gas vehicle, but they're not using the same emissions. So these are not pursuit vehicles, these are not patrol vehicles, these are CSO vehicles, so they don't need the powertrain that a regular patrol vehicle needs. So being a hybrid, they're not going to be engaged in high speed or emergency driving. So we do believe in Director San Clemente, the Public Works Superintendent, our vehicle fleet manager at the police department, sat down for hours and reviewed all of the available vehicles with the goal in mind, what is the best vehicle to support operations? That's our focus. We absolutely support the clean fleet policy if it fits our operational plan.
All right, good enough for me. Thank you, Chief. I appreciate that. Any other questions? Do I have a motion?
Make a motion to approve the purchase of the 4 vehicles.
Oh, I'm sorry. Is there any public comment? No. Is there anyone on line, Madam City Clerk? On this
If you
item?
are joining via Zoom, now is the time to raise your virtual hand. And Mayor, we do not have any virtual hands raised for this item.
Okay, great.
Motion on the floor. Anyone want to second it?
That's correct. There's a motion on the floor, and is there a second? I'll second it. Madam City Clerk, call the vote, please.
Councilmember Francois?
No.
Councilmember Keegan?
Yes.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
Okay, final item on our list is 26D, consideration of a second amendment to the agreement for city prosecutor services between the City of Redondo Beach and the City of Hermosa Beach.
Mr. Mayor, may I take that?
Yes, please, Leo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Very quickly, the City of Redondo's city attorney has provided city prosecutor services for City of Hermosa Beach for a flat rate of $16,667 since October 1st of 2014. On April 17, 2018, the 2 cities entered into a First Amendment agreement, adding quality of life legal services, and amended the compensation to hourly rate of $175 an hour. A second proposed amendment is before you tonight to amend the scope of service and compensation for the city prosecutor services beginning in the next fiscal year of 25-26. Staff is available for any questions that you may have, and also we have with us the city prosecutor from Redondo Beach for any questions that you may have. They'll be able to help you answer. Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, sir. All right, thank you very much. Council questions of staff? None?
No questions.
Thank you. Any public comment, Madam City Clerk?
Matt McCool, your 3 minutes will begin once you're unmuted.
Thank you, Madam City Clerk. Hello, Mayor Seaman, City Council staff, Matt McCool. Just following up on my written correspondence on this. I am the foremost expert on this particular area. It's gone on for 10 years. I just want to follow up on my written communication is the fact that, again, I want to emphasize that the city of Redondo Beach did not make a presentation here tonight and did not take questions and answers from the city council. It also should be noted that the 2018 First Amendment that was done was Joy A. Ford, which is Joy Abequin. She was also responsible for the CrossFit lawsuit. There's nothing been mentioned about that. But I tell you from my personal experience working in business, if I was a contractor and I had a sub that showed up and provided me 2 incompetent people who ended up costing me over $1.2 million in a lawsuit, would I still continue to do business with them? Also, it should be noted, I am in the process of bringing a lawsuit against the city of Hermosa Beach because of professional misconduct by the city prosecutor, Melly Chavera, and Sidney Michelle. Police Chief Phillips, who is present there tonight, is fully aware of the circumstances of this because this was a topic during the Easy Reader debate, Easy Reader article in 2017 following my campaign for city council. The fact of the matter is, and our city clerk is well aware of this because she's between a rock and a hard place, these people have destroyed evidence, withheld evidence. These are corrupt people and there's no oversight. So I ask every person on the city council who wants to vote for this here tonight that I have initiated a threat of lawsuit against the city here tonight. You or will be on record and you will be recorded to the fact that I have officially recorded on record that we have a corrupt city prosecutor and they have destroyed evidence. This has been in the press. This has been an ongoing issue for 10 years. I have documented evidence of this. Are you going to go ahead and approve this contract after I went ahead and officially have documented the fact that there are corrupt prosecutors for the city of Redondo Beach? And I'll close with this. When City Attorney Mike Webb had his exit interview, I'm going to read this from the Easy Reader. In his recent exit interview with this newspaper, former Redondo Beach City Attorney Mike Webb not only admitted ignoring felonious behavior, but also acknowledged doing so because it was politically convenient. That means our prosecutors are on the take. If the price is right, if you have a felony, they will not send it to LA County District Attorney's Office. They will go ahead and knock it down to a misdemeanor and hold it within the South Bay. And for those of you who don't know,
City Clerk, time is up.
that's my time. That's my time.
Thank you. All right. Anybody else online?
Mayor, we do not have any other virtual hands raised.
Okay. Thank you very much. Any deliberation on this? Any comments?
I think that sounds like a pretty fair rate, $175 an hour. That's a good rate, I think.
Okay. Councilman Jackson, any comment? All right, do we have a motion?
Make a motion to approve staff recommendation to the Second Amendment with Redondo Beach for prosecutor services.
I'll second.
Motion has been moved and seconded. Madam City Clerk, take the vote, please.
Councilmember Francois?
Yes.
Councilmember Keegan?
Aye.
Councilmember Jackson?
Aye.
Mayor Seaman?
Aye.
Motion carries.
All right, on to future agenda items. 27A.
Mayor,
Yes.
can I have the floor?
Yes.
I'd like to add a future agenda item to review the parking district rules for qualifying for permits, to examine, go ahead and have staff come back with some suggestions based on complaints we've had and complaints through emails to try and alleviate that in the future and try and get that on the next agenda so that it can be changed by summer and allow the public to come in and comment on it. So I'd like it on the next agenda.
I will support that. Anyone want to make it a third for an action item?
Well, just wait.
So you're proposing
To review the rules.
to review the current existing parking rules regarding residential parking passes.
Correct.
Correct.
And you want to review that and come up with proposals on how to change it, and you want to get that done by the summer.
Well,
And it's now mid-May.
better late than never.
I mean, logically, yeah, okay.
Sooner we get started, the sooner we're finished.
So is that third?
No, I don't believe it'll be done by the summer. I think that I was against those rules. And, you know, if we need to look at it, it needs to be done in a more comprehensive way than coming around and splitting it up right now just before the summer. So I'm not going to be in favor of that as an action item.
It's coming back towards the end of the year, as we had discussed.
Well, it'll be an info item because 2 of them voted for it, so that's fine.
Which will be an information item.
Yeah, I'm happy with an information item because it won't happen before.
Let me
by the
just
summer. Sure,
ask
go
you a
ahead.
question. Since you were not in favor of the rules in the first place, and I understand, I remember that. And I was on the opposite side of that, by the way. I agreed to
Yeah.
those rules.
Right.
Once again, when I recognize that I made a mistake, I'm more than interested in correcting it, if it's the right thing to do. I'm not saying that we rewrite the entire thing. Thank you, I understand. However, I would ask you that if you really want it to be done by summer, if it's an action item, that would go along much quicker.
Yeah, I just don't think it can be.
Okay,
Because it's
that's
May, it'll
good.
be late May, it'll be June.
Very good.
We need to do an ordinance and then a second reading.
Yeah, okay.
You know, it's just, yeah, I was against
have
it.
just-
and
we
I'd
have
like
just
to ban the whole thing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. We have just 2, so it's an information item only. Anything else for future agenda items? I get it, okay.
What was that?
No other future agenda items then?
Nope.
Nope. Tentative future agenda items is in the report. Council comments or questions on the, okay. No other comments on the tentative future agenda items, so public comment. I don't think there is any more public comment, so there's no reason to address that. And that brings us to adjournment. So tonight's meeting is adjourned at 12:17. The next regular city council meeting will be Tuesday, May 27th at 5 p.m. for closed session, followed by open session at 6 p.m. Thank you. Good night.